Alright, I think I figured out the problem now. On game. After the third crash, bro, I figured it out. No. Let's do it again. What is going on right now? It says I need to change it on here. Yeah. Damn, man. This shit. Why this shit wanna tweak today? I got all day, bro. This shit wanna do this dumbass shit, bro. This shit pissing me off, gang. I'm not gonna back to you. This dumbass shit. Trying to figure out what keep on causing this dumb piece of shit to crash. But I don't even think it's my computer. Well, it is my computer, but it gotta be the app or something, cause shit, this computer ain't able to do it.
And get his own.
I'm probably not gonna post this other part. I'm just gonna post that first half. I'm just finna watch just to see if it crashed, though. I don't know how to edit this part. Let's see what's making it crash.
Bro, in fact, Fox came out of jail. He was living with me. Yeah?
Yeah.
Then Fox got his own crib. You don't get your own crib for free.
Yeah.
Do you understand what I'm trying to say? Fox wasn't on the roads no more. He was known for being on the roads. He wasn't on the roads no more. He was my manager full time. Do you understand what I'm trying to say to you? So for him to be living with me and get his own crib, obviously he's got some type of money.
We don't know who, but someone definitely hacked Dr. Velli. He wouldn't leak all them DMs himself. So this situation's ended up just being a puzzling family dynamic where the mother of that girl that's allegedly been groomed by Dr. Velli has defended him and says she understands the context of the messages and it was not that. Then you got Cody as well saying he did not edit or alter any of the messages or hack the account as well.
I personally think he don't have no need to edit it. Like, I ain't gonna back to you. I feel like when it comes to like your family, bro, why would he edit it to make his? Because that's making his family look bad. He editing it. Nah, bro, that's making his peoples look bad at the end of the day. And then he also said he put his address inside the leaks. Think about it, bro. Why would he edit? Why would he edit his address inside the stuff, bro? He ain't gonna do that.
His sister Steph obviously has defended him through there.
To me, because like I said, I get at the beginning where it looks all mad, the story looks mad. I saw it and I thought, bro, this is fucked up. I spoke to her straight away. I didn't even care what my brother had to say. I spoke to her straight away. So obviously she put stuff in perspective on what it really was, and she was like, Dutch will never do that. She's like, I love Dutch. Dutch is like family to me, and me and him, we talk and we flirt a lot, and it's not that, and it has never been nothing, and he's never spoken to my daughter in no way. He's like, my daughter's never been alone. Every time I come to the house, I bring all my...
You said we flirt? Like I heard that. I was like, hold up, wait. You said y'all flirt? You shouldn't be playing around flirting with. You feel me? That's a red flag right there, in my opinion.
kids, we're all together all the time. So obviously she put out a statement. Some people wasn't feeling it. Obviously, some people, yeah, Dutch still has support. So some people obviously are with him and believe whatever he's saying and believe what she's saying. But there's also some people that really don't. And it's like, she's been paid. I don't get that. And the daughter's even come out and said, like, bro, it's not that. And then there's a few people, there's just a few people saying it is that. And then there's a few people saying, I'm sticking up for a nonce. I'm not gonna lie, brother or not, if my brother, cousin, somebody is really out here doing that, I'm never gonna support you. Like, it's impossible. I'm never gonna support you. I just wouldn't never do that. Like, I have a child myself. Do you know what I'm saying? I've been through shit myself when I was young. Like, my cousins, my friends been through shit when they was young. That is not something I would condone or support. Like, I'm not gonna be out here. And even though he's my brother, even if, say, for example, even if this was true and I decided not to support him and shit, what's the problem with that? I don't have to post him. I don't have to come out and defend him. I would just be quiet. If it was true, I would just be quiet. But I know it's not true. This woman has been in my house crying, saying...
All right, listening to her story, I personally say, all right, he probably ain't do it. You feel me? He probably ain't do it. It's probably just a whole little misunderstanding. But now you know, boy, you can't be playing around, flirting with people, doing that, boy. Now as a grown man, you feel me? Because it's like, you see how the internet go take it. And if the screenshots and stuff get out, and they look a certain type of way, you already know how people gonna be, bro. So if it is just a whole misunderstanding, bro, just know you gotta act a certain way, bro. You can't be doing certain things, bro, because it can most definitely be mistaken as the wrong way.
She's sorry that this is happening because obviously her extended family has done this. She doesn't know really what to do. There's times where I said to her, you know what, just do a video and just talk to the people. She doesn't want to. She just doesn't want to kind of show her face. She doesn't want it out there. She's already had mad, like, remember this guy, I don't want to name his name, he shared the address again, so she had to move out the house. She was scared, you know, social workers involved. She just didn't, she kind of wanted it to go away, so she didn't really want to do too much. She didn't want to do a video.
I ain't gonna lie, even then, it's still kind of bogus that whoever, like, exposed him, bro, like, you trying to expose him, is your point to expose to, like, help the girl? Because if you was trying to help the girl, why would you expose the address? Even if you're trying to expose, Brody, why would you expose the address? That's bogus, bro. Like, I ain't gonna lie to you. That's one thing that's like, bro, you didn't have to do that, bro.
For her statement was enough. And I didn't really say too much on it because after speaking to her, she put it to rest and she did her statement. I just thought, okay, like, is not what everyone thinks it is, but it kept dragging and dragging. And then there's obviously people, you know how people are, they'll be like, Steph, don't say nothing, you're bigger, you're gonna blow it up, don't really speak on it. But there's a lot of times I was like, what do you mean don't speak on it? Like, I've spoken to the mom, we've all spoken to the mom, like, it ain't that. The mom's been round the house all, like, bare times, just cussing everybody online. That's cussing Dutch, literally cussing everybody, saying, fuck these people, this is not fair, blah, blah, blah. I feel sorry for Dutch. And another thing, she still follows Dutch, and her daughter was following Dutch, and she posts Dutch all the time. She even posted Dutch yesterday. I'm not even going to say who she is on Instagram because she doesn't want people to really chat to her, because bare people's been in her inbox cussing her, saying she got paid, she's a liar, she's all this stuff.
Yeah, you let people know who she is, bro. You already know, like, the super internet warriors, they gonna text her, talk about, yeah, you really doing this to your own daughter, this, that, and the third. Like, you know how the internet gonna be. Yeah, you don't want to let nobody know who it is, especially if they feel like she trying to vend Dutch a Valley, knowing that he did it. Yeah, that's not gonna go good for her DMs.
Stuff. So she posts Dutch all the time, and even her daughter still follows Dutch. So, like, I don't know, man. I don't know what to say, because obviously a lot of people feel like, oh, you're just sticking up for your brother. But I swear to God, I'm on my son's life. Like, if it was what you're saying it is, I will fucking shut my mouth. I wouldn't even be saying nothing, and I wouldn't support him the way I do.
Over the last couple of years, it seems like Dutch Ravelli's kind of slowed down on making music. Many people have called him a TikToker now because he's always on live doing the TikTok battle stuff, and says he's making a comeback to music properly in 2025.
I ain't gonna lie to you. That's how you know a rapper falling off, bro. When you see a rapper all up on TikTok live, doing a whole bunch of interviews, this, that, and the third, 20v1s, they falling off. They falling off. You keep on seeing their face on a whole bunch of different little social media platforms, they falling off. I'm not gonna bat to you. That's the first sign that a rapper is falling off.
And doesn't feel like he was cancelled.
Let me ask you a question then, actually, now in the media thing. And I'm just asking for your opinion, not on the person, but on the whole situation, yeah? With what's happened now, yeah? Whether guilty or not guilty, do you think their career is finished now?
Who?
You know, young Philly and them, man.
Like in the mainstream media, yeah, innit? Bro, you know what's so funny? Let me give you a joke, yeah? The UK got cancelled on their shit, bro. Look, let me explain something to you. Like, for instance, like right now, yeah, I'm still top 5 most dreamed drill rapper this year.
If he's still top 5 UK drill rapper this year, then I mean, I guess he ain't fall off. I guess people over gassing and saying he fell off. Now, I don't know who he is to say that he fell off. I never heard of him, and it's crazy. The first time I heard about him, there's some bad stuff. That's pretty crazy. But I honestly think it might be a little misunderstanding. It might be a misunderstanding, bro. I don't know for sure, but you know, we gonna find out when we find out. If you watch this all the way through, I know you messing with another video. Don't forget, like, comment, subscribe, turn on post notifications so you never miss out on any educational, informational documentaries like this. Yo, you said he not in your top 5. I don't know, bro. It's because I was listening to the sister talk, bro, and the sister kind of was convincing. The sister was kind of convincing. I ain't gonna lie to you, bro. I didn't believe it until I was listening to the sister talk, and then the sister, I'm like, she might be telling the truth. You feel me? But I don't know. I don't know, man. You feel me? I don't want to even say too much, because you feel me? I already said too much. Now, if I post a video, people from the UK might be like, you supporting Dutch Valley? No. Woman admits to making 911 call. Well, I guess we could do this.
Now at 5, Atlanta.
Nah, the sister will cap and stuff. You know how it be. Cappity cap. These females be the downfall of lots of men. I ain't gonna lie to you. And today we finna hear how young Scooter had a female literally unalive him. Like, a female didn't personally unalive him, but she kind of did unalive him because she the one that made the call. And when she made the call, he ended up getting unalived by the police. Well, the police said they ain't unalive him. They said he unalived himself when he hopped over the gate. I don't know what to believe, you feel me? We finna see what they talking about with this 911 call, you feel me? And what she's saying, a 911 call to get the police to even slide over to young Scooter.
Now at 5, Atlanta police have asked for the public's help surrounding the death of rapper Young Scooter.
Hey there, guys. Well, there are a lot of questions about that 911 call that led police to the home where rapper Young Scooter was celebrating his 39th birthday Friday night. But they're now asking for the public's help to identify the woman who called 911. Investigators say that call was made from a 911-only phone, which makes it harder to trace.
Oh boy, the story just goes.
A 911 only phone. I ain't gonna lie to you, bro. To be honest with you, I didn't know those things existed. So you could just get a phone specifically for 911. Yeah, I ain't never had one of those. I ain't gonna back to you.
On and on and on. So it looks like people have identified the woman who made the call to 911 that led to young Scooter losing his life, right? A lot of people wanted to know who she was. Well, it looks like now we have an answer to that. Apparently her name is Demi Blanco. I guess she was a participant on the reality show Baddies. She is the one that placed that call, and we watched the clip at the beginning.
A female from Baddies. Of course, it would be a female from Baddies that made the call. This gonna be an interesting call. I ain't gonna lie to you. I already know.
This where police just last night were reaching out to the public asking for their help in identifying who this woman was. I think they even offered a reward if anybody could identify her, right? And a lot of people are looking real suspiciously at her right now, including the police, because they wanted to identify her. They said that she called from a 911 only phone. I don't know if she just bought a burner to do this.
I ain't gonna lie to you. Man, I most definitely would nail Shorty. I'll fold her. But you feel me? With this whole situation, I feel the only reason why the police care so much about the 911 call is because they just trying to get the blame off of them. Because right now, Atlanta Police Department is having lots of heat put up on them because they feel like they the ones that did something to young Scooter, even though the autopsy came out and they said he didn't die from a gunshot wound. But Young Thug said something differently, you feel me? You know, what you think they gonna go off of? What Young Thug said or what the autopsy say? Obviously, they're gonna go off of what Young Thug said if you ain't know, you feel me?
Or if she took a SIM card out of her phone, or maybe she's broke and just didn't have no phone time on her phone. I don't know. But it's real suspicious. And apparently she's got a real distinct voice. There were a lot of people who pretty much as soon as they heard that 911 call apparently knew that it was this Demi Blanco chick. Right? I had no idea, but you had guys like this dude right here making videos like this one.
Don't lie, it just hit me. I just recognized who voice that is calling the motherfucker police on young Scooter. It's this whole Demi. Her name on Instagram is @Demi Blanco.
Nah, Demi.
Y'all go, hey man, this the man. Her name Demi. She the one pretending to be the neighborhood watch. This hoe ain't no neighborhood watch. This neighborhood ain't even got no neighborhood watch.
He said this neighborhood don't got no neighborhood watch. I ain't gonna lie to you. The area it didn't look like they had no neighborhood watch. Like neighborhood watch look like I ain't gonna lie to you, it do be the signs everywhere that be like, we call the police and stuff, but you know they don't be calling the police, bro. That's just some old head just thinking that sign finna scare somebody. I mean, they probably will call the police on you, but it ain't no neighborhood watch. The old people will watch the neighborhood, though, if you doing some stuff they don't like.
Man, y'all, find this reporter.
Yeah, so it did not take people long to identify who she was. She is no longer anonymous, and she knows that she's no longer anonymous. She went over on Instagram. She posted this right here up where she said, I'm going live to tell the truth at 1 p.m. Right? That was just a couple hours ago, and she did go live, and she did respond to all of this, and I'll go ahead and play you guys what she said.
There's a reaction for every action. This is part A. You guys didn't have part A. You guys only had part B. And the narrative, it looks like I was trying to set this.
Bro. What? No, bro. Part A is all we needed. We heard the police call. We heard it. That's all the evidence. We don't need to hear no part B. Part B is out the window. You feel me? The answer is part A.
Man up because you guys don't have part B. I'm giving you part B. I'm giving you what led up to the call. I was physically abused, so I called to protect myself.
Now listen, if you heard the police call, she didn't say anything about her. She didn't say anything about her situation or what she had going on with him. What she said was that, she seen them trapping and they had blicks and all that other stuff. She didn't say anything about her. So it's like the first time we heard about him doing something to you, you getting him putting his hands on you was inside this live stream. And the only reason you doing this live stream is because people found out who you was. And now I feel you can't handle all the heat that they're applying. So now you're trying to find a little reason on why you made the call. You feel me? Because you honestly, I feel personally, she was one of those little petty females, saw that he was getting lit on his birthday. He wasn't hanging around her. So she wanted to mess up his time. You know how females be getting this stuff, man. They just try to mess up your happiness.
That's the issue. That's part A. I never had any intentions to get anybody hurt. I was the one that was getting hurt. And I came here to say my truth. That's it, that's all. I don't want no clout. I don't want anything. All these troll pages, y'all don't know me.
My whole thing about this situation, though, is why is this the first time we hearing about this now? Once everybody is talking about how you wrong and you got young Scooter unalive, now you want to bring this up. Why we ain't hear about any of this when young Scooter was alive? Why we ain't hear about any of this inside the police call that got young Scooter unalive? That's what we trying to figure out. Well, that's what I'm trying to figure out. I don't know if y'all trying to figure out the same thing I am, but that's the type of timing I'm on. I don't know if y'all on the same timing, though. I ain't going back to you.
None of y'all know me at all. At the end of the day, I'm a woman, and I was physically abused multiple times.
Okay, so there is a lot going on right there in that live that she just did. First off, in the live, she claims that she was actually the girl that was being abused. Remember, the police said when they came out, it was because they got a call. A woman said that she seen somebody else who possibly could be underage, but might be 18 to 21 years old being beat up. That's what she said when she was on the phone. Now in this live, she's saying, actually, I was the person that was getting beat up and abused. And I know that she's trying to clear her name with this live.
That's already where it messed up at. Why did you say it was you in the police call? You feel me? That's the whole thing, unless you trying to tell without them knowing it's you. But how would that work out? Because they just gonna let them out of jail. You feel me? If you come on now. So that's why I don't understand.
Live right here, but if you ask me, this didn't do anything to help her further because the details just don't add up. When you go listen to that 911 phone call, it's clear that there was a malicious intent behind her placing that phone call. She accused not only young Scooter, but everybody that was in the house with young Scooter of committing crimes, pretty much every crime that you can name. She said pimping, dealing. She said there was guns, there was women, there was children, there was, according to her, everything that is bad was happening.
I heard it. I heard it. And I ain't gonna lie to you, bro. And that's why I said, bro, if the police did shoot young Scooter, it's like, bro, I will understand more just because I heard the call. And then I said that inside my video. Some people like, oh, the police is supposed to check before they actually shoot someone. This is America. You feel me? That's all I gotta say. You feel me?
Happening in that house, right? And I'm not saying that she wasn't getting abused. I don't know. I wasn't there. But it doesn't do anything to help her when details, like on the call, it was I seen a woman getting beat up, to where on this live, it was I was actually the person getting beat up, right? When you have contradictions like that right there that happen, it doesn't help to clear your name. If anything, it just adds more clouds to the situation and makes the situation that much more muddier. She claims that her intention wasn't to get young Scooter hurt, but when you listen to that phone call, man, she was trying to alert them police to him. She wanted them to show up aggressively. That's why she claimed the things that she claimed. You know, I'm not saying
she got bro unalive. She the reason. She knew what she was. I'm not finna sit here and say that she wanted him to get unalive by the police. You feel me? But I will say, she wanted something to happen to him. That was the whole goal, for something to happen to him. She probably didn't want him to get unalive. That probably wasn't the thought in her head. She probably was thinking, oh yeah, I'm finna get him locked up. Yeah, he ain't finna enjoy his birthday. And then it ended up turning to that. You feel me?
Scooter was innocent in this. I'm just saying the situation looks and sounds crazy, especially when you go listen to the 911 call that was placed. Now, she didn't add any clarification about what happened to Young Scooter. We still got confusion about that because Young Thug is saying that he got shot. Young Thug didn't say he got shot by the police, but he said that the autopsy said he got shot by somebody. Right? We got the police saying nobody got shot, so we still got confusion on that front. We got confusion on this.
I ain't gonna lie. Academics posted the autopsy, and the autopsy that he posted said that he didn't get shot. But people is gonna go off of what Young Thug said. They ain't gonna go off what the autopsy said, you know, especially the Atlanta people, because you know Young Thug is King Slime out there.
This front, and all I know is that last night the police said that they were looking to identify her. I don't know what comes next for her from here going forward. I don't know if they're looking for her just to get more details from her. I don't know if they're looking for her because they feel like that 911 call was malicious. She said she was part of the neighborhood watch. The clip we watched from the dude earlier said, I don't know what she talking about. Ain't no damn neighborhood watch out here. So she was clearly lying about some things in that phone call. They may want to talk to her about giving, you know, a false report to the police about what she said she seen, because again, she contradicted herself. She said that she seen somebody getting beat up. Now she's saying that she was the one getting beat up, and the police probably want to know what all of that is about. She's definitely got some questions that she needs to answer for sure. There's still a lot of unknowns in regards to this case. I'm sure, like I've said in the last couple of videos, as time goes on, we're gonna find out more and more and more details. I'm still waiting on the autopsy report to drop. It might take it some time. I'm still waiting on the body cam to be released. I'm sure that it's gonna pop up on YouTube on numerous channels at some point. I can imagine that there is already FOIA requests being put in by the dozen at the Atlanta Police Department for that footage, because everybody,
I ain't gonna lie to you, bro. If it's some real life stuff that they trying to hide, bro, they not finna give you all that information. Everybody be like, oh yeah, it's public information. We could get this public information. Well, you can't get that public information if they don't want you to get that public information. I ain't gonna lie to you.
everybody wants to know what happened to this dude. Everybody wants to know why it happened to this dude. Was it his fault? Was it just an act of dumbness? Is there a bigger cover up happening in regards to this chick? What's she lying about? What is she telling the truth about? It's hard to distinguish between the two at this point. You know, it's just a lot of unknowns that we're gonna have to wait and see how it all pans out. But at this moment, that's what we got. The girl's name is Demi Blanco. She's the one that called the police. She said that she has a valid reason to call the police. She claims she was the one getting beat up. If she's telling the truth, if she's not telling the truth, that really is not up to me to decide. I'm gonna leave that up to the police to decide. I'm gonna leave that up to the court system to figure out. You know, I'm
gonna leave it up to me to leave off this video now, bro, because we heard everything that we need to hear. I ain't gonna back to you. I personally feel like she probably didn't want him to get unalived. She just was on some petty stuff, and then he ended up getting unalived. And now she's scared that she's finna go to jail. Now she talking about, oh, he did this to me, he did that to me. Because you scared you finna go to jail for lying on him. But it's consequences for your actions. Rest in peace to Young Scooter, man. And if you want any more educational, informational documentaries like this, don't forget to like, comment, subscribe, and turn on post notifications so you never miss out on any content like this. Okay. General got on that. General got on that. He said, nah. General like, he ain't with that. Bro, I haven't never heard of no Dutch drill before. I ain't gonna back to you. Little baby getting a Rico. I don't know, you know, bro. They said that says God. I'm about Dutch drill. Dutch drill. They be buzzing that Dutch drill. But I do. Okay, here we go now. Boom, boom. Put it all together now. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, 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 boom.
Now the question.
Okay, here we go now. Doom. Doom, put it all together now. Doom, doom, doom. Yeah, I heard that. I heard that Dutch drill song. I heard that Dutch drill song on game. You see, y'all might not know, but I was just saying a Dutch classic on game. Little do y'all know. Only Dutch people know about that though. You feel me? So it's like, if you know, you know. You feel me? I see y'all don't know, so you feel me? But hold on. Bro, do a video what happened 2 days ago in the Netherlands. It depends on who posted it. Is it my boy Holland Boulevard? Because you know some pages I can't react to. I gotta do it on Twitch first to make sure. But if it's Holland Boulevard, I can do it on here. But I already got a video up about someone that got shot 6 times. And I feel this will get views because he on my For You page. He's talking about why he got shot. This what happened when you try to fight. You feel me? Everybody be talking about real men use these. And the smart men use these. They ain't gonna back to you. Why would I say that? Why would I say that? Oh, you gonna say I can't fight. You can't fight. You can't fight. But the reason why I said that is because you feel me. Everybody don't feel like you should use these nowadays. So you could be on that type of time and oh yeah, I'm gonna knock you out. And then they and you gone. You feel me? And y'all know about Aaron the plumber. He loved to fight. He loved to throw these. And he ended up getting shot 6 times. So what did that tell you? Well, we're gonna find out why he got shot though.
Now the question that folks want to know, man, what did you do to make them so mad they shot you up 6 times, man?
Okay, so I ain't gonna lie. You know what I'm saying?
What was you out here doing, man? Like,
I ain't gonna lie. So it was one point in time, right, in my life. Okay, so my mom's is on drugs. My father's not active in my life.
Yeah.
So I'm
folks get motion. Now he got the suit on game. Ninja Turtle in the suit.
Man enough to say that I was going through an identity crisis. You feel me? I wanted to prove myself that I was tough because I was not exposed to what genuine love is. You feel me? Mom's is high. Not to take nothing from you, Mom. I love your life. You feel me? But the power of the drugs is profound. You feel me? Mom's was more loyal to the drugs than she was to her children. Father, my dad was some ism, and he was active in Stockton, you feel me, as well. So I'm hearing about my dad's name, and I'm trying to live up to it. You feel me?
Absolutely.
So a lot of situations, okay.
And dad was a gang member.
Yeah, as a gang member. What? No, I'm not even going to call myself a gang member. I thought
You see, I ain't going to cap to you. Aaron is a real one. We can't sit here and act like Aaron is a real one. That's why lots of people like him, because people didn't mess with him at first, but it's like when you being real, bro, the world gonna end up messing with you eventually.
I was a gang member.
Yeah.
I thought I was a part of an organization.
Fact.
You know what I'm saying? That I was willing to do the devil's work for. What is the devil's work? Steal, kill, and destroy.
Fact.
That's what I was willing to do for this organization.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? And these particular individuals, they done been on this platform before.
Oh, wait, they shot you?
No. That not that shot me. That I used to bang with.
Oh God, who?
You know what I'm saying? We one thing.
So he basically saying he be with them real gangsters. He be with them real gangsters. Hey, if you own no jumper, you a real. No, I'm not gonna sit here and just lie like that.
I don't like one thing I don't like about the politics is, you know what I'm saying? We're not gonna politic on cam. You know what I'm saying? We're going to keep the politics in the streets, in a real way, though. You know what I'm saying? If you want to get at me, get at me in the flesh, but I'm not talking no politics on cam, no. Huh?
Was it the EBK members?
I'm not going to say, I'm not from EBK.
Okay.
I don't know none of, not to take nothing away from EBK or not to discredit y'all or disrespect y'all or nothing. I don't know none of them cats. You feel me?
Oh, wait, hold up. So y'all telling me that, folks is from he from Cali with it. I ain't gonna lie to you. It do make sense. Cali people do love to fight. You know, they always trying to squabble. But he don't sound like a Cali guy.
But I see him on the internet doing that thing. But we got mutual homies though.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying? In SAC 20916. Politics run together though. We got some of the same homies though. You know what I'm saying? In the real. But I also got my uncles is Crips from the north side of Stockton as well.
Oh, yeah,
So that's why my dad is a reputable from Stockton, a real tycoon, a real top hat. We not saying Pop's name on camera, but if you know, you know. My last name, no. Do your homework who Pops is in a real way. But I'm good in Stockton. I could go to any hood in Stockton and nigga ain't gonna touch me though. I got uncles from Nightingale and I got uncles from, you know what I'm saying, Northside Gangster Crip too. You know what I'm saying? But I'm not in that.
Here. So look, all right. So walk me through like the day that like you got shot 6 times.
So the day I got shot 6 times, you feel me? I'm in my Brodusky got shot too though. You feel me?
You got shot too?
Yeah, we gonna get into all that.
My Brodusky. I never heard nobody say my Brodusky before.
Okay, so when I got shot, I deserved it.
Yeah.
You feel me? I'm not mad. I'm a real one.
Shit for a nigga
I'm a real one.
Like,
I deserved it. You feel me? I'm pressing play on my homie's behalf, what I thought was my homie.
Yeah.
You feel me? But his true colors showed in the end. This was not my homie.
Yeah.
But I'm one of them types, like, say, for instance, Flacco, you got a problem with Brodusky right there.
Yeah.
But just because of the simple fact that you tripping with my nigga, bro, I'm on your ass when I see you. And if I get life behind it, I know you might be the opposite.
That nigga said I'm not
but I'm loyal to the soil. If you got beef with my nigga, I'm ready to die behind this shit, nigga. You know what I'm saying? I'm a real California nigga. We value respect in a real way.
Absolutely.
I want my brody to give me the utmost respect, and I want the utmost respect from him. So what that makes me look like, you know what I'm saying? He tripping with a nigga, and I'm over here. Oh, you tripping with? That's between you and the homie. No, nigga,
bro.
It ain't between you and the homie.
I'm a
nigga,
whole
that's between
nigga
us.
from North Dakota, bro. I engage in whole activities, man. I love whole activities, man. So probably being a real nigga.
So basically, you telling me that he got popped basically trying to be a street dude. I mean, he keeping it real. Like that's some very real stuff to say, bro. Like that show people right here, bro. You want to try to be inside this street life, bro. That could happen to you. Eric the plumber got lucky. Some people ain't gonna be as lucky as Eric the plumber. I ain't gonna lie to you.
It's too heavy, man.
I respect that.
Hey, listen, man.
I respect that.
For president a real nigga, it's too steep, nigga. I'm cool.
Hey, nigga,
It
but we
is.
gonna pay that shit, though.
But nigga, if I died behind being a real one, man, my legacy is complete.
Facts.
In a real way. But see how I got shot is, right?
Yeah.
I'm in the front yard, right?
Okay. Of your house.
Yeah.
Okay.
In my house, right? I'm smoking weed. You know what I'm saying? Prior to it, there was some street activities.
Okay.
Right? You know what I'm saying? I didn't got jiggy. I didn't know. Allegedly. Allegedly. In a real way. Don't get it misconstrued. Aaron the plumber is not just a mother plumber. I was a whole gangster before this plumbing shit came up.
Whoa. The whole attitude just changed up. Put the 9 down, Jamal. Wait a second, bro. Did you just say you was trying to find yourself? You said you was trying to find yourself. And now, don't get it twisted, you a real gangster. Which one is it, bro? Which one is it? I ain't gonna lie to you, man.
Absolutely.
Allegedly. You know what I'm saying? I didn't put my footwork in a real way. So what happened was, you know what I'm saying, a couple days prior, some street shit transpired.
Okay.
We're not going to go into depth about it because I don't know if I could get charged with the shit. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. I ain't consulted no attorney, none of that. But what I will say is,
you thought he was so gangster. I swear to God, bro thought he was so gangster. He was like, yeah, I don't know if I get locked up. And I ain't consulting no attorney. You didn't bro, saying consulting no attorney, bro, do not sound gangster at all, bro. I'm not gonna bap to you.
Some gangster shit happened a few days prior.
Okay.
Now niggas got the drop. They know where I stay.
Yeah.
Niggas spent through, you know what I'm saying? A nigga slid through my block. Right?
Oh,
I peeked
his
the play.
block.
Yeah.
I pressed play.
Yeah.
I pressed play on him.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? But the nigga's a bitch ass nigga. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Bitch ass, heavy on the bitch ass nigga.
Damn.
You know what I'm saying? Cause hey, I'm the type of nigga, you feel me? Say for instance, Flacco.
Hey, brother, you better cool out. You better, hey, is he locked up? Hey, I ain't gonna. The way you talking, I'm assuming he locked up because he might come back.
If I got blick on me and I catch you loafing, right?
Yeah.
You ain't got no blick on you, nothing. Bro, I will get this motherfucker to revenue ransom.
Yeah.
Brodusky, hold this.
Yeah.
Do not.
Revenue ransom. Now you out here saying street names and stuff. Okay, I see it.
I do nothing. If this nigga beat my ass, he
fine.
beat my ass. That's just what it is.
Facts.
But we finna get that up as men. You know what I'm
Absolutely.
saying? And some of my closest homies, we done got down in the paint before.
I ain't gonna lie with this right here. What he's saying, you do gotta respect it though. Like I ain't gonna lie to you, but you gotta understand these people is not trying to fight their ops. They don't want their ops to be on this earth with them. I think that's the whole thing with why they be doing what they be doing. And then some people they just don't know how to fight, so they end up using the blick.
Facts.
Yeah, it shouldn't result to that.
Yeah.
To us engaging in the fisticuff.
Yeah.
We should be able to converse about men about our discrepancies and move forward. But if we can't, man, we got to get in that paint and get it out the way with. But the only time you should have to, you know what I'm saying, pew pew a man.
Yeah.
So you didn't have no real, you wasn't really in the streets. You ain't have no real ops for real. I ain't gonna lie to you because you over here talking about we should just conversate. Who said they trying to conversate with their ops, bro? What is you talking about? I ain't gonna lie to you.
As if you absolutely have to.
Absolutely.
But during this duration of my lifestyle, you know what I'm saying, I was not laced by, I didn't have no OG giving me no game.
Yeah.
I'm learning through trial and error. I'm a young, dumb, hothead, full of type of dude. You feel me? So Brodusky was on some bitch ass shit because I was having my way. I've been having my way since I was 16. I've been hustling.
Facts.
You feel me? I had to. You know what I'm saying? The oldest of 5 kids. You know what I'm saying? We only got a jar of peanut butter in the refrigerator.
Facts.
You know what I'm saying? Mom's on dope.
Facts.
Pops in the streets. You feel me? I had to be a part of this shit. I was born in this shit.
Facts.
This shit is by, you know what I'm saying, choice by, this shit was more by force.
Of course.
With me, you feel me?
Facts.
Trying to survive.
Of course.
Trying to make sure my little
Anything but
sisters
being a
got a
father.
meal. You feel me?
Absolutely.
So the bitch ass nigga slid through the.
That's what I'm saying, bro. His name is Aaron the plumber, and I haven't even seen this. I haven't seen him do no plumbing on game.
Block. You know what I'm saying? Allegedly, I whip out tool on a nigga. You know what I'm saying? I tell him, look, bruh, I'm thinking he ain't got no hammer on him.
Yeah.
Bruh, I'm not no bitch ass nigga. I'll put this motherfucker down. Nigga, let's squabble.
Yeah, of
The
course.
nigga's bigger than me. You feel me?
Yeah, of course.
And I wasn't known for squabbling. I'm known for getting up on niggas with that iron. You feel me? Bro, I'll put this, let's get one.
Yeah.
No, bro, just let me get up out of here. Let me get up out of here, right?
Yeah.
So I underestimate the nigga, right?
Yeah.
Because the nigga's really a bitch.
Of course.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah, you did your Dougie. You know what I'm saying? I respect it. You know what I'm saying? You put some holes in it. But nigga, I bounce back
said,
10 times better from that.
Wait though. So what? You put the gun down.
I put the gun down.
He back to say, "Hey, bro, let me just leave,
He,
man."
let me leave, right?
Yeah,
I turn my back on him.
Oh my god.
I
that's-
turn my back.
Wow.
Underestimating the nigga. Because the
crazy.
nigga he's not known for none of them type of activities.
Yeah.
You feel me? So I walk away.
Yeah.
When I walk away, Brody start cramming.
That's how you walk away. That's kind of crazy.
Boom, 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 boom. Allegedly.
Damn.
So when Brodusky hit me, it spent me. You feel me?
Of course.
It spent me in a 360. I try to reach in my pocket and grab my tool and cram back at bruh.
Yeah.
Allegedly.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And I caught one to the face.
You blew back. Okay. So allegedly, brother, up Blick. Bro, that's crazy, bro. If you had Blick, bro, you should have been on that.
As well.
Oh,
the
really?
bullet hit my nose right here and knocked off my whole nostril, went in, got stuck in my ear.
Damn.
So you see when a lot of people be on the internet, right, talking about Aaron the plumber's on coke, right? Look.
Yeah.
You see when I open my jaw?
Yeah.
My
Yeah.
shit go to the side.
Fact.
No, it's because I got hit with a slug, with a 40 slug. You know what I'm
Damn.
saying? And it knocked my jaw out of alignment.
Damn.
But by the grace of
Bro,
God, I'm
think he
still
50
here
Cent.
and better.
I ain't gonna lie, bro feel like he 50 Cent. Like him telling that story right there, Aaron the plumber is now 50 Cent on game. He real life think he 50 Cent for sure. But now y'all know that Aaron the plumber, y'all heard it from his mouth. He in the streets. He real life in the streets. So y'all better watch out. You feel me? And if you want more informational, educational documentaries like this, don't forget to like, comment, subscribe, and turn on post notifications so you never miss out on any content like this. Man, Aaron the plumber said he always with it, bro. Aaron the plumber always with it, bro. On game. Y'all know. And was the video lagging or anything? Cause it looked like it was going a little slow. I was gonna ask y'all, was the video lagging or anything up in it? Alright. Who is that? Is that who page did that? Yeah, bro, you got to. Man. Well, yeah, I'm live on YouTube. I'm live on YouTube too. Yeah, but what page is that, Ants? I don't know about folks. I might have to do him on Twitch. Let me see. I'm gonna skim through it and see. I think I did him before. And then I do the OG Santa Claus after that. Let me see. Graham. Cause I remember doing him. He ain't. Nah, I'm gonna skim through it to see. But really, what I'm gonna do, since I know he good for the most part, I'm just gonna. But what the fuck? Oh, is he Grim? I think you spelled it wrong. What's his name? Cause that ain't popping up. Did I spell it right? How's this shit not popping up? Cause I seen his page. It popped up on my home. So why the fuck this shit ain't popping up? I think I subscribed to him though. Yo, my boy. I don't know why the fuck this shit ain't popping up. Let me see. Dennis, did you spell his name the right way? Oh, here we go. Yeah, that's because he only got 800 and something people. That's why. Oh, there we go. All right. Drill Raptor, Temple Run. And he from London.
TT or Twin Trigger is one of
TT Twin Trigger. Where is he from? He's from London. Let me skim through it and see. Scam, 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 scam. Scam, scam, scam. Yeah, that's good. Really, I be cool with the UK too. The only thing with the UK, sometimes they ass be showing, they be tweaking, showing them knife fights and shit. But I don't be worried. And if really, bro, at my page, they tweak more with guns than the knives. I ain't gonna bad to you. London. Hey, y'all. Let me see if they picking up they snoring. All right, I'll let them snake. I was trying to see if y'all heard the dog snoring. London rappers might be the most gangster rappers in the UK. And I seen someone comment, London ain't the most gangster. Well, I'm watching a video about TTCGE. And I think he really get like that. I ain't gonna lie to you. Now, I don't really know if he get like that. But someone from London, I believe you from London. I don't think he's from London. I don't know. Answered you from London? I don't know. But he told me to react to this stuff. So he told me to react to this because he said they get like that. So let's see if they really getting like that in the UK.
One of the most unhinged individuals in the UK drill scene, as he gets slapped with 36 years behind bars, whilst also serving a sentence for attempted murder and being a suspect in another attempted murder with a shotgun.
Off the back, you just heard it off the back. I ain't gonna lie to you, bro. They get wild. Man, are you 2 hours away from London? Dang, as I thought you was from London. Can you put the street sign back, my boy? Why did you have to take the street sign, bro? Like y'all be taking stuff like y'all own the block. Y'all don't own nothing on that block. Put the street sign back.
Where you from?
Whoa. They look like they finna do some gangster stuff. Let me.
What's your weight? What's your name? Why you now this guy's why did you just piss yourself? You pissed yourself.
They got on that with him, bro. I think they just real life just told him he's a goofy in UK language.
Before we get into the video, I just want to say that this video is not to glorify crime in any sort of way, but to provide information on individuals that are part of the UK drill scene. Everything stated in this video is already public information and can be found on forums, articles, and multiple news reports. So with all this being said, let's get straight into the video. Before I get onto the story of TT, I want to quickly look back at the CGE gang that TT was part of. CGE stands for Chad Green Estate in the Newham area of East London. CGE is affiliated with other gangs around the area, such as 15th and Manor Park, but one of the most popular affiliation is with the 7th gang, who are all part of the north side of Newham. CGE will beef the south side of Newham, consisting of gangs like 6th, Custom House, and Canning Town. The beef between the north side and
I don't know why, but the gang Custom House, it sounds like y'all be fixing cars. Like y'all be on the type of time, like on some GTA, Los Santos, Customs type stuff. Yeah, that's what I got when I heard y'all name.
South side of Newham is actually quite intense and has led to a lot of murders over the years. The two sides were actually cool with each other at one point, but this all changed after the death of a CGE member called Captain. 24th of January 2009, a CGE member called Captain, aka Stephen Lewis, was walking on Whitwell Road after attending a charity event to stop youth violence, which is when a couple guys from Custom House spot him and an argument breaks out. I've covered this case before and it's not quite known what the argument was actually about, but it ended with Captain being stabbed multiple times whilst he died in his 16-year-old sister's arms. The sad reality of seeing your...
I ain't gonna lie. That's messed up. I ain't gonna bap to you. Like, his sister is gonna forever be traumatized over this situation. And what make it worse, the ops probably will rap about it. Like, yeah, folks passed away in his sister's arms. I gave her a present. Like, people just be so diabolical.
Your younger brother die in your arms is a different level of pain, And that's why I always emphasize in my videos that the gang life is truly stupid. But after this case, a custom house member called Major was apparently snitched on.
I'm not having no duels with him. No, I'm putting him on the no duel zone. I ain't gonna bap to you straight. I ain't gonna bap to you. Now, y'all finna say I'm a baddie man, but he's buff, swole, whatever you want to call it. You feel me? I know y'all say something different in the UK, but in America, folks, it's swole.
And got slapped with 17 years for the murder of Captain. The case of Stephen Lewis is actually hella sad because he was on the path to leaving the road life and was an advocate to stop youth violence, but his life was taken at just the age of 15. The death of Captain caused a divide in Newham that we hear about today. TT, which stands for Twin Trigger, would also go by different names, such as Times 2, Young Screw, or some people say TT stands for Two Tapped, which is quite fitting once you hear about the things this guy has done. You see, TT really lives by the name Twin Trigger, because where people in the scene would go out stabbing people, TT would be known for shooting his ops. It said that from a young age, Awad Salah, aka
Ling, ping, buff mean ling or ping. Bro, I don't even know what a ling or ping is. Like, you're going to have to explain to me what that is before you say that, because I have no clue what you're talking about right now. If I make an inference, ling sound like Chinese or Asian, and ping, like a penguin or something? I don't know.
TT was a nuisance and would be in and out of the young offenders prison. TT knew older gang members at a young age, and once you surround yourself in that sort of environment, eventually you're going to become part of the gang. It's like the saying goes, if you hang around the barbershop long enough, sooner or later you're going to get a haircut. TT would become one of the most feared gang members in the area because he was going to shoot a lot of his rivals.
No, buff don't mean no. That don't have anything to do with looks. I mean, I guess you could say muscle, but it don't mean you like nobody. I ain't gonna bow to you, buff. Like, cause that's crazy, bro. Because buff is not like yeah, bro. I ain't gonna bow to you. That's kind of crazy to just say that means someone. You feel me? I guess I could kind of understand where y'all's coming from, but that's crazy.
Well known in the scene, who would allegedly shoot a popular ACG member called Young Diz in the stomach, leaving him seriously injured. He would state in a prison freestyle that on the day he didn't even see Young Diz and was simply just letting off shots. He would also continue to mock Young Diz and bring up his mum, who, if you didn't know already, sadly passed away.
I didn't even see Young Diz. I just heard those popping. I didn't even know that was Bandit. A group of 5 aimed and shot in.
TT was seriously unhinged as he would go to...
I ain't gonna lie, I had to crash out, bro. If my OG passed away, then y'all get to dissing. Yeah, I'm sliding. Even if you in jail, I'm gonna have to get locked up just so I can see you.
Allegedly shoot 2 sick gang members on the same day, with another stabbing of a rival in front of his mum. Again, these are alleged and hold no valid proof, but is well-known information in the actual scene. Whilst all this is happening, TT will build his name in the music scene, as he will go on to drop the tune Trips with other CGE members S13 and Mobs, which done quite well at the time. TT will continue dropping music around the 2019 to 2020 period, but gone to commit a chain of violence that led to him sitting behind bars. On February 27, 2021, a custom house member called Filthy will enter a shop in Canning Town. Around 3:30 PM, TT and another CGE member, R3, will pull up in a Range Rover outside the shop after spotting Filthy from afar. The 2 CGE members will enter the shop and push the shopkeeper out of the way in order to get access to the back room where Filthy was speaking to the shop owner. TT and R3 will start stabbing Filthy multiple times until he ran to the storeroom toilet and locked himself in.
How the bathrooms is out there, bro? Cause I ain't gonna lie to you, bro. I'm thinking how the bathrooms is. Can't they just slide up under the stall like, I see you on game, but then you could get the step it on them. But at the same time, I don't know what type of bathroom we talking about. Because if you go into the little bathroom where they could just slide up under, there's no point of going in that unless you plan to stomp on them.
TT would attempt to break the toilet door, but to no avail, which is when the pair would run out the shop and speed off in the rain.
Bro, what type of toilet door y'all got going on, bro? Because I ain't going to lie to you. I would have instantly, boom, kicked down them. Here's Johnny. And I ain't going to lie to you. I know it's not that hard to kick down a door, bro. Because someone kicked down our door before. And it was like, doom, 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 boom. They up in it. My dog got to tweak it and stuff.
Range Rover. Police and ambulance was called to the scene, and Filthy luckily survived the attack. It's quite evident that TT and R3 on that day were looking to murder Filthy, but the only reason he survived was because he was able to escape and lock himself in the toilet. Following this, the police will gather
lock himself in the toilet. You see, that's that UK language, you feel me? Like, bro, when you say lock himself in the toilet, what I picture, and I'm pretty sure what most Americans go picture when you say lock yourself in the toilet, we go think that you literally going inside the toilet and you locking yourself in the toilet. The thing that you use the bathroom. Because ain't no one finna say, oh yeah, I'm finna go to the toilet in America. We don't say that. You go to the bathroom. Some people say the restroom, but it's the bathroom, you feel me?
information, but Filthy wouldn't give the names of the people involved. Using CCTV footage and statements, the police were able to get the names Howard Salah and Rama Williams, aka TT and R3. TT, now knowing he was being investigated for the attempted murder, would allegedly go on the run in an attempt to avoid arrest. TT was avoiding arrest.
You could tell he got motion. You could tell he got motion up in jail. Folks got like a whole bunch of, he got the cokes, all the little, he got motion up in there. This is called jail motion. I ain't gonna back to you.
Was hungry for a body because on the 26th of April 2021, at around 2:40 p.m, a Land Rover will pull close to a Custom House member called Young Grinner, aka Junior Jar. Grinner would walk towards the car, and in a matter of seconds, he was shot in the chest. The driver of the Land Rover, who was identified as TT, would hop out the car and walk towards Grinner, who was already on the floor bleeding. He then proceeds to stab him twice in the chest with a large knife before hopping back in the car and driving off.
You see, and this is what I mean, bro. It's just in y'all system to do that type of stuff, because it's like, bro, I don't think, like, you gotta real life don't like a person. You gotta really hate a person for you to do some stuff like that in America. But it seemed like this a normal thing for y'all. Our gang members is not doing that, bro. If a gang member pops someone and then walk up to him and stab him, you gonna be like, whoa. We gonna be like, whoa. Well, what did Brady do to make them that mad? But in the UK, that's just like that's what y'all do. Like that's kind of crazy, bro. Y'all a little bit overdoing it, if you ask me.
Police and ambulance were later called to the scene, but despite their best effort to save Junior's life, he later passed away at just the age of 18. Literally 4 years after the unsolved murder of his older brother, Ahmed Jar. An investigation will now be launched on the murder of Young Grinner, aka Junior Jar. TT and R3 will now be caught and arrested for the attempted murder of Filthy, the gang member who they attacked inside the store. Both suspects denied their involvement in the attack, but were convicted on all charges by a jury on the 22nd of October 2021. TT was convicted of attempted murder, possession of both an offensive weapon and a knife, and possession of a Class B drug. And R3 was convicted of attempted murder, possession of an offensive weapon.
Is they in jail right now? Because I'm assuming I think someone said this is jail, but it do look a little bit like, it look kind of clean. It look kind of clean up in there. I ain't gonna lie to you. Is this the jail?
In a public place, and possession of a Class B drug. It's rumoured that TT was seen smiling and grinning whilst the charges were being read out. He would then be sentenced after all jurors found him guilty. On March 7, 2022, TT was jailed for 21 years, with 16 years being served in prison. while all three were sentenced to 17 years imprisonment, including 12 in prison. Police say the remaining 5 years of each sentence will be served on an extended license. While all this is going on,
served on an extended license. That's like probation. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. It kind of looked like a college dorm. But the reason why I kind of knew it was a jail, just because when they turned it over to the side, you could kind of see the bed, and then the back, it got like the little sheets. And then the other picture that they shown, they had like the Coca-Cola and all that stuff. I'm like, oh yeah, they in jail for sure. But just looking at it from the angle that they get it, it looked like they like in a college dorm or something.
And TT's been sentenced, the police are still investigating the death of young Grinner. The police later found the Land Rover, which has been set on fire, but forensic examination found Grinner's DNA on a door. Further examination will find a fingerprint belonging to Rio Burton Devine, who's a CGE member called S13. Phone analysis showed messages between S13 and TT being in contact before the murder of Grinner, stating that they were going to go on a ride out. TT, who was now
so it's like y'all know y'all gonna be going to jail. Y'all know y'all be going to jail. Cause it's like it's no way I'm finna be texting, I'm finna go do some stuff like that. Ain't no way possible, especially with bro, a random person could hack your stuff. So what you think the police gonna be able to do? Just think about it.
now sitting in jail for the attempted murder of Filthy, was now also found as a suspect in the murder of young Grinner. TT and S13 would deny involvement, despite analysis placing both of them in the Land Rover that was part of Grinner's murder.
So is it normal to have phones inside the UK? Because it's like I be seeing like sometimes Americans, they be having phones up in there, but lots of people don't be having phones like that. But is it normal for y'all to have phones up in jail? Because I be seeing lots of dudes, even the people that look like they don't got no money, be having phones in the UK. I was like, how do they get a phone in jail? A phone is like $5,000 in jail or something. I'm like, boy, what you talking about to get an iPhone? $5,000 on game.
The investigation into Grinner's murder was a very long one, but the police kept on searching and gathering evidence. And on the 9th of May 2024, Rio Burton Devine, aka S13, was sentenced to life with a minimum of 31 years in prison. Awad Salah, aka TT, was sentenced to life with a minimum of 36 years for the murder of young Grinner. The craziest thing about all this is 4 days before the murder of Grinner, TT had allegedly tried to shoot another op with a shotgun after hopping out of a stolen car.
Dang. Mr. Hop out and get.
It's safe to say that TT is not seeing the outside world anytime soon, as he's only 25 years old, but the years he's been given, he'll be around 70 years old before he can even think about coming out of prison. And it's probably for the best that he remains behind bars. TT has some serious mental health issues, because whilst in court, he would appear unbothered by everything going on and would even be interrupting the judge at.
You said he got some serious mental health issues. That's kind of crazy to say. That's one of the first time I heard one of these people just say that about someone that's doing diabolical actions. Because it's normal. This is pretty normal in the UK drill culture. So to just say that means all of them do then. You feel me? Let's be real now. If you're going to say this guy, we got to put that title on Digger D. The only one that's not is Central C. Because Central C, he ain't doing none of this stuff. You feel me? That's the only one that's got the logical, mentally sane mind. And we don't condone anything inside this educational documentary.
Times to make jokes. There's a chance that TT would actually spend his whole life locked up, because it's also alleged that he was involved in the murder of a rival gang member called Yellow.
Not Yellow. No. Not Yellow. But no, this is real life crazy. Like the UK, bro. Y'all be trying to say America is like not as smart as y'all, but when I see this stuff, y'all be on the same level as America when it comes to intelligence. I'm not gonna bad to you. Y'all be posting about what y'all do. talk about it through the phones. Like, I thought y'all was smarter till I watched the videos. Y'all on the same level as us. I ain't gonna bap to you. So don't come in here trying to say, oh, America's not smart. Because we are. We very smart. We one of the most intelligent countries, if you ain't know. But if you watch this all the way through, I know you messing with another video. So go ahead and go watch another educational, informational documentary like this, because we don't condone anything inside this video at all. But don't forget to subscribe to watch more informational documentaries like this. On game. Florida. Yeah, you know, Florida, you know, if you do your research on Florida man, the Florida man is one of the most intelligent people in America. The Florida man. I ain't gonna back to you. Like, I don't think y'all UK people is smarter than the Florida man. Like, I don't think the UK people are smarter than the Florida man, bro. Yo, my boy Carter with the Cartier on game. Carter with the Cartier. You already know. Let me get my charger. Man, I had to get a charger, bro. Bro, y'all can't be up in here just doing this type of stuff, man. On game, I let y'all be in here while I'm working, but y'all be in the way, bro. Why is you laying up on the stitching cord? Like, bro, just be doing stuff, man. Be tweaking. Judging by the haircuts, I would have to disagree. Bro, I don't think, bro, do you know Kodak is one of the most smartest rappers. That's what you don't know. Like, y'all go off the internet, but you don't even know that Kodak was the smartest person in his classroom. On game, let's start there. So when you find that out, you real life think of things differently when you find out that Kodak was the valedictorian of his classroom. You feel me? So take that in consideration before you say someone is not smart in Florida on game. Yes, bro. You think this funny. You think this funny, bro. Man, let's see. Y'all got any General, that was you. What you say? I forgot what you requested, General. The heart must be low in America. I mean, bro. I'm just letting you know, bro. Like what it is. Oh, that was Ghost. That was Ghost that said that on game. I'm like, it's either Ghost or General. I knew it was one of y'all. Honey Bunch Oats, one of the best cities. What just make you come in here and say this, bro? You just come in the Honey Oats. Cool out, brother. Cool. No, it's not. No, where are you from? Where are you from, brother? Just don't come in, and they good. I'm not finna say they not good. I do like me some Cheerios, bro. I do like some Cheerios, but don't come in here with this type of nah, bro. The UK ain't gonna bap to you. Lil Durk and them, they made the UK look nice, bro. When I seen the music video, bro, I watched that song "Truth in a Lie." just so I could see how the UK look. I was like, dang, the UK look nice, bro. It look like it's sunny every day out there. But it's not sunny every day. They just choose to record a video on one of the best days in the nicest areas. That's how it be. Okay. Fruity Pebbles. Okay. You see, Fruity Pebbles be slept on. And you see, the thing is, bro, when we was younger, you couldn't admit that you liked Fruity Pebbles, bro. Like back in the day, if you admitted that you liked Fruity Pebbles, you already knew what was gonna happen, bro. Like, bro, you in middle school and you telling people that you eating Fruity Pebbles, bro. No. But now as an adult, I can say I like Fruity Pebbles. You feel me? I do like Fruity Pebbles, but back in the day, you could catch me admitting I like Fruity Pebbles. You could catch me admitting that, bro. Someone be like, "Hey, you mess with Fruity Pebbles, man? You know I only eat Cocoa Pebbles. What are you talking about, bro? I'm not eating no motherfucking Fruity Pebbles." But man, y'all eat Fruity Pebbles, and as I know y'all got Fruity Pebbles in the UK, bro. I know y'all be eating them, bro. Like, you feel me? I know the name is like crazy, but it's like, man, stop, Ocean. I know you ate some Fruity Pebbles before, bro. You ate Fruity Pebbles before. Y'all don't have Fruity Pebbles, bro? Oh, you said what? The Betty Man talk. Oh, y'all don't get Fruity Pebbles? Dang. Oh my God, bro. Dang. That do sound like some Betty Man stuff. Hey, I'm not gonna lie to you. That do sound like some Betty Man stuff, especially if you don't got no Fruity Pebbles at all. And then you just hear someone talking about, yeah, we be eating no Fruity Pebbles. It's a very good cereal. I ain't gonna lie to you. Like it's very good. I ain't gonna bap to you, bro. Real deal, bro. It's one. Do y'all got Cinnamon Toast Crunch? Y'all gotta have Cinnamon Toast Crunch out there, bro. I ain't gonna bap to you, bro. I'm messing with Cinnamon Toast Crunch. Oh yeah. But what you said, Captain Crunch. You said Captain Crunch. I mess with Captain Crunch, but it be making the top of my mouth hurt. Cookie Crisp, bro. I remember when Cookie Crisp first came out, bro. I wanted that so bad, bro. I love Cookie Crisp, bro. And the best part about Cookie Crisp, bro, I eat Cookie Crisp just without it. Just cookies, okay? Cocoa Puffs. I ain't gonna bap to you. I used to like anything that used to make the milk turn chocolate. I ain't gonna bap to you, bro. Golden Mercedes is kind of the same thing. Most definitely. I ain't gonna lie. I did. You didn't mess with cereal? That's crazy. You ain't mess with cereal, bro. Like cereal, bro? Sorry to ask. This, but they want to hit a blow at this. Oh, you talking about this? I'm rolling up right now. I'm rolling up right now. Okay. No, that's crazy, bro. Y'all gotta import some Fruity Pebbles, bro. The UK, bro, y'all gotta import Fruity Pebbles. I ain't going back to you, bro. Everyone's at the UK. I don't know if the y'all probably if the UK don't got them, that mean the Netherlands don't got them. So the Netherlands don't got Fruity Pebbles. Ireland don't got Fruity Pebbles. Yeah, you know I mess with Tricks. I ain't gonna trick. Tricks is like the ball, the balls version of Fruity Pebbles. I ain't gonna bap to you. Tricks, that's what it really is. Keep that fruity shit in you. Nah, man, y'all gotta do it, bro. Y'all gotta understand, bro. I know y'all remember, bro. Oh, so you think America the only one with them Fruity Pebbles? Nah, bro. Canada got Fruity Pebbles. Canada got Fruity Pebbles for sure. On game. Canada eat them. Frosted mini wheats. I actually mess with the strawberry ones of those, bro. I mess with the strawberry ones of those. I ain't gonna bap to you. It's 12 pounds. $12 for some Fruity Pebbles, bro? What? That's diabolical, bro. That's not, they doing y'all dirty in the UK, bro. Apple Jacks. I mess with Apple Jacks, bro. I mess with them. I used to love the commercials of Apple Jacks. I ain't gonna bap to you. The commercials of Apple Jacks, bro. I used to watch that as a kid. I used to be like, damn, bro, that shit busting. I ain't gonna lie to you. Damn, bro, that's $15? Nah, bro, I would not be eating no Fruity Pebbles either, bro. I ain't gonna bap to you, bro. I would not be paying $15 for a box of Fruity Pebbles, bro. They overwhoop it out there. I ain't gonna bap to you, bro. That's crazy. Reese's Puffs. Bro, on gang, I messed with the Reese's Puffs. Everybody remember that. Good too. Pops. You talking about them yellow cereals? It's them yellow cereals. Bro, you said eat it fruity. Bro, you gotta understand, back in the day, bro, Fruity Pebbles had John Cena. It was Team Fruity versus Team Coco on gang. It was Team Fruity versus Team Coco. So you had to choose if you was Team Fruity or Team Coco, bro. I ain't gonna back to you. Lots of people was Team Fruity, but they ain't want to say they was Team Fruity. I ain't gonna back to you, bro. Y'all remember those commercials with John Cena being the mascot for the Fruity Pebbles and stuff? And it was like, I hope it wasn't Dwayne Wade. I hope it wasn't Dwayne Wade. Because I'm like, was Dwayne Wade for the Cocoa Pebbles? Because I'm going to be like, nah, bro. Oh, who phoned them that be with that weird stuff? Is it Dwayne Wade or Dwight Howard? Or both of them be with that? I don't know. Who was the Cocoa Pebbles? It was Shaq. What's your favorite food store over there? My favorite food store? Like, bro, I get my food from Walmart, bro. I ain't gonna lie to you. Walmart be the fucking cheapest, bro. Walmart be the cheapest. I ain't gonna bap to you. Oh. Like fast food and all that. On game. The best place that I'll go to, real deal. For chicken, I go to Sharks. I be going to Sharks. But if I'm not going to Sharks, I don't go to KFC. I go to Popeyes. If I'm gonna go to like a fast food chicken spot like that, like a mainstream one, I go to Popeyes. But real deal, my favorite food place though is in the hood. I ain't gonna lie to you. By my old hood, 90th commercial. That's where it's at. Church's Chicken. Church's Chicken. Sharks. Sharks in Chicago. Yeah, I mean it be knockoffs. I mean I'm pretty sure everybody got his little be trying to have his little knockoffs of Sharks. But Sharks, that Chicago work on game. Like Harold's Chicken, that's Chicago work on game. Nah, Popeyes is better. That's what I'm saying. Popeyes is better than KFC. I ain't gonna bap to you. But Jamaican food, we to go in the UK. Jamaican food like jerk chicken? Like jerk chicken and stuff? That's the Jamaican food, right? Jerk chicken. Nah, that's crazy, bro. That's crazy. Y'all don't be eating no fruity pebbles, so I ain't gonna bap to you, bro. Yeah, that's what I like to hear, bro. That's what I like to hear, bro. Popeyes is so different, bro. I ain't gonna lie to you. And KFC, bro, I ain't gonna bap. At one point, KFC did used to be good, bro. It did used to be good at one. I ain't gonna say KFC was just trash forever, but it ended up getting trash at one point, bro. I don't know what point it got trash. I don't know if it's still good out there for y'all. But at one point, bro, KFC just got like trash, bro. I ain't gonna lie to you, bro. KFC got like trash. Like no one not even going to that. Like if it is, it's gonna be like some middle class Caucasian person going to KFC. Like that's they type of stuff now. I ain't gonna back to you. Wing stuff, man. Ring stuff, that's busted. But yeah, like the only people that's eating that, like you gotta have, I feel ain't no poor person going out their way to eat KFC no more. Even though it's not even expensive, it's just like you can spend your money on something. Like I only see people that really got money, like they don't know what to do with their money, I guess. So they go get KFC. I don't know, bro. Cause I know I'm not finna spend my last money on some KFC, bro. That's diabolical, bro. I ain't gonna lie to you. Bone in or boneless. I ain't gonna lie to you, bro. It depends. Now I get bone in, but boneless be cheaper. Now boneless be cheaper. So it depends on how my money is looking. So it's like if I got enough money, I'll probably get tradition. I get the bone in, but if my money ain't looking too, you feel me? And I want to give me a little bit more, I get boneless. KFC, you hit rock bottom. Are you spending? On game. Boneless easy. I ain't gonna lie. It depends on where it's at though, cause I be going to. Oh, you talking about Wingstop? Wingstop, I get boneless. But at Sharks, I get the full chicken wing at Sharks. But Sharks, that's like more so a local place though. I ain't gonna back you. What state got the best food? I'm not gonna sit here and lie to you, bro. Down south food is better. Like everybody try to overgas Chicago food, but I feel the people that gas up Chicago food haven't traveled enough. I ain't gonna bap to you, bro. I know it's a Dave House Chicken in Indiana. It's one in Indiana, and that's not that far. I feel like down south, they chicken be like different. Yeah, every state got its own little thing. Like Chicago, bro. If you want, I feel like for Chicago, bro, if you want bro, because I won't even say Chicago got the best chicken for real, because me personally, bro, every down south state I went to had better chicken than Chicago, in my opinion. Because it's like, I ain't gonna lie to you, when it comes to lemon pepper, and mild sauce, Chicago do better. But outside of that, like, bro, look, bro, you could go down south, right? And you know all them flavors that Wingstop be having, you could get that from a local restaurant, bro. You could get Wingstop flavors at a local restaurant down south. And it be buzzing. And then it's hella food trucks down south. You go to Florida, Texas. I didn't really see that many food trucks No, I did see food trucks in Atlanta. It just wasn't as many. You go down south, food trucks, bro, and they be bust all those little shits on Instagram, that food that y'all be seeing on Instagram. Lots of that shit be from food trucks down south. Bro. That shit is amazing, bro. Ghost, you lucky, bro. Ghost, you got all the food trucks around you, bro. I ain't gonna lie to you. Ghost got all the food trucks around him. I've been to Houston and I got a ticket in fucking Humble. Do you know what fucking Humble at? I don't like Humble at all, bro. I hate Humble. The police is so fucking petty out there. They don't got nothing better to do with their time, bro. Houston, I love Houston though. Humble, man, that shit pissed me off, bro. I fucking hated Humble. Bro, you tripping, Ants. That's that UK stuff, bro. That's that UK stuff, Ants. I ain't gonna back to you, bro. You come to America, bro, and you go down south to the food truck, bro. You gonna be like, bro, what the fuck? You gonna be like, that shit busting. I ain't gonna lie to you. But yeah, oh no, bro. I see the food truck in the UK, bro. Boy, I see some wild stuff in that UK food truck, and they was making potatoes with tuna up on it. I'm like, oh, they get it wild at them trucks. They said, give me the extra. Slap that tuna up on that motherfucker. And then he put some brown sauce or something on that. Man, get the fuck out of here, bro. What the fuck? Gang, I'm telling you. Ghost got already in Florida, bro. They got all the food trucks, bro. Like, it be busting, bro. I'm trying to tell y'all, bro, with them food trucks, bro. Them food trucks be better than some of them restaurants, bro. If you eat pork, you're GD. Hey, gang. Hey, gang. Hey, gang. What is you talking about right now, bro? What are you talking about, bro? I ain't gonna lie to you, bro. Talk about why would you say that? Who told you this? And this crazy. My grandpa was talking about how the moles. They'd be like, yeah, the mole. When I was locked up, the moles, they'd be like, woo up the bim, don't eat no pork. But then they'd see me eating my pork chop, and they'd be like, hey V, you got an extra pork chop? I thought you was Muslim, gang. Why you asking if I got an extra pork chop? So my grandpa said them moles be trying they be trying to sneak and eat them pork chops and stuff. I ain't gonna back to you. Man, what you one of the moles? Hey Kings. Hey Kings, what you one of the moles? I think we got a mole up in here. Oh well. If you comment all well back, I know you a mo. On game. On game. If he comment all well back, he a mo. What things do I hate about the UK? All right, off the back, the gun laws. The gun laws horrible, but everybody know the UK gun laws is horrible. The weather. It's like, I ain't gonna lie to you. It seems like y'all get cold out there, so you only could be there certain times. He said the accent. The accent. I'm actually getting used to the UK accent now. I'm not gonna lie to you. Like, I'm kind of getting used to it now. The food. I'm not gonna say the food. I'm not gonna say the food is just bad. I ain't gonna say the food is bad because people inside the UK were saying they was inside the white areas when they be eating their food. So I'm gonna take that with a grain of salt because some people in the UK said they was eating white people food. And it's like if someone come to America and say American food is bad because they eating white people food, I'm gonna be like, hey gang, you tweaking, bro. I ain't gonna lie to you, bro. You at the wrong location if you think that food, you're not getting the right food. Yeah, bro. And I don't want to be out here, bro. I don't like this. I don't like this at all, bro. Hey, I'm planning to move down south, bro. I need to move down south, bro. Like I'm tired of being in the Midwest, bro. I don't like the Midwest no more. I don't like I can't deal with this no more, bro. I ain't gonna lie to you because it's like even on in the summertime, sometimes you might get some days where it's a little bit kind of chilly. Like, bro, why is it sometimes getting cold in the summertime? Like, bro, I want it to be hot, but I ain't gonna lie, the weather do be nice in the summertime because we get the perfect type of temperature. But sometimes we get them little off days, and it's like, gang, that's crazy. That's what I'm saying. Florida, bro, you come to Florida, bro. You come to Florida in the wintertime, bro, it be like 60 degrees out there, bro. My cousin, I swear to God, my cousin be blowing me, bro. He be like, man, it's cold as hell, cuzzo. You gonna need a jacket. What's the weather? He said, it's gonna be 60s all this week. I damn near bugged up. Telling me it's gonna be 60s all this week. Nigga, it's December. 60 degrees is amazing in December. What are you talking about, brother? you said that like that's a bad thing. 60 degrees in December, gang? But they be cold. They be cold. I be like, bro, what are you talking about, gang, bro? Y'all be over whooping. Florida people be blowing me sometimes, bro. They be quick to try to pull out a big jacket, bro. Y'all be quick. Hey, bro, let it hit 50 degrees outside, bro. Florida people go pull out the big old winter jacket. They go pull out the fur jacket on the motherfucker. It's 50 degrees outside of Florida. Boy, y'all be overdoing it. I ain't gonna bap to you. I gotta chill on that. Man, everybody mess with Florida, bro. But the UK do got free healthcare, but it's like I ain't gonna bap to you. I don't want to live in a cold place no more, bro. I'm like I can't do it no more, bro. Especially like right now, it's okay now. I got through the hard part. Even the UK, because I'm pretty sure it's kind of like the same out there, bro. We got through the hard part. And then it's finna be cool. We ain't gonna deal with no snow and none of that. But once that snow come around again, I ain't gonna lie to you. He said, if the healthcare worth it though. I mean, the UK said, bro, they always could go to the doctor, bro, on game. Like the UK, bro, they don't gotta worry about getting the STD because they could always go to the doctor, bro. You know, there's some people in America right now that can't afford to get the medicine for their STD on game. Currently, bro, it's someone right now that's burning and can't go to the hospital to fix their burning in America. So just remember that, bro. Just remember that. But luckily, bro, luckily for us poor people, depending on what state you in, you feel me? Now look, let me tell you something. Let me tell you something now. These things sound the same. Yeah, no, it is the same. People can't afford to get them STD stuff, boy. That stuff be costing money, boy. You can't just be out here, boy, doing stuff all willy-nilly like that, boy. This stuff, You better have insurance. you out here playing crazy, bro. Not wrap it up, bro. You better have insurance. That's all I tell people, bro. People be playing crazy, bro. On game. I know someone, bro. He didn't have no insurance, got burnt. Folks had to wait for his check to come to even. Folks had to wait for his check to come to even get the stuff. Folks was burning for a week straight, waiting for his check to come. You gotta go to work burning, gang. On gang, just like that, bro. Man, you could go through the emergency room though, and then they just send the bill to you though, and then you're just gonna be in debt till you pay it. Man, we moving down south, bro. On game, everybody sliding down south, bro. You know how it is, bro. And I remember my cousin used to say Florida was so cheap. I remember when Florida was super cheap for y'all, bro. On game, we coming out there, bro. We finna make it more expensive by the day. My cousin used to brag about how cheap everything Florida is. I'm like, boy, Florida is a tourist state now, bro. Y'all finna overwax for everything in a second, bro. You think they finna keep up, boy? Too many people coming out there on game. We finna wax people. Waxing time. UK, we got Carnival, man. Hey gang, we got carnivals. Y'all need to slide to America, bro. Do you know what you could do in America, gang? You could turn up in America, bro. On gang, real life. Think about it, bro. I slide. When I get motion, I slide to the UK though. But I ain't gonna back to you, bro. In America, bro, imagine what you could do in America, bro. Think about it, bro. We the land of the free, home of the brave, bro. On game, bro. We do whatever we want out here, bro. Real deal, bro. It's like us Americans, bro. We run this country, bro. We run this country, bro. They don't be running nothing over here, bro. We really run the country over here, okay? No back, real deal. So it's like, you touch down out here, bro, it's gonna be a movie. It's gonna be a movie, bro. Soon as you touch down, bro, you slide to Florida, you gonna see some things. You gonna be like, man, you gonna be like, whoa. Florida is a nice, crazy, spooky, hilarious place. I ain't gonna lie to you. That's Florida right there. Nice, scary, crazy, spooky, hilarious. On game. That's how Florida get. I love Florida though. I love it. Like I feel like if you want to get the best vibes, bro, I say if you could go to any state for your first time coming to America, bro, I honestly recommend Florida. Real deal, bro. I recommend Florida, or I recommend it depends on what you want, cause you could get the Zion, Florida, but if you want to be able to smoke this out legally, I say slide to Vegas is low key busting, cause you could get the best of all worlds out there. But if you want to be busting, Florida, nice weather. Texas be lit, but I feel they more stricter with the laws. Yeah, Vegas, bro. But Vegas is cheaper than Cali though. That's why I like Vegas. Vegas is expensive, but it's cheaper than Cali. You feel me? Like, especially with gas. Like if you wanna save money on gas, bro, go to Nevada. Cause that gas in Cali, bro, that is so, man, that's diabolical. Man, bro, I ain't gonna bap to you. It depends. Sometimes, real deal, bro. I sometimes make a little text now number on game. She play crazy. I text the text now number on her like, hey, shorty, stop playing crazy with me, man. Okay, you know I could make a text now on game. What are you talking about? Or you could just hit her with the no call ID. You could just hit her with the no call ID. Boom, on game. You see, you pulling up. Oh, no, you tweaking. You tweaking. No, don't. No, that's not what you need to do. No, just just call her on the text now number and be like, yo, like, can we watch a movie? I'm sorry. Like, bro, what are you doing, bro? No, chat, tell him that he tweaking. I'm down the road for a spot on game. He said, "Boy, bride, folks, did it." You see, Ghost. Bad influence. Okay. Let's see. Now time to get into this OG Santa Claus. Lots of kids finna be sad when y'all find out about Santa Claus. Not the Santa Claus that y'all thinking about, though. The OG Santa Claus. Yeah, y'all gonna be like, man, is this the real Santa Claus? I mean, I don't know. His name is Santa Claus. He might be the real Santa Claus. Let's figure out what OG Santa Claus got going on.
Welcome to Hood War Stories. In this episode, I'll be discussing the life of Santa Claus. Alberto Von Cotto, also known as Santa Claus, was a second-generation member of the Rolling 20 neighborhood Bloods. During the 1950s and 60s, a gang called Blood Alley existed on Cordova Street, near where the Santa Monica Freeway is today.
Cali traffic is so bad, bro. That's why I don't be wanting, like, you feel me? Cali traffic is bad, bro.
In the early 1970s, as Blood Alley began to fade away, the youths from this neighborhood continued the Blood identity. In 1971, they began with the name In Hood. They added the Rolling 20s between 1975 and 1977.
Unc too drunk off that beer. Unc is too drunk off that beer.
At some point between 1977 and 1979, they added Blood to their name. In the 70s, they had two main cliques, 25th and 27th Street. Originally being the Vermont Villain Boys, the 29th Street clique was formed on the south end of the neighborhood towards Jefferson. Santa Claus got initiated into the Rolling 20s when he was only 16 years old. From the start, he was determined to display that he was the ultimate gangster and to position the Rolling 20s to be a top blood neighborhood across LA County. As a teenager, his gangbanging was bold and came with no fear. At 17, Santa Claus would be flamed up wherever he went. Red house shoes, red rags, and chucks with red laces. On a few occasions, his open display would backfire on him. One day, Santa Claus went head up and fought 6'5" Deuce Hoovers outside the swimming pool at Expo Park. He got packed out.
Bro, come on now. Like, I understand people be trying to prove a point that they not scared, but like, bro, it's about being smart. Like, I ain't gonna lie to you. I'm not scared of y'all individually. I'm scared of y'all together. I ain't gonna lie to you. And that's being scary. I mean, I don't really think that's scary. That's just kind of being smart, because once all y'all together, that's when I need to leave. But I ain't scared none of y'all individually. You feel me? But y'all together, y'all already know y'all gonna win that battle. So why even go through that?
But it showcased how fearless and frontline he was. It's no one Santa Claus hated more than the Harlem Crips, who were the 20s' lifelong foe and primary rival, located just south of them. His ill feelings and hatred toward the Harlems would be expressed on many occasions. Allegedly, Santa Claus deboed members of their gang so many times that he was the sole reason they began to start using guns. When gunplay came into effect, Santa Claus would pay a visit to a rival Crips' home each Christmas and kill them. But this terror inflicted by Santa Claus was year-round, not just on Christmas.
So, okay, so this Santa Claus is not the type of Santa Claus that you want to come to your house on Christmas. Like, if this Santa Claus is at your house on Christmas, that might be your last Christmas. I ain't gonna lie to you. We don't condone anything inside this documentary.
And it wasn't one-sided. One night in 1981, the Harlem Crips caught Santa Claus sipping walking home from his girlfriend's house. They got up on him and shot him at point-blank range. They left him in the alley thinking he was dead, but he survived and shocked his enemies 1 week later by walking down Exposition, which is in his enemy's territory, wearing a red rag over his head. As his reputation grew,
I ain't gonna bap to you, bro. Birdie got a pride problem. He an example of having too much pride. Like, ain't no way y'all just blick me down and the next week I'm inside y'all hood walking around. No, hey, I might move. I got a second chance to live, breathe. I'm gone.
His name became feared among hoods across South Central. By the mid-80s, Santa Claus was a respected OG and a shot caller who was directing play calls. At that point, the war with the Harlem 30s was ongoing and only seemed to be intensifying. Santa Claus thought it would be a good strategy to change war tactics. At that time, the Rollin' 30's closest ally was the Rollin' 60 Crips. During the mid-80s, plenty of Crip factions were clicking up due to the rising Crip-on-Crip violence. Under Santa Claus's leadership, the 20s decided to conduct a kill mission dressed in all blue. Their target location was the intersection of Dinker and Jefferson Boulevard, a Rollin' 30 stronghold, but a location that was openly visible. As the 20s approached Dinker, they spotted a group of Harlem 30s in clear view. The faces of the Harlem 30s were confused. One of the 20s then yelled out, "West Side 60 Crip." The 20s then began to let off numerous shots in rapid succession. As the third target was shot and dropped, the 20s sped away and returned to their safe haven. Mission accomplished. Casualties on both sides.
They real life took, you feel me? And this why do y'all just stand out? You see, and the thing is, in those type of states, I understand why y'all be outside, because I come to Cali or somewhere and you just want to be outside on the block. It feel nice outside. Now out here, you feel me? Once the sun go down, it's gonna start to get chilly. You feel me? Unless we inside the dead of summer, then you know that's when people are outside and stuff.
Continued. In the early 1980s, the Rollin' 20 Bloods had 3 cliques: 25th Street, 27th Street, and 29th Street. The Harlem 30s also had 3 cliques at that time: the Dinkers, the Avenues, and the 39th Street faction. At that time, Santa Claus and OG Head were key in expanding the Rollin' 20s by securing turf by enlisting the 2nd Avenue gangsters to become a part of the Rollin' 20 Bloods. The avenues were named for the streets between Arlington and Crenshaw Boulevard. The Rollin' 30s and the Rollin' 60s also had cliques of the same name at that time. In 1985, Santa Claus called a hood meeting for all cliques at Lauren Miller Park to officially establish that the 2nd Avenues are a legitimate clique. The 2nd Avenues arrived shortly after, and everyone began to celebrate. The 20s had now expanded to 4 cliques and were elevating their status as a premier blood gang in LA County. In doing so, the Rollin' 20 Bloods expanded land area to having arguably the largest blood gang territory in Los Angeles. Their neighborhood not only covered the West Adams area from Vermont to Crenshaw.
Bro, they area looked like a what's that animal? It looked like a little duck. Kind of looked like a duck, something that floated in the water.
But now extended north passing Washington, Venice Boulevard, and Pico between Crenshaw and Western Avenue. But their celebration was being watched. Not long into the meeting, groups of Harlem Crips descended into their neighborhood and started attacking both sides of their park, boxing them in. Santa Claus immediately sprinted toward the east end of the park in an attempt to combat the attack. Once in range, Santa Claus extended his right arm and fired 3 shots at his enemies. 1 Crip down, Santa Claus fired 2.
Santa Claus is giving out a lot of presents. I ain't gonna back to you, bro. I don't want no present from this Santa Claus.
More shots. Another crib down. The Harlem's attack had backfired on them. They picked the injured homies up and threw them in the car. And the Harlem's attack had.
Hey, that look a little bit kind of like, you know, a little bit freaky. Like you trying to show your shoulders off or something, brother. Why is you doing that? Folks just got his thumbs up like, good job, brother. No.
It backfired on them. They picked the injured homies up and threw them in the car and quickly sped away. As the South End war front heightened against the Harlem Crips, the 27th, 25th, and 29th Street clique launched attacks that extended beyond their enemy's main base of operation. Several Crip factions began to click up to slow down the 20s' offensive attacks. On the west side, the Harlems clicked up with the 60s, and in the deep west, the Harlem 30s could be seen kicking it with the Showline Crips at Venice Beach. So one day, Santa Claus ordered a few carloads of 20 members to slide into Showline territory in hopes of finding some rolling 30s. When they arrived, their hopes came into fruition as they spotted Harlem 30s on the Venice boardwalk. Both equal in numbers, the collision escalated into a large-scale gang fight. Law enforcement arrived deep shortly after, and many were arrested from both sides that day. Meanwhile, back on the home front, the 20s struck back at the Harlem 30s on a personal level. Both sides knew each other by names and knew where each other lived. Santa Claus started to target the home tactic, and many homes were hit, including the home of a high-ranking OG from Harlem. One night, the OG threw a party for his Harlem homies. As the party was going, Santa Claus bust down the door and began shooting at everyone in the party. Multiple Harlem members wound up dead that night.
I ain't gonna lie. He a gangster. Cause it's like, bro, it's a different. I was finna say, bro, don't tell me they just starting to shoot up people's houses. Like, that's goofy behavior if you just shooting up people's houses. You don't even know who up it that you just shooting up the person's house. But kicking down the door and then doing it, he on a different type of time. We don't condone anything inside this educational documentary.
Word began to spread quickly of Santa Claus's actions, and people were beginning to think he was untouchable. Santa Claus would spend a good portion of the next 7 years in prison. Santa Claus was released from prison in 1992. As a welcome home gift, members of the 20s laced him up with plenty of dope and cash. Shortly after being fresh out, Santa Claus took command of the war campaign against the Schoolyard Crips. The Schoolyard Crips were the 20s' hated enemy to the west. Skirmishes on their border of Crenshaw occurred frequently. During that time, Santa Claus found a girlfriend on Bronson Avenue. She mirrored his gangster ways, selling dope out of her one-bedroom apartment and carrying a pair of twin .380 chrome pistols. But on January 13th, 1993, the gang world was shocked when they discovered Santa Claus had been murdered. The 20s instantly pointed the finger at the Schoolyard Crips. By nightfall, all cliques of the Rolling 20s gathered at the headquarters, Lauren Miller Park, to discuss a revenge plan. That night, 5 Crip hoods were all hit simultaneously. The Harlem Crips, the Schoolyard Crips, the West Boulevard Crips, the Rolling 40 Crips, and the 5-5 Neighborhood Crips.
Bro, I ain't gonna bat to you. They don't play about Santa Claus. I ain't gonna lie to you. Yes, took away they Santa Claus. You know people don't play about they Santa Claus. I ain't gonna lie to you.
The message was sent clear that night that the Rolling 20s went in blood. The Harlem Crips and the Schoolyard Crips immediately struck back. The following night, the 20s ventured into the heart of the schoolyards and shot down 3 members, one of which was high-ranking. After 2 weeks of intense warfare, the Schoolyard Crips were ready to call a truce and firmly denied their involvement in the Santa Claus murder. But the war against the Harlem Crips didn't stop, and the bodies began to pile up. The 20s also struck at the Rolling 40s hard in the corner of Vermont and Vernon, and the 5-5 Neighborhood Crips got hit with a 50-shot Uzi. During the bloody aftermath of Santa Claus's death, the 20s wanted to show hoods across LA just how much muscle they had, and willed to declare war on 5 Crip hoods at the same time. When Santa Claus's killer was finally revealed, many were left shocked and confused. The killer was not a gang member or even an affiliate, but a low-level weed dealer from Jamaica. Santa Claus supposedly robbed a Jamaican because he was pushing in his neighborhood. Young gunners canvassed the streets for nights on end.
You see, bro? So y'all just put BTA on multiple different hoods for no reason. Well, they be like, well, they still was ops at the end of the day. We don't know who did it. So it's like, since you are op, we just assumed that you one of the people, you feel me?
Searching for the killer, but he had disappeared, some believe out of state. The 20s' revenge was denied. Santa Claus left a reputation and legacy.
You see, that's why I be trying to tell people too, because lots of people love to talk about how, oh yeah, folks are savage. She got this amount of bodies, that amount of bodies. But that don't mean anything. You feel me? Because you could get unalived by someone who don't got no bodies. You feel me? Like folks was a little. You said he was just a low level trapper, but then you got to remember, folks from Jamaica, they get wild out there. You feel me? Americans and all that, they be thinking they get wild, then they find out about them other countries. Like you don't want to play with people from Jamaica, Puerto Rico, Dominican Republic. Like you playing crazy with them. That's you feel me? You know they get like that. But if you like educational documentaries like this, like, comment, subscribe, turn on post notifications so you never miss out on any educational, informational documentaries like this. Okay. Nah, as you can see, Santa Claus was real life. He was wild. Yeah, the problem with my stuff, bro, I think it was that browser that I was using, bro. That's why my stuff kept crashing. I'm like, man, why my stuff keep crashing, bro? I switched it over to Google Chrome because it runs smoother, but I gotta change some settings up in it. Hold on, I'm finna give me something to drink and turn up the heat. Turn on the lights. I'm looking for you. What the helly? What the helly? What the helly? I'm Fred Roddy. What is Fred Roddy? What the helly? Nah, that shit been stuck up in my head, bro. His ass going viral with that shit. Someone said G Herbo. Happy birthday, my boy! Big 21! Big 21! Happy birthday to you. Fuck is you talking about? On game. What you gonna do? You gonna do something on your B-Day or nah? You just gonna be cool. Yeah, it's gonna be cool. Or you gonna pop out? Pop out. Oh, you already got food and stuff. On game. That's crazy. So your birthday the first or the second? Your birthday the first? Oh, that's crazy, bro. You got the same birthday as my grandma, bro. On game. Lowski. Lowski. I ain't gonna bap to you. I can't listen to Gangster Times, bro. I don't think I'm UK enough for that. Actually, I'm finna try to listen to Gangster Times, bro. Just because I wanna see if my UK skills up enough. Let me see if my UK skills. If I get the ability. And mother's get the ability. You said Ken Short. Man, chill. So mention his nickname.
Guys, in this next news story,
Oh no. Let's see if I can understand you gay folks. UK people better watch out for this guy, because if you say his name, he will get wild. He like the Candyman. Don't bring up his name at all. We gonna say this is the UK Candyman. I ain't gonna lie to you. Y'all probably wondering, who is the UK Candyman? Y'all finna find out right now.
a man has been jailed for murder after his nickname was mentioned in a previous trial over the killing, allowing police to identify him. Junior Osborne was 50, died from a single stab wound to his neck in Leicester in September 2023, which a judge described as a brutal, cold.
Bro, I ain't gonna lie to you, bro. It look like folks get like that. I ain't gonna lie to you. It look like he really in the streets for sure. I ain't gonna back to you. I would think that. Wait, is this the guy that got unalived, or is this the guy that's doing it?
Cold-blooded killing.
You said he
Clifford Alvarez was found guilty of Mr. Osborne's murder at Leicester Crown Court and sentenced to life imprisonment.
Okay, so Alvarez, that's the guy that did it. Okay, he most definitely look like this. Is why they say sometimes you should judge a book by its cover. Because me judging a book by its cover, I would have been like, yeah, folks be tweaking. Let me stay away from him, and I would have been right. You feel me?
With a minimum term of 26 years on Friday. He was identified by police after his nickname DJ was mentioned at a trial that saw 5 teenagers convicted for their parts in the killing. I'll come to that one in a moment. So Alvarez denied the nickname, but a jury found him guilty of his involvement in Mr. Osborne's killing. During the trial in May 2024,
Birdie be like, that's not my nickname. They be like, come on, bro. You literally got that as your Instagram name, your Facebook name, and you literally told someone to mention you as that name. What are you talking about, my brother? He'd be like, that's not me.
Nero McLean was convicted of murder whilst his brother, Nevado McLean, was found guilty of manslaughter alongside Theo Bold Budswer, Moses Steiner, and James Williams, all between 16 to 18. CCTV was shown to choose of the group together before, during, and after Mr. Osborne was fatally stabbed as he cycled along Narborough Road at around 9:30 at night on 27th of September.
I ain't gonna lie. When I was a kid, bro, I used to be thinking, like, when I was riding a bike, I used to be like, man, someone just gonna pop out and get me. That's why I don't like to ride bikes. I ain't go back to you, bro. That's a common thing inside the UK, bro. But in America, bro, I ain't gonna lie to you. If you riding a bike, it's either you're a wealthy person, you got a lot of money, or you poor. Those the only reasons an adult gonna be riding a bike in America. It's either you poor or you wealthy. I haven't really seen no, you feel me, person that's just, like me, just riding a bike, bro. Cause it's like the poor people, and you gotta be like homeless poor. Cause like if you like poor like me, you ain't gonna be riding a bike for real. You gotta be like below me type of poor. You feel me, to be riding a bike in America. And then once you get money, then you probably start riding bikes for fun. But poor people don't be doing that, bro, unless they need it.
As I said, I'll come to that story in a moment. So Judge Timothy Spencer KC told Alvarez in simple terms, you set him up to be attacked. You were well aware that Junior Osborne was to be subject to a knife attack and well aware that you had a role to play in the attack. Judge Spencer said there was a significant degree of planning in the killing and described Alvarez as a manipulative man whose expressions of regret are empty and hollow. He added the crueler, more heartless killing is hard to imagine. In mitigation, the court heard Alvarez was in the grip of a drug addiction and wanted to free himself from the drug dealing group following the orders court heard statements from Mr. Osborne's wife, which said his life was taken by children trying to act like adults. So the guys that got done for this previously, they were a gang of feral youths who left Mr. Osborne dying in a pool of blood. He was rushed to the Leicester Royal Infirmary but died an hour later as a result of his injuries. As I said.
You feel me? I don't really know what's going on. Like I kind of knew what was going on, and then I got lost. And I know what just happened. You feel me? They seen someone, they did something to him, but it's like this is a different story. This is a different story from the last story, right? Like that's why I'm confused. Is this the same story that we just was listening to from the guy that had the eye that was going one way and the other way, or this is a whole different story, like how Scarcity Studios do it?
Said Nero McLean. He was jailed for his murder, whilst 4 of the youngsters were jailed for his manslaughter. The horrific attack, which was caught on CCTV, showed Nero racing across the street, stabbing Junior in the neck, and later fleeing with the other members of the gang down a quiet residential street. The group were identified by Leicestershire police through extensive CCTV inquiries.
I ain't gonna back to you, brother. I think the news might be more interesting than you, brother. Cause it's like, bro, it's like you don't got no enthusiasm when you reading it, bro. You messing up when you reading it. You not cracking no jokes. You ain't doing none of that, bro. You just reading from a notepad, bro. Come on now.
Which helped piece together the group's movements in the hours leading up to Mr. Osborne's death. 3 members of the group were first identified on the day of the stabbing walking together along Mill Lane just before 6 p.m. They were then spotted again entering a taxi before heading to an address at around 7:30 where they planned to attack Mr. Osborne. Through the gang bought large knives and filmed themselves posing with the blades at the address before the killing. At around 9:22, the group of thugs were seen getting into a car while donning face coverings with their hoods up. In the seconds before his death, Mr. Osborne could be seen stopping on the pavement on his bike, and at this point Nero was seen holding a large knife and sprinting up to Mr. Osborne before stabbing him in the neck.
Whoa. What was the point? Like, honestly, bro, I don't understand why do you need so many people for one guy, bro? Like, honestly, bro, I would have been like, bro, if y'all doing that, why would I, help y'all do that and go to jail? Y'all don't need my help, bro. So, well, it's just me. Me coming is just going to be like an extra person that's just going to go to jail. It ain't going to really make a big difference at all. Yeah, folks, is bored with life.
Judge Neil Calver jailed Nero for life with a minimum term of 17 years, and his brother Nevado, along with Theobald Budsworth, Moses Steiner and James Williams, were found guilty of manslaughter and possession of a bladed article, and they were jailed for 8 years. Following the sentencing, Junior's family stated, "He was a family man who will be missed by us all. He was born and grew up in Montserrat in the Caribbean and loved his sport. He came to the UK in 1997 after the volcano on the island started to erupt 2 years before, meaning he had to flee his home. He left his family behind and came to the UK."
That's crazy. You gotta leave because a volcano exploded. That sounds like some Hawaii stuff. And that's a big reason why I want to go to Hawaii, but I'd be scared to go to Hawaii because, Hawaii got volcanoes. I don't know no other place in America that got volcanoes except for Hawaii. And this probably is. I don't think it's no other volcanoes in America except for Hawaii. And I might be wrong. I don't know.
To rebuild his life, and that was cruelly taken away from him. They said whilst he wasn't perfect, he didn't deserve to die in such a tragic and awful way. He was taken from us in cold blood. The loss of Junior has left a huge void for all of us and a huge hole in our hearts. He was a much-loved family member. Detective Inspector Mark Parrish from the East Midlands Special Operations Unit, who was a senior investigating officer, said, "As I previously said, I believe this was a planned and coordinated attack to kill Junior. Enormous credit and praise must go to the detectives in the major crime team for their effort in going through hours of footage to identify the group as well as our uniformed colleagues for their efforts both at the scene and in arresting all involved as the inquiries continued. Just want to say rest in peace, Junior. My condolences go out to your family. 2 men have been jailed following a revenge shooting attack on a family home amid a feud between rival groups.
Brother, why your ears poking out like your ears going out like an elephant, but it look like you finna cry? I ain't gonna bap to you. Then your haircut is diabolical. Like whoever your barber is, bro, you need to fire him. Do not never go back to that guy again at all.
CCTV recovered by police showed Levi Cull open fire with a long-barreled gun through the open door of a Bolton home in March last year, blasting pellets into the feet of a man inside the home, the prosecutor told Manchester's Minishall Street Crown Court. The pair had been in conflict.
Sweet gosh. Why does it sound like you be running out of breath sometimes, bro, when you be saying it? Bro kind of look like Elon Musk. Don't bro look like Elon Musk? Y'all gonna be like, folks, no. All right, bro, I'm just saying, my fault.
Conflict with another group, and the feud ended with Levi Cull blasting a man with a shotgun from a car through a front door of a home where children were present, and now Cull and his accomplice Jason McAnally have been jailed for their part in the attack. The defence for Cull, David Toll, said the bus stop had now ended following a contact between both factions. He insisted there was no longer any ill feeling between the rival groups. His client had been working as a mentor to other inmates whilst awaiting sentencing. Father of 2, McNally said by probation workers to have entrenched pro-criminal attitudes, had only a limited history of violence and was working to encourage more pro-social attitudes. According to his barrister, who said the shotgun inflicted were not particularly serious. He said his client has been as much sinned against as sinning. Judge Bernadette Baxter said the defendants had been in conflict with and had been searching for a man.
These two look like you cannot trust them. I ain't gonna lie to you. It looked like, bro, whatever job they worked at, they were stealing from the cash register. I ain't gonna lie to you. I would not trust neither one of them at the cash register. He looked like he'd be like a sales guy that couldn't get no sales. And he tried to make you feel bad because you don't want to buy nothing from him.
On March the 21st last year for reasons that are still yet unclear. At 9 a.m. that day, Cull threatened to go to the home of the man's sister to shoot her and her children. When the threat was reported to police, Cull messaged the sister via Facebook calling her a grass. The woman told Cull to go to the big man, referring to her brother.
Called her a grass? Did he just say, chat, did he say a grass? Because it's hard for me to understand him already, so I don't even know, like, is he said, what did he say, a grass? What was that word that he said?
At around 2:30 that day, there was another encounter which left a black Ford Focus in which the 2 defendants had been in damaged. Their DNA was found inside the vehicles. The pair and a third occupant of the car were said to have been involved in a fight with others. By around 9:30 that night, a Mitsubishi Shogun, which Cull and McNally on board, pulled into a street in Bolton. Cull opened fire from...
Nah, bro, they kind of look like some substitute teachers on game. Substitute teachers.
The front passenger seat through an open door of the family home with 3 children inside. The court was told a 999 call was made, which captured the sound of the gunfire. Inside the doorway of the home, the brother of the man the pair had been looking for was shot in his feet, ending up with 15 pellets in his right and 5 in his left. The victim of the shooting is now said to be recovering. Judge Baxter told the defendants that must have been a truly terrifying experience for all those who were present, including small children who you knew were there. The court heard both defendants fled to Scotland but were arrested later and gave no comment answers to all police questions. The judge just
fled to Scotland. How far is Scotland from the UK? I'm acting like I know. I'm over here looking up like, yeah, let me... Boy, I was picturing nothing. When I was looking up to the sky trying to look like I was thinking, I was picturing nothing. Actually, the screen was what I pictured when I was trying to picture what was the UK at. So I don't even know.
described the shooting as a group revenge attack and concluded the defendants continue to pose a risk of significant harm to members of the public. The judge added this was a discharge of a firearm into an occupied dwelling caused as an act of revenge. Both men have previous convictions for violence. Cull has previous conviction of possession of an imitation firearm and robbery, and McNally has previous conviction for possession of weapons, robbery, and supplying Class A drugs, the court was told. Cull and McNally each admitted possession of a shotgun with the intent to cause fear of violence and GBH, and Cull also admitted a racially aggravated public order offence, and he was jailed for 9.5 years, whilst McNally received 8.5 year sentence.
Oh, yeah. Now you see, I just said that's a little drive. That's a flight, ain't it? You will have to fly to get there. Can you drive there or no? I don't think you would be able to drive. I don't know how it works because it looked like, no, you probably can drive there, bro. I'm thinking, I ain't gonna lie to you, bro. I'm not even finna get to talking about this stuff because I don't know what I'm talking about, bro. But what we will talk about is brother accent. Like, the accent that he got, bro, this is one of the most hardest UK accents that I heard. Like, when I say the hardest for me to understand. And I heard a couple UK accents, and I'm realizing that some UK accents is more easier to understand than other UK accents, because I thought I had it inside the bag with this UK stuff. I was like, yeah, I can finally understand the UK people. Then I found that about him. Then I realized I got a long way to go. But I feel a little bit better just because some people inside the UK said they could barely understand him too. So that made me feel a little bit better. But if you like educational documentaries like this, like, comment, subscribe, turn on post notifications so you never miss out on any educational, informational documentaries like this. Dang, I'm glad to you. That's crazy with brother. I don't know the UK accent with this one, bro. I gotta expand my UK knowledge, bro, before I get on the level of understanding him or being on that level. I'm not that top breaking. I'm pretty sure Ants, he understood everything that he said word for word, did you, Ant? I know Ants understood, bro. Welcome to London. What? I gotta watch this. I gotta watch this. I got to. This is a London hood vlog, bro. I gotta see this, bro. Because it's like, what is y'all doing out there, bro? I'm finna see what y'all doing out there. Oh yeah, you thought I wasn't gonna never find out what y'all doing. Oh yeah, we finna find out what y'all doing. Y'all UK people thought I wasn't gonna find out what y'all was doing. But now we finna find out in this hood vlog. Yeah, we be watching all those other little videos, so I don't really see how y'all living. But now I'm finna see how y'all living in West London, to be exact. And if y'all out here doing the stuff that we do in America, I'm gonna let y'all know, right? I'm very disappointed in you if you're doing the same stuff that we doing in America. So y'all better not be doing the same stuff in America. And if y'all is, bro, you better stay away from me with that, because you ain't finna shank me up. I'm not finna back to you, man. So let's see what's going on in West London.
When you hear London rappers saying ends, this is what they're talking about, you feel me?
The ends to everyone is different. 12.
Oh, so this is where Central C is from. The ends? Central C got, that's why I found out about the ends. Central C got all the American rappers saying the ends. I ain't gonna cap to you. Lil Durk said he be in the ends. Lil Baby said he be in the ends. All because of Central C.
12 is the ends, innit? This is the 12.
You guys would call it projects, we call it estates, innit? So you're in one right now, West London.
He said you call it projects, we call it estates. Hey. Oh,
hey, what's going on, guys? It's
like
a beautiful night out in West London. I'm linking up with my good people. They're gonna show us their hood.
Hey, They put up on a dirt bike.
Welcome to the 12, Shepherd's Bush, West London. We're outside. Already know.
That's what I'm saying. I told you it looked like some Cali stuff going on. I ain't gonna bap to you. You peeping the Cali vibe.
Gonna take you around the 12, Shepherd's Bush, White City. Already know. Let's get it. Got my big bro with me. Hardest rider to come out of the hood.
I ain't gonna lie, but right here, now it's kind of looking like some New York type of stuff. Right here, it's kind of looking like some New York stuff, though. I ain't gonna lie. I don't know what they got going on in London.
If you know, you know. Shepherd's Bush is known for serious bike life culture. That's the best man to do it. Growing up as a youth, I was watching him. You feel me?
Dirt bikes, quads, T-Maxes, every blood thing, we ride them and we f them up. We don't just ride them, do you know what I mean? And it's got to have swag. If it ain't got swag...
No! Take that out your vocabulary, please. No, we left swag a long time ago. I don't know how long when did y'all start using the word swag? Because if y'all start using the word swag, but we start using the word swag, y'all need to leave that word alone. That's Soldier Boy time. Pretty boy swag. Hey, pretty boy swag. No, don't. We need to leave that word in the past.
Get the f out of here, you get me?
It's your boy Kid Tanner. Welcome to West London, Shepherd's Bush. Right now you're in the heart of it, White City. Shepherd's Bush is the main area, White City's the blocks. As soon as you get by Westfield, you already know where we're at.
Hey, they on that New York stuff.
Lean from Tane Road, aka Frontline. If you're from West London, you know this place.
Saw that red thing coming out your camera. I was thinking, I don't know what that red laser is. I wanted to make sure it's nothing illegal, nothing malicious.
Okay.
So yeah, we pulled you over there.
When you're in London and you hear it in a state, you guys will call it project.
What?
We call it.
You telling us that y'all created the word swag? That's what you telling me? Soldier Boy said he got swag, bro. He the first rapper to say swag.
Estates, innit? So you're in one right now, West London, Shepherd's Bush, White City. These buildings been here probably since the 70s.
Bro, oh my God, bro. So in the hood, in America, we just got basketball courts everywhere. In the hood in London, y'all got soccer fields everywhere. That's crazy, bro. Y'all real life be playing soccer. Like, do y'all play basketball out there? Like, do y'all be hooping out there? Or y'all just like everybody be playing soccer? Like, I ain't gonna bap to you. You ain't gonna see people in the hood of Chicago playing soccer. But I know that might be y'all thing. Like, the hood people be playing soccer. Like, that's y'all sport. Like how hood people in America be playing basketball and football. The hood people be playing soccer out there, you feel me? Or y'all be playing basketball too.
Probably before. There's different sections, but it's all one community. We say cuz as well, but nothing to do with Crips. Like, we see each other as family out here. So if I call cuz, I'm seeing them as my cousin. You feel me? It's all family out here, bro. Like, we don't really do the separate shit. Like, in the hood, you get certain vibes that you won't get anywhere else in the world, and that's community. Multi-cultures, so like, well, around here we got different cultures. You got Africans, you got white people, you got Asians. You feel me? But we're all one.
I'm Caribbean, so I had African friends. I used to go to their house, eat a lot of cuisines that I never really tried before. Not, yeah, different sort of eating style. Man's eating with my hands, but no, but you embrace certain things, innit?
I ain't gonna lie to you. They be talking like proper. That be the whole thing. It's like, that's what be the whole thing. It's the accent on top of y'all talking proper. And y'all probably like, bro, so you telling us, making us talking proper, make us look like y'all not a gangster? Yes, talking proper make you don't look as tough, bro, in America, bro. Like, you in here get to talking about cuisines. What is a cuisine? I know what a kid's cuisine is, and I don't even know what cuisine means for real. I ain't gonna lie to you.
You live in, well, when you grew up in places like here, different cultures, so you're gonna try, everyone can try out people's food. Maybe someone's cooking on a Sunday, that might be your boy's mum, she might invite you around to eat. So yeah, man, we're not really picky when it comes to food because we've experienced a lot of food from different cultures and backgrounds, you feel me? And that's just from being on the block.
You know how much blocks there is? That means that there's a lot of positivity in the end. That
hella positivity.
You know what I'm saying? Most of the man in the end ain't gang members.
Boy, it don't look like there's no positivity going on. It look like you gotta keep that ZK up on you, as they call it. The ZK, you feel me? I know what the ZK is. If you know, you know. You feel me?
He must probably just come out to go and chat to his girl or something. Don't want to chat in front of his mum and that. Come on. Happens though. I've seen it.
It's the little things, man. Sometimes not being fortunate to have the finer things gives you the drive, gives you the hunger.
I ain't gonna lie, I always wanted to live inside like a big old apartment like that, bro, because I lived in the hood, bro, but I ain't lived in the projects. I lived in apartment buildings, but I never really lived in like no real big apartment buildings, bro. So it's like lots of the apartment buildings, bro, it's like for me to hang out with people, bro. I had a couple people inside I probably felt that way because it ain't really too many kids my age inside my apartment buildings for real. So I be like, man, everybody that got the real big apartments in the hood, you feel me? They got everybody over there. Like I literally would go to the projects to go play because you know that's where the fun was going on. You feel me? I ain't had nobody out. You feel me? Where I was at, it was a couple, but you feel me? I was younger.
Makes you want to aspire for it more. So if you ask me, would I change it? Like if I could, like
New York people. Yeah, New York people, they
grow up in a more like better place or like a rich area, I'd say nah, cause I love it. You feel me? Like this makes me. You get what I'm trying to say? Taking you to the shop, the local shop where the man them are at. I don't even know the actual name of the store, but we just call it Orange Shop, innit? Yes, boss.
Hey, boss man here. Family after family member in here, bro. You get me?
Thank you. How are you? I'm good. Tell them how long you know me for, man.
Long time. Generations in here, bro.
Come on, man. So yeah, this is the local. All the alcohol. This is the place to come to. We don't play no games with the shopkeepers. We protect the shopkeepers. Same shit we go through, they go through. They're the family team, man. Growing up in school, we used to come in and get sweets, drink.
I ain't gonna lie. The corner store owner, the gas station owner on the block, everybody mess with them. Even though we'd be talking crazy with them and trolling them, they'd talk crazy to us. It'd be all love, you feel me?
Thanks after school, chill out here.
They be gangster
This
too.
is Susie's. If you're from the ends, everybody knows this is Susie. This is where it goes down.
I'm on the peanut punch thing, blood. That's my thing, blood.
The yard thing, yeah?
Yeah, bro.
Alright, cool.
Where's my car?
I'll go with this as well. That's like a African.
Bro. Mata. Okay, Mata, and then they got Mighty Malt. Boy, I am not drinking none of this, bro. What is this? This look like some old people drinks.
Drink, super malt, you feel me?
Oh, there it is. You see what I'm saying?
You probably ain't seen these drinks.
I'm saying, look.
Let me
Peanut
see.
punch. There, you get me.
I'm gonna take you
Peanut
to where I
punch.
was born.
I'm not trying no peanut punch, bro. Get out of here, bro. Oh, I see y'all got the Monster Energies, all right. Y'all got some Pepsis, all right. I see how y'all come. Let me see them chips. Why y'all always showing them chips, gang? All right.
I'm saying, look. Peanut punch. There, you get me.
I'm trying to get up on that, bro. Hold on. Well, what? Hold on, gang. You thought I didn't peep these? What? You thought I didn't peep these in the cut? Sour cream in wheat. Does this say sour cream and wheat, gang? Sour cream and wheat. Boy, I'm finna get on that with you. What is this? Paris? You lucky I can't see the name, so I ain't gonna. twirls. What is he supposed like? Is that they supposed to be like Twizzlers? Is they like Twizzlers? I ain't gonna lie to you. These look like some uncooked noodles, bro. Some uncooked twirly noodles, bro. What is going on right now, bro? I refuse to believe the UK can have bad chips.
See what I'm saying?
You probably ain't seen these drinks.
Look, peanut punch there, you get me?
I'm gonna take you to where I was born, right next to the football stadium. You guys would call it soccer, innit? It's just over there. You feel me? We've got a professional football team in the middle of the estate, which is rare. You don't really see that in a lot of places. I lie?
See these road signs, yeah? See it says Australia Roads, because once upon a time this used to be an Olympic thing here. So you see South Africa Road, what we're going to walk to now. You see different countries hosting, obviously giving thanks to Olympics in this area.
This is Denham House.
Bro, I ain't gonna lie. You hosting the Olympics in a certain area, that get you robbed, bro. I ain't gonna lie. But honestly, bro, it seemed like these people was like way more respectful. Like they respect their community way more, because their community don't look all dirty and trashy and stuff. It look like you could tell it's the hood and it's in the trenches, but you know you could be in the trenches and still look clean. You feel me? They look like they respect their area. Like the Hispanics in Chicago, they hood look more upkept compared to the, African American side. You feel me? That's what I mean. If y'all trying to understand what I mean by more cleaner and respect.
Where it all began, 4th floor, man. A lot of shit happened. You feel me? You got a football stadium right there, professional football stadium, right next to the block. You feel me?
Bro, kind of look like Meek Mill. Don't he kind of look like Meek Mill? I'm reaching. All right.
You get it, QPR.
Yeah.
You already know. So that inspires a lot of people that play football in the area. That the professional club's right there. So if you go ham one day, you'll get a chance. You feel me? This is where it all started, man.
I ain't gonna lie, that's pretty raw. But I mean, let's be real now. It is a lot of sports teams that's inside a hood area. Like they got their little stadiums that's close by the hood. But it's kind of nice because it's like they can actually like kind of see it. Like we can't really see what's going on.
The stadium over there.
I'll give them their due. Certain kids get onto the field, do mascot things and that.
Nah, for real,
little
for
things
real.
like that. So they do
They
certain
do their
things,
part for the community,
but they're not as big as they should be in it. So
therefore,
you know what I'm saying? They're dealing with what they could.
This is Pope John Primary School. Good
Big main
upbringing
thing.
in that school. A lot of people went here. No gangs, no violence. The place we used to go to after school was Adventure Playground. That was an avenue for everybody to go and have fun, play games. That sort of like took most people away from the negative things.
I wasn't even present in White City, but I went to Adventure.
That's it right there, man. A lot of history in there. Real talk, like a lot of history.
When we was kids, this was the spot. Obviously, times have gone on, innit? They've closed down a lot of the youth clubs and all of them things. That was a youth club.
The trips they used to take us on, proper trips, man. That's go-karting.
Hey. No, it's just funny because he talking about, this stuff will motivate you. And I'm like, yeah, that is kind of cool. They got a sports team. And then you say it's one of the worst sports teams. But looking at the area, I mean, I'm not surprised that it's the worst sports team. I ain't gonna bap to you.
Bowling, dirt biking, you name it. Everyone always like wants to complain about violence and crimes. But the main thing is you have to come back and build your community and offer opportunity. And that's what's really gonna reduce all the bullshit, to be fair. So hopefully one day I'm in a position to do so. You feel me?
Meek Mill.
But yeah, you're live here with us, man. A lot of people won't even come here, so big up yourself as well, man.
It takes a lot of guts to come in and walk through. It's just like people stereotype, you know what I'm saying?
You get it?
People stereotype. So not everybody in the ends is a bad egg, but reputation and history
Real talk.
Man.
bring stereotypes in it like that.
This street shit is not it.
I think they like soccer.
Find something to do.
Yeah,
There's plenty of opportunities for you to do, and you can make it out your hood. This is East
I think
Acton.
soccer sound cool.
It's still the hood. You get it? Some of us chill here, some of us don't. I was born in that hospital right there. That is Queen Charlotte Hospital, Hammersmith Hospital. Yes, I was born there. This is HMP Scrubs.
Yeah, I'm from Manchester.
What's mad is that everyone used to learn how to ride bikes at this point here. This path here. Obviously you got the hospital over there, obviously I was born in there.
You was born in there as well?
Yeah, I was born in there still. Born in Hammersmith Hospital. Then they got a prison right next to the hospital, which is mad car. Some people are doing life right now.
Whoa. They already know. They be like, yeah, the people that's born at this hospital, we already know the type of area you growing up in. We might as well just put the prison right next to the hospital so we can just get the fingerprint as soon as you born.
Which is ironic because some people start their life in there and end it in here. But yeah, man, it's mad.
When I was younger.
That's crazy. You started your life over there and then you end your life across the street. That's pretty sad, I ain't gonna lie to you.
I used to hear them screaming all the time.
Who?
Just people in the prison.
Oh, yeah.
They literally scream out. Man was chatting to them. Man could chat to them. Literally shout back and chat to them.
There's certain times that when prisoners used to escape and that, you used to see the heli and that in the garden and that. Sometimes police used to come knock on the door asking if you seen them and that.
I've been in that specific place and seen people that I know outside walking past. It does get depressing, but it is what it is, isn't it? This is Liverpool Christie Stadium here. He comes from around these ways. It's an iconic running track, courtesy of him in the Olympics and that. Obviously, everyone knows his story.
If you're a sprinter, you got a 100 meter here, you got.
It's not just that, they got football cages just there as well.
Football cages there.
Just behind this running track, you can see the goalposts and that.
Everyone wanted to be a footballer.
Not American football. Do you guys call it soccer?
Soccer, yeah. You don't call it soccer.
Yeah, soccer. Cause I was gonna say, well, y'all out there on game, y'all over there playing with y'all feet. On game, yeah, I see y'all. Y'all be playing with y'all feet over there, bro. Y'all be going crazy with it. So, like the gangsters, real life, be playing soccer.
Yeah, football.
It makes sense. That's what
I have to say it because it's that real. Man's football because man use man's foot in it. Obviously, I know that in America, it's most probably not a popular sport at that stage. It's known as a girls' sport, most probably. So, you know what I'm saying? But over this side, man's sport, innit? They used to do Chelsea kicks.
Chelsea Football Club, by the way. I'm sure you guys. If you guys don't know who Chelsea Kicks is,
Chelsea Kicks is like for the kids, like infants and up.
This is the main bit, Shepherd's Bush. That's the station there. Yeah. So like, this is the market. It's closed now, but this is where like parents will come and get like their fruit and veg and shit. You can't be from Bush if you haven't been here, innit? That's the man. Them man are out here as.
Yeah, you was not from over there on gang. Don't try to claim you from W12 hood, East End or West End on gang, cause you know how to get in the West Ends.
From London, straight from Caribbean, straight on the Grenada, no?
Don't know the thing. Don't know the thing. Hood vlogs. You don't know?
Outside G.
Man from Greens, yeah.
400 represents the same way.
Southside.
You lot call it the hood in America, we call it the ends. We also call it the hood as well. But more time it's the ends, innit? You feel me? So yeah, man, if you didn't know, when
I ain't gonna lie, the ends got a nice ring to it, bro. Like the hood, like it's like, alright, I'm from the hood, bro. Alright. I'm from the trenches. Alright. I'm from the ends. Alright. Like the ends just sound like, yeah, bro. The ends, it sound like when you come from the ends, bro, you came a long way. I ain't go back to you. If you say, if someone be like, yeah, I came from the ends. Man, you came a long way, brother. Now someone say they came from the hood. Now, obviously, I know you came a long way if you from the hood, but it's like it don't really like got the same ring to it. You feel me? You know what I'm saying?
you hear London rappers saying ends, this is what they're talking about. You feel me? You get it? Just
That's
normal
what
regular
Central
hood
C be
shit.
talking about.
The ends to everyone is different. Certain man class certain sections as ends, but this, me, 12 is the ends, innit? Like, this is the 12.
Obviously, in areas like this, you'd refer it to as the hood. Sometimes gets a bad light, but there's a lot of positive things going on. You feel me? You have artists, you have athletes. There's a big community over here. My boy Slumps, he's a rapper as well. Next up, you already know.
100%.
His act should be on there, you feel me? So tap in as well, man. And my boy N1, you feel me?
100%.
Tap in. Oh yeah, long live Paps, long live F Dot, long live Strings, long live Dange.
Come on.
You feel
They said long live F Dot. Oh, that's Central C, homie. Oh, so they in Central C hood. Oh, alright. I know I know about that hood, bro. Central C rap about it, bro. On gang. I think Central C said, I believe this the most dangerous hood in London if I think about it, bro. Now that I'm thinking about it, I think this might be the most dangerous hood in London.
Feel me?
Every time.
This is the first London, am I right? The first London episode. You feel me? So let the people know that, you get it? This is how we're holding it down, you get it?
On gang, big man thing. Big man thing. You see, that's how they holding it down in West London. So now, if y'all want to know where Central C is from, that's where he from. That's the area he from. The trenches, real life hood vlog, you feel me? I'm pretty sure if Central C wasn't rapping, he would have been out there on the block, you feel me? They would have been like, yeah, this Central C, one of the OGs who really put in work for the ends, you feel me? But you know he out here rapping and stuff now, so you know how that be. But if you want any more hood informational documentaries like this, don't forget to like, comment, subscribe, turn on post notifications so you never miss out on any educational documentaries like this. On game. The ends. I ain't gonna bap to you. I fly right to the ends. On game. You know how I'm coming. What? I get a baddie from the burbs. I fly it out to the ends. What are you talking about? Yeah. The way I walk around with all this jewelry on, they wouldn't know that I'm up in the ends. On game. The way I'm outside solo dolo, they wouldn't know that I'm outside in the ends, how I'm solo dolo. On game. Now they know. I told them they can't, if you're not from the ends, you can't even feel me. On game. I need all my females from the ends. I don't like the suburbs. On game. Yeah, I'm from the ends now. It depends on what page it is, bro. I just knew this page. I skimmed through this stuff. I already knew this wasn't gonna be bad. I don't do Chicago hood vlogs. Them little badass motherfuckers be doing shit they're not supposed to be doing. Go back to the ends on game. That's my new word now, bro. I ain't gonna back to you. I'm gonna say you only say the ends when you ask what the ends you from. You know it ain't GD when you hear that. Bro, you see, it's too confusing, bro. I'm the ends. Oh, yeah, let's see what's going on in here, bro. This part 2 is Sweden from this Trap Blue Raw. Hopefully the next 20 minutes they actually getting wild, because the first half of this Sweden documentary, bro, it was actually very nice, very peaceful. I honestly didn't think we was watching the hood vlog. Me and the hood Trap Blue Raw documentary, because I hear the UK stuff. Meow, 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 meow. Ireland. Meow, 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 meow. Toronto. Meow, 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 meow. Sweden. Hi, how you doing? They were skipping. They literally were skipping. That's why I turned off the video, bro. I saw them. Trap Blue Raw showed the clip of the gangsters skipping. I turned that shit off. What the fuck you got me watching Trap Blue Raw? I'm thinking we finna see gangsters in Sweden, but that was only 20 minutes. So let's see what the next 20 minutes got to bring us. Maybe the next 20 minutes, they actually gonna get wild. Because if they don't get wild, you know, we don't want to see that. Let's be real. We don't want to see that band getting wild, bro.
By The Carousel, a parody of The Cartel that came out in 2012, which makes fun of Swedish gangster rap in this context. This skit would actually mock Swedish gangsters for wearing sunglasses in the...
You see? That's what made me turn it off right there. When I seen them, the Swedish gangsters skipping around, I'm like, oh no. We is not, you not finna sit here and tell me that these the gangsters. That this what the gangsters be doing. I haven't seen not one gangster thing yet inside this video. And we already 20 minutes in.
Winter and making light of their dental hygiene, a music video which even featured a cameo from the real Cartel, who pull up on them at the end of the video.
Stäng av musiken! Vad är ditt problem? Vad fan är ditt problem? Driver du? Hej! Driver du? Det är vi som är kartellen! Mannen, har du härmat vår lock? Hej, vad fuck? Vad är det här då, mannen? Vadå, du har fet lina?
Now, at the beginning of the 2010s, true gangster rap in Sweden was still extremely niche. However, that would rapidly change after the drill music movement began spreading from Chicago to the rest of the world all around these times, with Chicago rappers' ultra-real and violent interpretation of gangster rap rapidly influencing the Swedish rap scene, as various artists would emerge trying their best to bring that Chirac energy to Sweden, and showing the world just how real tourist areas like Stockholm could actually be beneath the surface. Interestingly, by 2018, amid the rise in Swedish gangster rap imitating Chicago drill, an unexpected face would enter the Swedish rap scene. The rapper Einar, a wholesome-looking 15-year-old teenager whose mother is actually an accomplished Swedish actress named Lena Nilsson.
Whoa. You see? Why? He do look like he like some UK actor. He looked like he could be related to Spider-Man. Ain't Spider-Man from the UK?
Although Einar didn't grow up in the public housing project...
Oh, shit! This is not the UK. I'm sorry. We is in Sweden right now. My fault.
Most other Swedish gangster rappers, he did grow up in the Stockholm suburb of Enskededalen, where idyllic wooden houses in the south, like ones often seen in travel shows about Sweden, would meet working-class apartment buildings in the north. And these kind of hoods are actually where Einar can be seen hanging out with his friends in early music videos, particularly Enskededalen, or simply Dalen, a small district in Stockholm, which is also where one of Stockholm's most infamous gangs, the Dalen Network, allegedly takes its name from. Despite his mother's success, Einar's childhood was reportedly somewhat troubled, as he claims in his song Youngster with Extra Energy that he and his friends were up to no good from a young age, stealing scooters and selling drugs in school. Eventually, Einar would meet a man called Paki. Now, that's his name, don't cancel me for that. But he would allegedly be a former leader of the Dalen Network gang who would actually end up becoming Einar's manager, together with another alleged member of the network called Chapo. This street management duo would unfortunately meet a tragic end, when in 2018, Paki would be killed with allegations that Chapo was even responsible, with all of this ultimately leading to a trial where Chapo would beat the charges. With all of this going on, it's no wonder then that Einar himself was going through some difficult times. Einar's problem behaviour would eventually cause the social services to take him away from his family for 6 months, but this would do little to change his behaviour, and eventually he began carrying a gun and following in the path of gangsters that he had surrounded himself with. However, Einar had also been incredibly passionate about rap music since a very young age, and during these turbulent years of his life, clips would circulate skit online depicting the baby-faced teenager rapping in the studio and outside in the Swedish streets, with Einar putting the pain from his turbulent upbringing into his lyrics, suggesting that rap had always been his salvation in between spells as a drug dealer, with Einar ultimately inferring that rap music actually made him a millionaire. His career would absolutely explode in early 2019 after he dropped his gangster love song Katten, or Trakten, which translate to cat in this song meaning a girl from the hood. And he would also drop a music video for the track which was
a cat. So cat mean girl from the hood. Okay, taking notes. And then in the UK, a cat is a junkie. Okay, in the UK. I'm learning different lingo. You feel me?
unmistakably gangster despite its romantic undertones. Although there were already some gangster rappers who were already getting popular before Einar, since his success, gangster rap in Sweden has truly become the sound of the mainstream, including rappers with real connections to some of the most violent gangs in the country. And as time has gone on, in the continued acceptance of drill music and culture in the mainstream, Swedish gangster rap has gotten far more violent, with firearms in music videos becoming commonplace, and the gangbanging culture of the suburbs becoming a popular theme of the music there. Unfortunately, Einar's proximity to the streets would ultimately prove fatal. But in order to understand the deep connections between the music and the streets of Sweden, we've got to take a closer look at the hidden criminal underworld and learn about the real and dangerous gangs operating beneath the surface in what's supposed to be one of the safest countries on earth. The wave of gangster rap in Sweden makes it seem like the gang problem has arrived in the country pretty much out of nowhere during the 2010s. And while to a certain extent you could argue that that's the case, the roots of the gang problems in Sweden go arguably much further into the past. Some concerns towards the social problems brewing in the Swedish suburbs have been discussed even internationally as far back as the 90s. For example, there's a 1998 article in the New York Times highlighting the ghettoization of a Stockholm suburb called Rinkeby, a place where the brutal gang war that we later discuss in this video actually begun. This was an article which ended with a bizarre romanticization of the hood, where a child would actually explain that the children all had stories about how their parents wouldn't let them party in Rinkeby and just how interesting they feel life is in these areas. Interestingly, some years later, in 2005, as France was dealing with large riots in their troubled suburbs, French newspapers were presenting Rinkeby as a model example for countries like France to follow. However,
so basically, bro, it's not just like that in Sweden. So it's bad in French suburbs as well. That's kind of weird. I guess that's like a common Europe thing. But I know in the UK, the London get bad, and you know that's their major city. You feel me? London is not a suburb. Is London a suburb? I don't think it's a suburb.
Perhaps nobody could have predicted just how much things would later escalate, particularly during the 2010s. The Swedish police in 2019 would estimate that there were around 30,000 gang members and affiliates in the country. Now for context, in the UK, the country which is most often discussed when talking about a gang problem in Europe, there were approximately 33,500 so-called professional gang members in 2018. Now, this was considered to be a pretty large number, and
I would just say professional gang member. I didn't know that was a profession. I guess I just learned something new.
according to The Guardian, this meant that there were more gangsters in Britain than in all three big Italian-American mafia families. But if you take a step back and account for the fact that the UK's population is about 6 times the size of Sweden's, the numbers there become much more alarming. Statistics show that lethal violence in Sweden has also been steadily increasing since the early 2010s. But the somewhat moderate increase shown in this statistic tells only part of the problem. What makes the situation more alarming is that while other types of homicides have actually decreased, which has been a common progression in Europe, gun homicides in particular have grown so much that the overall trend of violence in Sweden has been increasing, with gun-related deaths actually tripling between 2012 and 2020, taking Sweden from the very bottom of Europe's gun violence rankings to the very top. And now, only Albania, a country with decades-long issues with guns and deadly feuds that put the country ahead of even America.
And the crazy part about it, people from the hood, people from Sweden that's gangsters, they think that's a good thing now. They're like, yeah. They used to say we wasn't like that. Now check the statistics. That's not a good thing, brother. That's not good that y'all went from the bottom to the top. That's something that you don't want to be first place in. But street dudes like to be first place in that type of stuff.
America in per capita gun deaths, leaving Albania as the only European country more deadly for gun crime than Sweden. But Albanian gangs, that's a whole other video. Again, to put Sweden's staggering number of guns in context, the Swedish police estimate that there are 3,000 illegal firearms in the country's capital of Stockholm alone, which is around 3 times the number of guns thought to be in London, which is a city around 10 times the population.
3,000. That's not a lot. I ain't gonna back to you. Like, that's not a lot at all. So if London have less, that's pretty crazy. I ain't gonna back to you.
Of Stockholm, and the per capita
actually
gun
good.
murder rate of the Swedish capital is about 30 times that of London. The great majority of the shootings in Sweden are connected to organised crime, with the new street gangs being largely to blame for this alarming increase. Particularly, statistics show how the rise in gun crime correlates with an increase in drug-related crime that most of the gangs apparently participate in. Moreover, the use of explosives by these gangs has also increased significantly, which has further resulted in numerous deaths and horrific news stories that make Sweden seem like it's in a state of civil war.
I woke up at 4:40 from a proper blast, and it was one of those, you know, rattling blasts, like...
In Sweden, a woman has died after what police believe may be the latest in a series of explosions linked to a gang war. Investigators say the 25-year-old victim was a neighbour of the targeted premises and had no criminal links.
Police think a grenade attack in Sweden, which killed an 8-year-old boy, could be linked to a gang-related...
That's that goofy stuff. I ain't gonna bap to you. Like, it's no reason for you to, it's no use for a bomb. Let's be real. It's no need for you to have a bomb, because it's like a bomb, you can't really control the power of that. And when you can't control the power of that, you shouldn't be using that inside neighborhoods. Why? Because it's kids that live inside those neighborhoods, and they don't deserve to get unalive because you live in this little street fantasy or whatever you're trying to do, trying to be a top Chicago driller or something. Just to let you know, we don't be using those type of things in Chicago, bro. Y'all doing a little bit worse stuff, you feel me? Y'all going a little bit too far.
conflict. Yusuf Wasami from Birmingham in the UK died when a hand grenade was thrown through the window of an apartment in Gothenburg.
Police in Sweden say a man has died after picking up a suspected hand grenade in Stockholm.
Swedish gangs have also been linked to shootings and murders in other countries like Denmark, Spain, Turkey, and the United Kingdom. And the gangs are also actively trying to establish their operations abroad on a more permanent basis, particularly in the neighbouring countries of Norway and Finland, where they likely have few rivals who could challenge them with equal levels of violence, as well.
Bro, so is it a reason why everyone in Sweden got blonde hair and blue eyes? Because I ain't gonna lie to you. You remember that boy that's from Germany? He like y'all on game. You know Birdie from World War II.
Well as Spain, where supposed Swedish narcos have migrated there to be closer to their wholesale suppliers that allow them to maintain and grow their drug dealing operations. As the gangs have become an inescapable part of the Swedish society, the media has also begun to make increasingly detailed reports about them, including dedicated sites like this one from the Swedish public service media company SVT, where each gang is presented in great detail. It's almost like a corporate version of Reddit's Chiracology sub, which documents the daily goings-on among Chicago gang and drill communities. This particular site lists 29 gangs that have at least some operations in the greater Stockholm area, with some of the most well-known ones that we'll be discussing in this video being the Death Patrol, a gang that hails from the suburb of Rinkeby in northwest Sweden, a name which was first given to the gang by the media, as seen in shocking reporting on the group being suspected of committing as many as 10 murders. The original members of the Death Patrol apparently called themselves 3MST.
I ain't gonna lie to you. With the name Death Patrol, it sounds like y'all like some evil villain group. That's what it really sounds like. I ain't gonna lie to you, bro. I'm not even trying to make fun of y'all group.
With the name being derived from the names of their most prominent members. 3 being 3M, referring to 3 founding members whose names begin with M, Mohammed, aka Makan or Makalele, Mustafa, aka Musa, and Masla, aka Hajud. The S stands for Zachariah, aka Shobra, and the T for Abdisamed, aka Talang, with some suggesting that the name 3MST actually stands for the 3 Musketeers. But later, the abbreviation DP for Death Patrol would become a common name used to refer to the gang in internal Sweden.
DP. Whoa.
The Death Patrol formed in 2015, but has now been largely replaced by a new generation who have been given the new name the Hulster Children, referring to another suburb near Rinkeby. This new generation of the gang has also been referred to as the Death Patrol 2.0, or YDP, meaning Young Death Patrol, with this formatting actually borrowing a common UK gang tradition, using the letter Y to refer to a younger generation of a famous gang. And shockingly, it wouldn't take long for news reports to suggest that the Death Patrol 2.0 was quickly becoming one of Stockholm's most violent groups. And now, in direct opposition to the Death Patrol, you have the Shotters, another gang from Rinkeby, infamous for their deadly feud with the Death Patrol that goes all the way back to 2015. This gang likely got its name from the classic 2002 gangster movie Shotters, which depicts
2015, bro. That's y'all just now hopping off the porch for real. I ain't gonna lie to you, bro. Cause I be looking back at the Burger Bar and the Tottenham Boys. They going back from the 1900s and stuff, huh? You know how they get in the UK, and same thing with America, bro. Y'all hopping off the porch in 2015, like y'all whole entire gang hopped off the porch in 2015. That's wild. I ain't gonna lie to you.
Two guys from the hard streets of Kingston, Jamaica, migrating to Miami in search for a better life. Some of the main names that have been associated with the Shotters are the brothers Far and Faye, aka Frankie, as well as Faisal, aka Indiana, A, Poi, Gucci, Hoods, and the rappers Yasin, formerly Yasin Bin, and Jafar Bin. Like the Death Patrol, the Shotters also have a younger generation who go by the name FLG, or Filterlösa Grabbar, which translates to something like the filterless guys, suggesting that in the streets, they truly have no filter. Later, the FLG would also have a split where some of the members would start a new gang called SSA, or Same Side Always. Now, as mentioned previously, there's another gang called the Darlin Network, which was allegedly the first gang that the rapper Einar became associated with as a youngster through a friend of his called Packy. That's his name, don't cancel me for that. At the time, this gang was likely operating mainly in the projects of an area called Darlin, including the suburbs around Enskede Darlin, where Einar grew up, and the neighbouring Bagar Mosen. However, recently, the gang has allegedly begun heavily expanding their operations across the country, leading to a violent turf war with another criminal group called the Foxtrot Network. That war reportedly begun in the city of Sundsvall. Allegedly, the gang's expansion has...
How y'all end up beefing with someone 4 hours away? Like, I ain't gonna lie to you. I would think going 4 hours away, you will be good. You don't gotta worry about beefing with no one from that area, because it's like, ain't no one finna be taking a 4-hour drive just to slide on their... I'm not finna take no 4-hour drive. You taking a 4-hour drive to slide on your ops, that's pretty diabolical. I ain't gonna lie to you, bro. That mean, y'all don't gotta be doing that, bro. Like, if you could still continue be mad for a whole 4 hours, bro, that's crazy.
Has recently come under the leadership of a fresh-faced 25-year-old kingpin by the name of Mikhail the Greek Tenezos. Tenezos has a warrant out for his arrest and is assumed to currently reside abroad, but his location is unknown. Now, the Darlin Network also has several rappers associated with the gang, including Thrife, aka Thrife Jack, who hails from the suburb of Enskede Darlin and can be seen hanging out with Einar in the projects of Darlin in Einar's first music video. There is also Haval, who hails from the suburb of Skarpnjak, which is located near Enskede Darlin, who can even be seen here posting with the former leader of the Darlin Network, Mario Golzar-Mia, who is currently imprisoned for the kidnapping of Einar, among other serious charges. However, Haval has also been connected with another gang who are allied with the Darlin, the Vorby Network. The Vorby Network hails from the western outskirts of Greater Stockholm, unsurprisingly, a suburb called Vorbygård. The gang was allegedly founded by a man named Chihab Lamauri sometime in the late 2000s or early 2010s. According to the police, Lamauri is a strong leader who had organized the gang like a mafia with a strict vertical leadership structure. Besides Haval, the gang has been associated with the popular rapper Sikan, who often hangs out in Vorbygård in his music videos. This gang has had over a decade-long conflict with another gang from the same area called the May Network. This conflict stems from the early 2010s when there was another gang in the area called VYG, or Vorby Young Gangsters. Although it's not clear if this was an actual criminal organization or just a fragmented group of out-of-control youngsters, what is known is that one of their members, named Mekil Yokana, was indeed serious about making a name for himself in the criminal.
He looked like the guy that worked at my smoke shop, and that guy looked like his brother. Well, I gotta point that way. And the other guy looked like the other one. Either way, they both look like the people that work at the smoke shop. I ain't gonna lie to you.
Underworld. In 2011, Yokana was shot in Vorby, but would fortunately survive, and it was rumoured that Lamauri's group was behind the shooting, which may have had something to do with territorial disputes regarding drug dealing. According to the local police, from this point forward, the Vorby network, led by Lamauri, and the May network, founded by Yokana, were in serious conflict which would only escalate as time went on. After Yokana had been targeted in several assassination attempts, one of them injuring his wife and killing his friend, he would go on a retaliation mission that would become one of the biggest news stories in Sweden at the time. On the 2nd of August 2020, Yokana and his 2 accomplices would drive to a gas station with the aim of shooting members of the Vorby network, but instead, they would end up killing an innocent 12-year-old girl who was just out walking her dog.
Bro, I ain't gonna lie to you. You don't need to be having no blicks. I ain't gonna back to you. Anyone, no matter what country you in, bro. If someone accidentally unalive an innocent kid doing street stuff, you need to turn them in. You need to snitch on them. Or you need to, boom, you feel me? Because it's like, no, bro, we can't condone any of that type of stuff in this educational documentary, bro. Like, if that kid can't get their life back, bro, you gotta at least go to jail and do the time for your consequences, you feel me? And I'm not going, and I ain't condoning that snitch stuff, but if you hit a kid, bro, you either gotta turn yourself in, you gotta atone for your crime in one way or another. I ain't gonna back to you.
This tragic event caused a public uproar, and eventually the men were found and arrested. And during the investigation, the police would also uncover that the murder weapon, an AK-47, had actually been used in a music video by an affiliated rapper called Tenan, who himself had ties to the May network. The music video, which was for a song called Blue Cheese, has since been removed from the internet, and Tenan would end up receiving a 4-year sentence for the illegal weapon. Initially, it appeared that the Vorby network would largely escape the situation scot-free, but soon it turned out that they were in fact suspects in another case that would end up making even more headlines. But more about that later on in the story.
So they found the blick, but they ain't get charged for unaliving the 12-year-old. But wait, that's crazy, bro. But if you find the blick, ain't that's a guaranteed way to get charged with it? You feel me? That's crazy.
Together, the gangs discussed here have been part of some of the most brazen gang wars that have devastated Sweden's streets in the past few years, as well as blurring the lines between music and real-life organised crime in a way that has rarely been seen in Europe before. So now you know the key players and organisations that run the streets of Sweden, it's time to begin our deep dive into the violent streets of Sweden and the music that represents them. Going back almost 10 years to the Stockholm suburb of Rinkeby, where one dispute between childhood friends would ultimately lead to years of bloodshed that would eventually spread from the small suburb in the outskirts of Stockholm all the way beyond Sweden's borders, and in the process, launching the career of one of Sweden's most popular rappers.
Where Greenland at? Is Greenland by Sweden?
Rinkeby is part of Stockholm's municipal district called Järva. This land used to be a military training ground until it was turned into residential areas as part of the Million program in the late 60s and early 70s. Originally targeting the growing working and middle classes in big cities like Stockholm, where housing shortages were a serious issue, over time the middle classes would move out of these areas to other neighbourhoods with much larger single-family houses. This would leave only the poorest people in the Million program's projects, particularly the quickly growing migrant population. Nowadays, over 90% of Rinkeby's inhabitants have a migrant background, and over 50% of those are of African descent, particularly Somalian, a community which began arriving in Sweden as refugees after the start of the Somali civil war in the late 80s and early 90s, leading to the suburbs of these areas sometimes being referred to as Little Mogadishu. Unfortunately, according to the Swedish police, many of Järva's suburbs, including Rinkeby and the neighbouring Tensta and Husby, are at the top of Sweden's so-called vulnerable areas list. These are the areas that sometimes international media have erroneously labelled as no-go zones, but officially these are areas that have the highest levels of crime, poverty, and general social exclusion from the broader society. Signs of serious social issues amongst Rinkeby's youth became public already in 2010 when large riots broke out in the suburb, and a few years later in 2013, similar riots started to spread to the neighbouring suburb of Husby, where at least 100 cars were burned, by this point with rioting spreading all over Stockholm. It's probably not
I ain't gonna lie to you, bro. That rioting stuff, I never really understood that, because like when you riot, the only thing you do is messing up the place where y'all live at. The people that y'all protesting don't 9 times out of 10 live in that city. So it's like you just messing up what you gotta use, bro. So it's like, it's no point of just, I feel like it's a better way to get your point across than destroying a city that you actually live in. But that's just my opinion.
Surprising then that after drill culture began spreading from the troubled neighborhoods of Chicago's South Side all around the world in the early 2010s, that Yerba was one of the places where it took hold and inspired the local lost youths. In fact, one of the first rappers from the area to represent this style of music was an artist from the suburb of Husby called 24K, who would even use clips from the 2013 riots in his suburbs in his music videos to paint a picture of what was going on in the area. This song, with a title translating to "A Guy from the Program," would interestingly be an early showcase of some of the main enemies that we'll be discussing later in this story, showing that is often the case in these long-running drill conflicts, there was once a time when they were all friends, appearing together in the same music videos. Here you can see two guys from the Death Patrol and two guys from the Shotters. Masla from Death Patrol being the guy in the middle who raises a finger to his lips, along with Makalele from Death Patrol directly to the left of him wearing a black hoodie, while Hamza from the Shotters is to the left of him and Faye from the Shotters is there all the way to the right. This is a link-up that would later become unthinkable as these groups would descend into an all-out gang war. Now, a few different youths from Rinkeby would also begin releasing music around this time, under a movement that was called BBE, or Bin Block Entertainment. Bin commonly being a nickname for Rinkeby, meaning the village. The most known rappers from this movement are Jafar Bin and Yasin Bin, the latter also making a cameo in 24K's earlier music video. These two would both later become affiliated with the group The Shotters, but long before that gang war had emerged, they would begin dropping UK drill-inspired street freestyles and cyphers around 2014. Now, their influence came much more from the UK gangster road rap and drill rap scene, which had already begun forming in the years earlier. This is actually something that was mentioned in Jafar Bin's 2015 song Ghetto Style, where he says F Swedish hip hop, what he's doing is more like the UK, going on to shout out legends of UK street rap like Rimsey, Nines, and Jay Spades.
On gang, so I always looked at it like that though. I ain't gonna lie to you. People might say it's American complex, but I look like outside of like what's relevant, what people talk about for real, like when it come to like, you know, the social living life type stuff. They only talk about America and the UK, bro. We don't hear about what's going on in Australian life and all this. We don't hear about that, bro. And we hear about Russia because, you know, it ain't about how to. I don't know how they living in Russia. I just know that they beefing with Ukraine. But I don't know what's going on out there. I know how the UK living. That's why we be talking about them so much. And everybody know how America living.
However, in the mid-2010s, the youngsters from Rinkeby were not just rapping about the street life. While they weren't yet hardened gang leaders, they were commonly getting involved in various criminal activities, such as robberies and drug dealing. In 2015, one particular robbery would end up causing friction between a friend group that would lead to a years-long war and would end up claiming numerous young lives. A falling out that would lead to the formation of an infamous gang that would end up sowing fear all over Northern Europe and even beyond. On the 22nd of July 2015, in the suburb of Terbi, about 20 minutes drive from Rinkeby, a group of at least 4 individuals pulled a heist at Forex exchange, getting away with cash worth about $200,000. This was a major lick that everybody was soon talking about in the streets of Rinkeby. By the end of that day, word had spread that a 19-year-old guy called Izzy had allegedly been the main culprit behind the operation. However, there had originally been others involved in planning this robbery. One of these guys was a 16-year-old Masla. But for whatever reason, Masla was not invited to the heist itself, which led to him feeling betrayed by Izzy for carrying the robbery out without him. Masla's friends were sharing his anger, namely Makalele, Musa, Shobra, and Talang. After the robbery that they were cut out of, they went to confront Izzy. They would end up meeting him near a subway station in Rinkeby, where things would soon escalate, eventually leading to the group taking Izzy to a nearby wooded area where one of them would end up shooting Izzy in the back while he was trying to escape through the woods. Izzy was able to stumble through the small forest, ending up in the suburb of Bromston, which is a middle-class neighborhood. Just for reference, this is like an upmarket area which is worlds apart from the projects of Rinkeby. And it's here in this upmarket neighborhood that Izzy would ultimately collapse in the yard of an older couple who would phone for help. Unfortunately, later that night, Izzy would pass away in the hospital.
En 19-årig man dog i natt efter vad vittnen uppfattat som en skottlossning i Västerort. Enligt Aftonbladet.se ska 3 skott ha avlossats i skogen mellan Rinkeby och Bromsten och 19-åringen ska ha träffats i ryggen. Polisen har inlett en förundersökning om mord.
And this event would cause the large group of childhood friends of all different ages.
Bro, so if someone from Sweden see this video, will they understand what I'm saying? Or they not even gonna understand what I'm saying in this video? Do they speak English in Sweden?
Ages to split into two. those who stood with Masla, who had been cut out of the robbery, and those on the inside, who had been closer to Izzy. Masla's group of close friends, who called themselves 3MST, which included that core group of Makan aka Makalele, Musa, Shobra, and Talang. This is the group that would eventually be labelled the Death Patrol. Meanwhile, the friends of Izzy would eventually begin using the name Shotters for their rival crew. But these labels for these groups wouldn't become prominent until some years later, and in the immediate aftermath of the death of Izzy, people close to him would go on the warpath, vowing to get revenge. According to later reports, the murder of Izzy acted as a watershed moment in Rinkeby gang politics, where youths formerly concerned mainly of hustling and petty crime would begin commonly carrying guns and eventually even having to wear bulletproof vests. Reports would also tell that Masla and his friends went into hiding following the shooting due to the police likely looking for them as persons of interest. Although it's not been known for sure who had ultimately been the one responsible for pulling the trigger and killing Izzy, Masla would reportedly make a call to his mother soon after Izzy's death, telling her that he feared that people were after him and that they wanted him dead. And these fears turned out to be valid, because not even 48 hours later, Masla and his friends were ambushed at a gas station in the middle of the night. Unfortunately,
I know the mama feel bad because it's like he told her like, yeah, mama, I think something's gonna happen. She probably been like, man, you know, you gonna be good, this, that, or I'm pretty sure you're gonna be fine. And then that end up happening. And she probably just feel horrible now.
Masla was shot in the head and later pronounced dead at hospital. The police and the Swedish media were quickly drawing a connection between both of these murders, and security camera footage from the scene would show two possible suspects running away from the gas station. The police would eventually find some compelling evidence pointing to Izzy's two older brothers as being involved in the murder, but they were eventually excluded from the investigation without ever being charged due to lack of evidence. In an act of reconciliation by the families and the broader Rinkeby community, both Izzy and Masla were buried next to each other. But this post-murder gesture would do little to calm down the escalating situation between these former friends now at war. Meanwhile, Masla's friends like Makalele, Musa, Shobra, and Talang were soon caught out of town in connection with another completely unrelated investigation. So for the time being, this crew was momentarily broken up, as many of those involved were sent to so-called special youth detention centres, since there are no youth prisons in Sweden. Now, this is because the government are apparently aiming to reduce the detrimental effects of time spent.
They don't got no juvie, so special use detention center. That's basically juvie still. Ain't that the same thing?
In prison by young people. Now, let's see how that turns out over the course of the rest of this story. But the sentences in these centres are relatively short, and already by the end of 2015, these gang comrades would all be reunited, and then they would continue to commit crimes, including robberies, home invasions, carjackings, and drug dealing. Now, eventually, all of those crimes would land these members in full-blown adult prisons, briefly lowering the temperature in the streets of Rinkeby. But soon, the war on those streets would heat up, and these gangs would pass the point of no return. By late 2016, while the infamous Death Patrol quartet had been locked up, Izzy's friends, who had begun calling themselves the Shotters, had started to take over the streets of Rinkeby. Also, musical artists from Rinkeby, who would eventually become associated with the Shotters, were also on the rise, but at this point, they were still largely staying impartial to the brewing feud in the streets. For example, Yasin's rap career was blowing up. Already in 2015, he had signed his first record deal and dropped his first official single, the self-titled track, Yasin. Then, in 2016, Yasin, together with Jafar Bin and other rappers from the Yoruba suburbs, created a rap collective called Ghetto Superstars, which began creating some significant buzz in the national scene. Besides Jafar and Yasin, the collective would also include rappers like Blizzy, Dree Low from Husby, Monty B, Elias Abbas from Rinkeby, as well as ZE from Tensta. Some of these guys like Dree Low and ZE would end up becoming some of the biggest rappers in Sweden. Also in 2016, Yasin would release one of his most popular songs, a track with the title translating to My Hood, together with a music video directed by acclaimed director Saga Berlin, who has also directed the music video for the song Tabanya by another Rinkeby-based artist called Cherie. Now, both of these music videos provide an excellent window into the world of Rinkeby at this time, with high-quality on-the-ground and drone footage showcasing the brutalist architecture in these suburbs in all of its glory. For the first time, the music coming out of these areas was giving the world and the country a window into life in the suburbs. Jafar Bin, on the other hand, who still in 2015 was shouting out Shobra, one of the core members of Death Patrol, in his songs, would actually end up taking the Shotters' side in the beef in the years following the death of Izzy, and this taking of sides would also be reflected in his music, eventually landing him in hot water with the Death Patrol. But before the beef would escalate to the next level, during the summer and fall of 2016, Makalele, Musa, Shobra, and Talang had gotten free once again. However, they hadn't been seen in Rinkeby, as they had reportedly been banned from the area by Shotters members and were spending time in the city of Malmö.
You see, Now that's crazy right there. How these people just keep on getting out of jail. And this is why they gonna keep on doing stuff, bro. It's like, bro, if you know that you're gonna get out of jail for committing a crime within like a couple months or like less than like 5 years, 9 times out of 10, it's not gonna get better. I'm not gonna lie to you. But they say the crime rate in Sweden is still lower than lots of other places. So what that mean? Maybe they doing something right. You feel me? But we gonna end it right there. If you watch this video all the way through, I know you're gonna mess with another informational, educational documentary like this. So don't forget to like, comment, subscribe, turn on post notifications so you never miss out on any educational, informational documentaries like this. On games. Hey, come on, out. Fat, Lona, Titi, out. Cause y'all snoring and stuff. Out. Fat, wake up. Out. Out. Thina, out. 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 Get out. Thina, get out. Snoring and shit, bro. I had to tell you, y'all gotta go. Y'all got the whole house, bro. Y'all decided to just be in here fucking with me. You saying murder in the 6. Where Serge been at? I've been seeing my boy Serge in a little minute. I ain't gonna back to you. I don't even know what my boy Serge been on. Murder in the 6. Did I do this? Let me see if I did this on game. Because I got this video like. Let me see if I did murder in the 6. I guess I didn't do it. I don't know. Wait, what's the profile picture for this? No, I didn't. I don't know why I say I watched 15 minutes of it. I don't know what's going on.
Now, like I said at the start of this video, gangs are nothing new in Toronto, and the cops in the city
Unless I fell asleep or some shit. Watching
the video.
Gunfire.
Like this way.
Fire breaking out in front of a packed nightclub. The chaotic scene left 3 people shot, sending.
Whoa, they got that big stuff in their hand.
Fire breaking out in front of a packed nightclub. The chaotic scene.
I ain't gonna lie to you, bro. I got the same chopstick. I think that's that Smith & Wesson M&P. I think it's too blurred.
Left 3 people shot, sending a man in his 20s to hospital with life-threatening injuries. 2 others, a man and a woman, rushed to hospital with serious injuries.
They found this victim at the scene, suffering multiple gunshot wounds in life-threatening condition.
Artist has been connecting with fans on social media. There's just one problem. He's also on the run, wanted for murder.
Folks kind of look like Mr. Mosby, if y'all know from Zack and Cody.
I'm telling them, if they want to meet me, tell John Tory reach out. If John Tory reaches out, I'm linking up with anybody.
One man died on scene. Witnesses say he was shot in the head. The other taken to hospital where he succumbed to his injuries. The third victim remains in hospital.
They try to frame me for some shit, nigga. Are they trying to frame me? Oh, no. Man.
I heard gunshots, and then I could hear like people yelling, and then you heard sirens for a good hour.
At 2 crime scenes, a man and a woman were dead, 3 others injured. The man killed in the club, covered up just beside the pool.
Welcome home.
Our residents heard several gunshots around 10:30 last night. Police rushed here. They found a 28-year-old man with no vital signs. I'm told he was shot in the head and actually died slumped up against the doorway of one of the units.
This was the scene last night of the city's latest homicide, where a 29-year-old man was shot dead.
A man masked up right here came, run around, started. Brah, 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 brah.
Man, I ain't gonna lie. Black people be overdoing it when they be explaining stuff. Bah, 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 bah. No.
I know Canada might not be the first place when you think about gangs or drillings, and to many people, Toronto's most famous shooter is that idiot that gave Megan Thee Stallion a leg as. But make no mistake, people, the streets of Canada are cold. The blocks are hot, and anyone can get it.
Hey, I ain't gonna lie to you, Trap. Don't just, bro. Tory Lanez is innocent, bro. Megan Thee Stallion is lying on my boy Tory. I ain't gonna back to you. Now, I don't got no proof that she lied on Tory, but I just feel she lying on Tory. And you go be like, why is he in jail then? Because America is corrupt. That's why.
It's funny, in a lot of ways, the drill scene in Canada has a lot of similarity with the drill scene in the UK. But the reality is, Canada is a lot closer to the US, both geographically and in the locals' ability to access high-powered firearms. But before we get to the firepower, let me first give you a quick geography lesson. First off, you've got America, or more specifically, the Americas, you know, all of them. Then up top, you've got North America. And then north of the United States of America, in North America, is Canada. And in Canada, there are 13 provinces. One of those is called Ontario, and the capital city of that province is Toronto, and the wider surrounding area is known as the Greater Toronto Area, or GTA for short. And I'll tell you what, some of the stories we're going to talk about today sound like they are straight out of GTA 2. I mean, hell, Toronto's crack-smoking former mayor Rob Ford looks like something straight out of Los Santos. Anyway, the city of Toronto is split into 6 administrative districts: Etobicoke, Scarborough, Old Toronto, East York, York, and North York, which is where the majority of today's story will be taking place. But of course, like any story covering a long and illustrious street feud, there's always 2 sides to the story and 2 sides of town. And when it comes to the underworld of Toronto, the city is further split into 2 distinctive halves, with a number of internet hood maps having circulated for years, showing the divide between Toronto's up top and down bottom gangs. Meanwhile, there are even more complicated and interactive gang maps that circulate online that can give you a much more detailed and nuanced breakdown of the smaller gang sets that run strips of turf in Toronto's underworld. So today, I'm going to break it all down for you, telling you the come-up story of some of the most famous Toronto rappers to come out of these areas, from Presser to Top 5 to Smoke Dogg to Houdini, and I'm going to tell you about the many shocking...
And it's crazy, bro. Out of all these rappers, Top 5 is the most known rapper. But I mean, that is understandable, because Top 5 is like the best Canadian rapper and the biggest gangster from there too.
Murders that some of these rappers witnessed in the streets during their come up, and I'm going to tell you the tragic stories of some of the people who didn't make it out. There's a lot of sad stories behind it, but the reality is Toronto's rap scene is absolutely booming. I'm excited to tell you everything about it, the good, the bad, and the ugly, and we're going to get to all of that, but first, a word from our sponsor.
Ooh, it's your boy VPN, young boy, shout out Atlas VPN. We gon' never browse a net without a VPN again. Look, Atlas VPN's a tool that encrypts all your data and keeps you safe online and hides your virtual location. And when you connect, your new IP and GPS address will encrypt your info and protect you from online threats. And the data breach monitor is the best. It scans and checks if your email and password was stolen before somebody. So hit the link in the description. They're offering a great discount on their super awesome 3-year subscription. It's time to start using a VPN, don't be a victim. Atlas VPN will work on all of your devices. It's the perfect
And it's like, and it's like, bro, you just rated it a 6 out of 10? Gambino, no! It's a 0 out of 0, bro. A 0 out of 10, bro.
service to stay secure and stay private. And it lets you watch some things geo restrictions hiding, like Top Gear on UK Netflix if you like watching men driving. Log into Atlas VPN, pick a server that's in the UK, connect and log into Netflix. Boom! And then you'll hit the link in the description and get their amazing deal, just $139 a month for that 3-year subscription. That's 86% off, there's no reason not to miss it. Guys, hit that link in description. This deal won't last for long, so get it before it's gone. And there's a 30-day money-back guarantee, so there's no excuse not to do it, alright? I've been your boy VPN Young Boy. Thanks Atlas VPN for the sponsorship. Enjoy the video, peace.
So first off, we've got the rappers and clappers coming from the north side, aka up top. Probably one of the most famous neighbourhoods in Toronto drill culture is Jane and Finch, named after the nearby Jane Street and Finch Avenue. And you've also got nearby Driftwood off Driftwood Avenue and the Driftwood Core. Now, north side Jane and Finch and the surrounding areas have had a notoriously bad reputation.
Do the people from Jane and Finch be wearing Abercrombie and Finch? Because you know they be having Finch up on their design. You know, if that was California and they hood was Finch, I could guarantee they would be wearing Abercrombie and Finch for sure.
In Toronto, with numerous articles having been written in the local media about just how dangerous it gets, with it regularly coming up as having the highest shooting rate in all of the city's police divisions. Of course, bearing some of the responsibility for the many local shootings are street gangs like the Driftwood Crips, who have been targeted by the Toronto police extensively. There was a massive bust on the Driftwood Crips in 2017 dubbed Project Chronic, where over 100 arrests and over 600 charges were handed out around 2017, with it even being said in court papers that the Driftwood Crips were out here supplying large amounts of fentanyl and cocaine to a network of dealers that even included Hell's Angels biker gangs. These Driftwood mans are out here on some lost and damned shit, but it's not all about Bloods and Crips in North biker gangs.
Is that a cover art, or is this something that Trap Lou Raw made? Because Trap Lou Raw, he be making lots of stuff, and I sometimes get fooled by it. I be like, man, did these rappers make this? And they be like, nah, Trap Lou Raw, he just took the time out his day to edit that picture and make it, because he thought it was cool.
Driftwood mans are out here on some lost and damned shit. But it's not all about Bloods and Crips in North Jane and Driftwood. A lot of rappers hailing from this area with ties to the streets identify as 3L. Now, I'm pretty sure that 3L stands for 3 letters, and those 3 letters are SOS, which means shoot on sight. So yeah, you don't want to get cited by these guys. But of course, aside from the shooters, what we're really interested in are the musicians. And one of the first rappers from this area to put their hood on and pioneer original music in the area was Robin Banks. He was pushing a Chicago drill-inspired Toronto rap sound as early as 2014 after releasing the breakout track Don't Try Me, coming along with a music video that featured the local hoods of Jane and Finch and Driftwood extensively. But it wasn't just on the mic where Robin Banks was making moves, because he also started the Up Top Movement record label in an attempt to provide infrastructure and a system for his homies from the same area to also put out music. Now, Robin Banks would go on to drop several iconic songs in the Toronto drill scene, like Next Up, Marley's Off.
I ain't gonna lie, I ain't really listened to Robin Banks, but I feel they did Robin Banks wrong. Like, it's messed up what they did to him. Like, his story, when I found out about his story, I was low-key kind of sad for him.
For Molly, Club TT, and eventually the Up Top Movement would even drop their Northside Jane mixtape, introducing the world to a whole bunch of Up Top affiliated rappers who from 2015 have all tried to bring a certain kind of Chicago drill energy to their own Toronto hoods. And in my opinion, a lot of the music that's come out of the city is absolute fire. A lot of these guys have dropped trap bangers with hard beats, rapping about all the street goings on in their local area, telling the world for the first time the realities of life growing up hard in the most dangerous area of Toronto. But of course, naturally, that does mean plenty of dissing and smoking on ops. Anywho, some of the other big names that came out of that Northside Jane and Up Top movement include one of the most talented and most famous names associated with Toronto drill, Houdini. In fact, he was clearly destined for greatness in the drill world from early, after going viral as a teenager for posting a picture of him having put Chief Keef lyrics in his literacy test, which Chief Keef himself even retweeted. So Houdini begun his career collaborating on the track 456 along with fellow local rapper Burner Bands. Also on that track was the brother-brother duo the Tall Up Twins, made up of Double Trouble 4400 and 4400. Also coming out of Up Top, you've got rappers like YG35, YS, GD, FB. You've got another brother-brother rapping duo 21 Neat and 22 Neat, or 22 Filthy, with those two rapping together under the name Neat Gang. But of course, probably the most famous name to have come out of Jane and Finch is the babyface badass Pressa. He's one of the very few and probably the biggest rapper to escape the streets of Toronto completely and go mainstream in music, moving to LA to focus on his career and get away from the violence.
I ain't gonna lie to you. I would keep it 100 with you. The first time I ever found out about Pressa was when he started dating Corla Ray. That's when I first ever heard about Pressa. And that wasn't too long ago.
Now, Pressa has a crazy family history and he has been a real G from a very young age. His father, Mark Gardner, was a bank robber who went on to commit murder in 1996, apparently calmly shooting a bouncer dead outside of a community dance because he had made him wait too long to get in. Pressa's dad got sentenced to 15 years to life for murder, with a brief attempt to get out of jail thwarted in 2010 when he was accused of still running a gang from behind the wall. In fact, he even managed to get a brief stint on bail, which ironically took place while Pressa himself was in jail.
Yeah, he's still locked up. He came out on probation for I don't know, I can't remember, probably just under a year or maybe, and then he got violated for his parole, so he's still in there now. Actually, when he came out of jail, I went into jail.
Bro, why did he talk like that? I ain't gonna lie to you. Real deal, bro. When I first saw Pressa, bro, I thought folks was like a stud or something, bro. I'd be like, is this a female trying to act like a dude? And they'd be like, no, this a dude that just got a very feminine, childish voice. Cause I swear to God, bro, I thought folks was a stud. I'd be like, bro, what do Corla Ray got going on?
He came out and he was like, answering my calls now, you know?
Anyway, Pressa's dad was aptly nicknamed Prestige, and this is where Pressa's rap name comes from. Prestige Pressa, Prestige Pressa. Now, Pressa himself got his first big debut in the rap game on the 2015 posse cut Was Gang. The track itself featured Pressa, Robin Banks, GD, and FB, and was a tribute to their fallen friend Wasi, which is why sometimes you'll hear the G's from these areas referring to themselves as Wasi Gang too. Now, similar to Robin Banks, Pressa and his brother would actually go on to start their own record label, Blue Feather Records, and once his career picked up steam, Pressa went on to have one of the most illustrious careers of a non-singing rapper to ever come out of his city. But we'll get to Pressa's impressive run in the music industry later on. But for now, let's look at some more demons. Because around 20 minutes drive away from Jane and Finch is another notorious Toronto hood named Lawrence Heights, or Jungle. And this is home to Go Get 'em Gang, aka the GGGs, aka the GGs. This is a feared crew of Toronto hitters, headed up by the self-proclaimed demon of Toronto, Top 5. And his story is crazy. Now, he picked up a lot of steam back in 2014, 15, 16, when he was only 16 years old, when the self-styled Shirt Off Shorty dropped the tracks Hall of Fame with Robin Banks, followed by the track Shirt Off on Any Block. You know,
I ain't gonna lie, bro. Top 5 just seems so corny to me, bro. Like, I know lots of people maybe be thinking, like, I think Top 5 is the top gangster, he is the top shooter. Yes, I do troll like that, but Top 5 is like, he give y'all Canadian people such a bad look, because it's like, we don't really hear nothing about Canadian rappers outside of Drake. And Drake is basically like an American rapper now at this point, bro. But we know he's still Canadian. Top 5 is the only gangster Canadian rapper we really hear about, and y'all know how he act. Y'all think he a goofy in Canada. So how do y'all think we look at Canada if we only be seeing about Top 5? Yeah, that's not a good look. I ain't gonna lie.
His thing was that he had his shirt off all the time. He was shirt off shorty. And eventually these shirt off Six Hood anthems managed to attract the attention of the Six God himself, Drake, who would give Top 5 shirtless shout outs on his IG numerous times, as well as even going as far as to shout out Top 5 on hit songs like his collab with Future Grammy, with that shout out giving Top 5 a moment of supercharged clout that he reacted to with sheer delight. Drake would go on to drop the short film Jungle, supposedly inspired by Top 5's Hood, and Top 5 himself would end up up spending time personally rubbing shoulders with Drake himself. But don't let that sweet shirtless boy fool you. Top 5 is not to be played with. In fact, he would later go on to claim that all that hanging out with Drake was because he was Drake's shooter.
If somebody that doesn't like Drake comes to the city, we're taking care of that, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'm a shooter, basically.
Yeah. So you the streets.
Oh. Now look, that's all fun and games, but the truth is, Top 5 has been attached to some serious crimes. But we're going to get into all of that later as the story goes on. But back to the GG's lineup, Top 5 also had a brother that went by the name Foolish, as well as a homie that goes by the name Flipper, who Top 5 actually collaborated on his 2019 song Drill Some More. And you've also got Top 5's right-hand man 100, who I've personally got a lot of love for purely because he's one of the few Toronto rappers that actually
Oh no, I just said we was just watching a Sweden video not too long ago on the live.
He raps over UK drill beats. And just a bit of advice for any Toronto mans that are just trying to blow up real fast. That's what we're trying to hear, man. Jump on those Pop Smoke beats, you're gonna be popping. Check out 100's track, Pop Out, you'll see what I mean. In fact, while we're on the topic, I also can't forget the GG's top UK shooter, Roadman Shaq.
A man's not hot right now. You don't know. We're over here, top 5. UK to Toronto team. Pull up, come on.
Oh, the gangster video.
The king goes scrap.
But really though, I know there's other Toronto rappers coming out of these areas that I could talk about, but I haven't got all day, and these are the rappers and areas that are going to be relevant to the stories that we're going to be talking about today. So before we get into the dangerous feuds that these guys have had on the streets of Toronto, we've of course got to take a closer look at the opposing crews on the other side of town, down bottom. So in opposition to the crews we've just mentioned, there's a number of other hoods around Toronto that have issues with the up-top rappers. I've seen some of these crews described as down bottom, but really Toronto's gang politics is kind of complicated, and there's a handful of all splintered little groups having their own little beats. So I'm just going to make this as simple as possible. But one of the most significant areas on this side of town involved in Toronto street beefs is Regent Park, which is also described as one of the most dangerous areas in Toronto. And one of the most famous rappers coming out of Regent is of course Smoke Dogg. Away from the streets, he'd had an early crack at the rap game around 2014-15, with one of the first songs he dropped being the track Still, aka Rabber. He dropped that track along with his homie Mo G, with both of those guys being members of a crew called the Halal Gang, a set of Islamic Toronto street.
Yeah, I was finna say they gotta be Islamic, cause Hala, I mean like, that's what they be saying on certain foods and stuff, I think.
Rappers, which Toronto police classify as having their origins in Regent Park street gangs. Now, along with fellow members like Puffy Els, Safe and Mustafa the Poet, the Halal Gang had truly put on for their neighborhood and done a lot to drive the Toronto drill sound forward. Smoke Dogg's 2018 track Trap House was a breakout hit for him, putting him on the map worldwide. Now, in addition to Regent Park, Rexdale is another area that's been a rival to Jane and Driftwood for quite some time. Being just over 10 minutes drive from Jane and Finch, Rexdale is yet another area with a feared reputation. The Rexdale Crips have a long history that stretches back decades. In fact, MindSoul6 on YouTube has a great video breaking it down. Go give that a watch if you're interested. But here in the modern day, the area of Rexdale has spawned a number of poppin' rappers out of Toronto. This includes Nav, who isn't really in the streets like that, but also the likes of Young Lava and his brother Young Dubs, Ilium Payback, and from the older generation of Rexdale G's, you've got the likes of Sizzlack, aka LV, who was from Jamestown, Rexdale, and repped a crew called IDF.
I ain't gonna lie, I heard Sizzlack was like that. His name really hold weight. If I'm in America and I'm saying his name hold weight, that means his name hold weight.
Sizzlack had the song Realist in the Six, and apparently his ops in Jane and Finch hated him and were straight up IDSK. And another big name from this area who you will definitely hear referenced in a lot of the opposition songs is Slugger. Clearly the beef between these Rexdale mans and the crews coming out of Jane and Finch was incredibly heated, and the disrespect for the people that lost their lives as part of this feud continues in music to this day. Now, yet another hood that is relevant to this story is Falstaff 234, who have a long-running beef with Lawrence Heights, aka Jungle. Coming out of Falstaff, you have rappers like Nine, who also raps over UK beats sometimes. His track Too High is a straight up banger, along with a few other names who aren't really relevant to this story, and another name that you are going to hear mentioned from Falstaff later on is Clutch. And then finally, you got connections on the south side of Jane and Finch, near Turf Grassway, home to the rapper Doovie, who makes fire music by the way. He's kind of bringing a sort of NBA young boy, little baby vibe to Toronto. It's good. So
I ain't gonna lie, Doovie is the person that someone said the chat always recommend him. They say Doovie. I guess Doovie, he one of y'all best rappers out there according to the chat. I ain't gonna lie to you. What's up, my boy S1?
So him, along with NHS JJ, are from South Jane, and they're going to get involved in the beef towards the end of this story. Now look, I know that's a lot of people, and I could really go on forever. There's a lot of parts of the city and parts of the story and other rappers that I could talk about, but we've got to draw the line somewhere, and these are the people we're going to be talking about today. So now you know who's involved, it's time to get into the back and forth between these crews, taking a look at the music that's dropped out of these areas, how the Toronto rap scene evolved into what it is today, and unfortunately, the insane amount of bloodshed that had to take place in order to make the scene what it is in 2021. Now, like I said at the start of this video, gangs are nothing new in Toronto, and the cops in the city have been spending decades trying to crack down on and bust the clappers and trappers that run these parts of the city. There was the 2005 Project XXX. These were busts on senior leadership in Rexdale Crip gangs, aiming to break up the so-called Jamestown crew. Then you've got 2007's Project Cryptic, a big bust on the Driftwood Crips, but it was a 2011 bust named Project Marvel, targeting a Jane and Finch-based street gang where our story begins.
Handguns, automatic rifles, and more than $100,000 handgun.
Boy, that's the Red Dead Redemption starter kit.
Guns.
That is why I was pausing the video. It seemed like if you get cut by that gun, you was gonna get poisoning from that rust. I ain't gonna lie, it looked like that gun will probably do more damage to yourself than anything. Like that, you should not want to carry nothing that rusty. I ain't gonna lie to you.
Automatic rifles and more than $100,000 in cash. Items seized during yesterday's cross-country crackdown.
Yes, in a series of nationwide raids that took around 60 gangsters off the streets of Canada, Project Marvel was the authorities' attempt at disrupting organised crime gangs, running things in Toronto's toughest neighbourhood. The indictment claimed that Jane and Finch gang, the Young Buck Killers, were running drugs, guns and cash all over the city, running the streets so ruthlessly that eventually the cops just had to step in. Around 10 people named in the indictment were young offenders, and this includes a 15-year-old YG and a teenage presser, but it wasn't the teenagers that the cops were really looking to bust. The feds were really trying to throw the book at the senior leadership of the YBK, with the cops' real prize being Presser's older brother, Kemar Gardner, who would later start rapping under the name Boondog. Court documents allege that Boondog was the leader of the Young Buck Killers, calling them a violent gang and crack dealing operation. And things weren't looking good for Boondog. The court documents even referenced a picture that he had taken of himself posing with a bunch of $100 bills spelling out the initials of the gang YBK. That, along with a bunch of other evidence, would make this case incredibly hard to fight, because when Presser's family home was raided, the cops found numerous guns that were linked to shootings that they tried to tie to Presser and Boondog. In fact, when Boondog went to trial, he was even apologetic to the judge, saying that he wanted to set a better example for his younger brother Presser.
I ain't gonna lie, that's the only thing you can do when you in front of the judge. Like all that, oh yeah, I'm finna act tough and act like I don't care. Even if you don't care, you better act like you care. You better act like you a changed person. The Holy Spirit touched down on you while you was in that cell. You better do all that. And if you don't, that means you obviously don't care about your freedom. I ain't gonna lie to you, bro, because that's what I would do.
Sadly, the remorse didn't really do him any favours, and in the end the judge slapped him with a whopping 10-year sentence for around 14 drug, gun and gang-related charges around 2015. Funnily enough, during the case we found out that informants had allegedly told the police that the teenage Presser was actually next in line to run the gang after his big brother. But
I ain't gonna bap to you, 10 is not that bad. For what they said they had a whole bunch of blicks, all that, and someone snitched on you, bro. That's not that bad. But you know, Canada, bro, they criminal justice system, whatever you call it, is not good, bro. Like you could do some diabolical stuff and they'd be like, oh yeah, we'll give you 20 years, but you eligible for parole in 5. He caught 2 bodies. What do you mean he eligible for parole in 5? That's what be going on in Canada.
Funnily enough, Presser wasn't even around when all of this went down, because he was already locked up for selling dope from his mother's house at only 15 years old.
Yeah, my brother got convicted for organized crime, the Project Marvel YBK raid. That was 20.
Yeah, my brother got convicted for organized crime. Is that not what he sound like? On gang, I sound just like him.
The end of 2011, I was currently incarcerated. Like, I was selling crack through my mom's house and stuff, and I could talk about it because I got convicted for it, you know?
Presser ended up doing 14 months for this in a Young Offenders Institute, all the while his brother is getting jammed up and his name is being mentioned in the Project Marvel papers. Presser eventually got out of jail and then had to go on the run for attempted murder, getting caught, doing time, and then beating that AM charge.
You were on the run for attempted murder?
Yeah.
They finally caught you?
Yeah, they caught me. They caught me halfway across the other end of the country. I did end up doing like 9 months in jail. I beat the case.
So basically, Presser spent many years ducking and diving in the mean streets of Toronto. All the while, people around him, on both sides of the city's complicated gang beef.
You know what's crazy, bro? I would take Trap Lou Raw more serious. Like, his voice sound more tough than Presser voice. And everybody know Presser is way more gangster than Trap Lou Raw. But with his voice, Trap Lou Raw he sound a little bit more gangster than him. And that's crazy to say right there.
Beefs are dying in the streets like it's nothing. Presser would lose one of his closest friends on July the 25th, 2015, when his friend Wasi, real name Kwasi Skeen Peters, was on the run for a double murder that occurred less than a month before. Whilst on the run for these charges, Wasi was eventually caught one night by the cops, who found him sitting in a car outside of a Toronto nightclub. Guns were pulled, and sadly Wasi was killed by the police in a firefight in downtown Toronto.
Over there, around the corner, there's a vehicle with about 7 or 8 or perhaps more bullet holes in it. According to the SIU, it all happened after 2 a.m. and that's when police officers approached a vehicle on Peter Street and an altercation started. Now, somewhere during that altercation, a 21-year-old man was shot.
21-year-old Kwasi Skeen Peters of Toronto was shot by police overnight in the entertainment district. He's wanted on 2 counts of first-degree murder in the double shooting in a building on Lisgar Street. Now, Abdouali Abdoulaye and Mohamed Abdouel Diri, both 26 years.
Bro, you see, this the thing, bro. Lots of the gang members out in Canada and the UK, Abdul Muhammad. Like, I feel like every gang in Canada got a Muhammad and an Abdul. I ain't gonna bap to you, because it's like every Toronto gang, every Toronto gang video, I either hear someone with the name Muhammad or Abdul, or both of them. You feel me? Sometimes you might hear about multiple of them in one video. Like that's crazy. Like that's a very common name out there. I ain't gonna lie to you.
Old were gunned down in a 22nd floor unit of a building on Lisgar Avenue on June the 28th. Another suspect surrendered to police days after the incident.
Of course, the loss of Wasi was devastating for the young guys coming out of the Uptop area. The Tall Up twins honoured his memory with a set of chains bearing Wasi's face, and Presser would later discuss just how hard it was losing Wasi in a moving Vlad TV interview. The loss of Wasi was really the catalyst for Presser's rap career, and as a tribute to their fallen brother, Presser, along with Robin Banks, GD and FB, would make the tribute song Was Gang. However, while rappers on each side of this street beef begin to make their first significant movements in the music industry, the beef in the street continues on. Because only a week after the murder of Wasi, on the 4th of August 2015, a gunman opens fire in the music nightclub where Drake is hosting an after party for his own.
Oh no. You know what? Top 5 finna slide. You know you cannot mess with Drake or Top 5 sliding.
OVO festival, and this shooting leaves 2 people dead at the scene.
It was almost 3:30 in the morning. Also flying shots that rang out, sending thousands fleeing. Almost 3:30 in the morning. Also flying.
Who that be? Y'all didn't see. Y'all didn't peep. Okay, you see that? I'm like, oh, who that? Who that be? Okay, yeah. Y'all didn't know. I peeped them. On gang, I be up on that.
Shots that rang out, sending thousands fleeing. At 2 crime scenes, a man and a woman were dead, 3 others injured. The man killed in the club, covered up just beside the pool.
Literally, our officers were running towards live fire.
Police were right in the thick of it.
The deceased victims were named Duvel Hibbert and Aurelia Navarro Fenoy, a man and a woman. And the police actually came out to say after the incident that the male victim was known to them from having been convicted of firearm offences in the past. And eventually the internet detectives over on Reddit's Torontology, which is basically the Canadian version of Chiracology, identified that male victim Duvel Hibbert as.
And you know, Trap Lou Raw got a degree in Redditology. Just to let y'all know. So, any information that's on Reddit, bro, Trap Lou Raw know everything about it. That's where he get most of his information from. I ain't gonna lie to you.
Slugger from Rexdale. Now, Slugger was clearly not well liked by some of the up-top rappers like Pressa. He would actually go on to disrespect Slugger in one of his biggest songs to date, saying on Attachments that Slugger got hit up in the party and did a dance. As well as going on to say in his song Secondhand Smoke that he passes the blunt to the guy that hit up Slugger. Furthermore, other up-top rappers like YG posted up on Instagram saying they were smoking Slugger pack. Meanwhile, following that shocking incident at Music Nightclub, Drake himself would send condolences to Slugger and the city, saying that he is plagued and pained by the violence that continues to escalate in his city, saying that he wants to encourage the new generation to show as much value and gratitude as you can for the life that you've been gifted, sending his condolences to both of the deceased and all the families who have lost loved ones to the senseless violence that continues in Toronto. Drake is right, the senseless violence going on the streets of Toronto is a true tragedy. But fortunately, as the local music scene developed, people on both sides of the war in Toronto streets were beginning to see a route out of the struggle through music for the first time. In fact, it was also the very same month, in July 2015, that Smoke Dogg would release his song Trap House. This gets him some mainstream attention, with the song eventually getting a French Montana remix that debuted on Drake's OVO Sound Radio. Drake began to show Smoke Dogg love publicly, letting him open up for him on tours overseas, including in the UK where he met grime legend Skepta, with them two recording a fire collab overseas. Meanwhile, the local rappers back up.
I ain't gonna lie to you, Drake personally, he one of those dudes, bro, that if you going viral and you from the hood, from Canada, he's gonna support you. Because he one of those dudes that wanna have that street image, like, yeah, bro, I know the gangsters. Bro, you could get the best security in the world where no gangster could touch you. You don't need no gangsters, Drake. You don't need to be around no gangsters at all. I ain't gonna lie to you, bro. You could afford the best of the best security. You could be moving like the president if you want. You don't need no gangsters around you, but you just want that image. And then you got top 5 for that image. Like, that's kind of crazy. But that's how you know Drake ain't no real gangster. You choose top 5 out of all people. Well, he is the top 5 shooter.
Up top, we're also beginning to see their music take off. Robin Banks had dropped his first breakout track Up Next, as well as the solo hits Marley's Off a Molly, and his collab with Top 5 Hall of Fame also picking up a lot of steam. And following the release of Wassy Gang, Pressa also continues to drop music, like the track Black Mask with Big Bills and GD, and he eventually went on to drop the solo bangers like Demi Hana and To Be Honest. But unfortunately for Pressa, in April 2016, the war in Toronto would reach a dark new low, and Pressa would end up catching a serious case, getting charges that would haunt him for around a year and a half, just as he was beginning to make waves in the music industry. But this wasn't just a regular shooting or beating that you would expect a drill rapper to get caught up in, because the details of this crime were so incredibly shocking and serious that it's by far one of the most twisted things I have ever covered on this channel. The streets of Toronto reached a new low in April 2016, when allegedly members of Toronto's Young Buck Killers were throwing a party at a rented apartment. At some point, members of a rival Queens Drive Crip gang tried to crash the event, leading to an armed standoff in a hallway where around 8 to 10 shots were fired. Apparently, shots rang out after members of YBK rode up to the apartment in an elevator, getting out of the 25th floor to confront the Crips that had crashed their party, and immediately opening fire when the elevator doors opened, in a scene that was caught on CCTV and looked like something straight out of an old western. Now, in this clip, we see a gunfight in the hallway, followed by an alleged YBK member getting shot at. You can bet.
You see that stuff right there. I ain't gonna lie to you, bro. First of all, bro, this top tier crashing out, bro. Like, you gotta be a crash out to have a shootout inside an apartment. Like, that's crazy. And you don't got no regards for life. Because it's like, bro, it's an apartment. There's a whole bunch of innocent people up in there. You just gonna have a shootout, and y'all not good at hitting y'all targets. So you know you're gonna be hitting stuff that's not the target. And then if you hit something that you're not supposed to hit, you know you gotta deal with the consequences of your actions. But they're not thinking about that. But this right here is kind of crazy, bro. Like, you try to hide on the side of the elevator, bro. Like, dang, bro. If they wanted to cook you, they could have cooked you, but I think something happened with the gun or something. I don't know.
barely make it out in the footage, but essentially a bullet grazes his head, narrowly missing. And after dodging the bullet, he drops to the floor, sliding over to take cover behind the closing elevator door. That bullet in the elevator looked a hair away from being fatal. And as a result, the YBK members that had been shot at would come back with a serious response. Allegedly, the YBK members reconvened at a house in Swansea Mews, where they decided that they would target the two people who had supposedly told the Crips that their party was going on. With it being said that the next day the YBK members summoned two 17-year-old Crips to a property. Now, I'm not sure what they thought they were going there for, but when they arrived, they were then held captive for around 48 hours, over which time they were subjected to cruel and unusual torture, the likes of which I have never encountered in any kind of drill or gang story in the developed world. According to the police, the two 17-year-old youths were tied to a chair and beaten. During their beating, they were forced to play Russian roulette with a loaded handgun, and a shot was fired in the premises.
Oh yeah, these people trying to live out their evil villain dreams. I ain't gonna lie to you. We don't condone anything inside this educational documentary.
And whatever was going on at that property was so bad that the police received multiple reports of suspicious activity and even visited the property. As a result of this added attention, the victims were then kidnapped and moved to multiple locations around the city to escape the cops as the abuse continued. And at this point, apparently things escalated even further, with it being reported that the two kidnappees were forced to do things of a sexual nature with each other. And that's not all. Apparently, these acts were...
No. Nah. You see, because it's like, bro, now I'm going to question y'all, bro, because it's like, ain't no way I'm going to want my ops to do that. And if one of my homies be like, yeah, make them do that, I'm going, hey, gang, hold up. Bro, why would you even want to see that? No, we got to question you now, brother. I probably going to have to let them go after that. Well, what is to you, gang? I don't even want to do this no more. I'm not even with that, bro. I didn't know I was doing these type of activities with the diddler next to me, bro. That's something that Diddy would try to do. Let's be real, bro. That's kind of wild to try to make your ops do, bro. Like that's diabolical. That's pretty bad. I'm pretty sure no op will want to do that. But it's like, why would you want to see that? As a man, why would you want to see that? That's what I don't understand.
Filmed, and then the kidnappers got in touch with the victim's family, negotiating a ransom for their release. And the details for this ransom were apparently $3,000 for the release of the two kidnappees, and a final payment of $7,000 within a week, or the videos would be released. I've never heard anything so messed up in my life in one of these stories. So apparently the ransom demands were met, and the victims were released, eventually winding up in hospital, at which point apparently one of the victims made a statement.
Yeah, I was finna say, bro, like, if you do something like that, bro, you can't let them go. And if you do decide to let them go, just know you're going to go to jail. Unless they like some super real street dudes that's going to like try to get it back in blood. 9 times out of 10, when the hospital asks, what happened to you? They 9 times out of 10 going to make a statement telling them what happened to them.
To the police, which was then immediately withdrawn, but apparently there was enough forensic evidence for the police to go ahead and build up a case against the kidnappers without even having cooperating victims. And the police would go on to formally identify a number of potential kidnappers, even going as far as to identify the mother, sister, and grandmother of one of the suspects as people of interest too, because it was alleged that one of the places that the victims was brought to was a family home where everybody was in while this was going on. So, a few days after this ordeal played.
Nah, you see me, I would have been like, hey, gang, no, you tripping. You better get out of my crib before I call the police on you myself. You overwhooping. Now, I'm not finna go I don't got nothing to do with this, boy. Boy, get out of my, you know better not to bring this type of action. And then you over here talking about, you see what they trying to have folks do. Like, you not finna come to my crib with kidnap people and make them do those type of activities inside my crib. No.
Plays out. On April the 23rd, North Jane rapper Presser, real name Quinton Gardner, is arrested on charges of kidnapping for ransom, unauthorized possession of a firearm, and assault with a weapon. And when he got to jail, Presser would quickly end up getting into a fight with some rivals there too. However, there would be some hope waiting for young Presser on the other side of the wall. Because while he was described as a primary instigator of the violence, Presser's lawyer maintained that he had only played a minor part in the incident, and Presser wasn't identified as the ringleader of the attack, as apparently the most severe punishment in this incident was doled sold out by a 17-year-old named Ty Shay Pistol Gordon and a 23-year-old named Lincoln Anthony Richards, with cops saying that they were both last seen in the Lawrence Heights jungle hood. Now, miraculously, in spite of these serious charges, Presser was able to make bail, during which time he would be free for a whopping 18 months. And thankfully, Presser truly used this time wisely, focusing intensely on his music career rather than the streets, finally giving himself an opportunity to escape the violence that had plagued him and his family for years. Presser's 2016 track Demihana was still picking up steam when he caught his case. Now, that track was actually inspired by Chicago drill songs all about smoking your dead ops, and naturally, it was picking up a bit of steam over in the United States. Presser also dropped the song To Be Honest in February 2016, and when he got out on bail for those kidnapping charges, he just kept on dropping tracks like 100 Wassy Bars, John Connor, and Lavish, with these tracks leading up to his 2017 mixtape Press Machine. Then his January 2017 hit Novocaine along with Murder Beats was a hit, quickly picking up the attention of both The Weeknd and Meek Mill. And apparently Meek Mill even tried to sign Presser for a measly $20,000.
Freak Mill trying to finesse. I ain't gonna lie to you, bro. I wouldn't even want to sign with Meek Mill anyway. And then you trying to finesse at that. Come on now, bro. You gotta do better.
Tried to sign Presser for like $20,000, and he was gonna give him a 10-month leased, like, was it like a Rolls Royce? Yeah, it was a Rolls Royce.
Anywho, as he continues to pick up steam, in February 2017, Drake is seen rapping Presser's Novocaine on social media whilst he's in the UK. Now, Presser actually went over to London to network in the music biz, where he ended up linking up with Drake himself, who was out there on a European leg of his tour. Presser even posted up a picture with Drake, along with a caption saying that he had dropped $50,000 on a lawyer. This chance meeting with Drake eventually turned into a full-blown opportunity for Presser to open up for Drake on tour, with Presser opening up for Drake in Birmingham, that being his very first show. But the craziest thing of all was the fact that Presser was even given permission by the court to join Drake touring all over Europe while he was on bail for these serious kidnapping charges.
It's because it was Drake. I'm not gonna lie to you, bro. Like, they probably was thinking like, man, he going on tour with Drake. He can't do nothing bad. He's hanging out with Drake. You feel me? They probably was like, yeah, you give me some exclusive footage of Drake behind the scenes, we'll let you go.
But they let him go, and this really was a genuine opportunity for Presser to go and do something productive and stay out of trouble, and I guess the courts could actually see that for once. So Presser joined Drake on tour along with Smoke Dogg from the opposing hood, leading many to believe that during this time Presser and Smokey had become friends, with them even collaborating during this period. The thing is, not everyone was thrilled about Presser joining Drake on tour. I mean, he was still sort of on bail for kidnapping torture. Many articles were ran around this time asking what Drake was doing to bring a serious accused criminal on his tour.
Rapper tours with Drake on European tour while on bail for serious charges.
And apparently the Toronto police were never even informed of Presser's relaxed bail conditions, and the local cops were positively punching the air seeing Presser running all over Europe having a good time, with the cops allegedly even contacting venues in attempts to get Presser's shows shut down from another continent. And we even got to witness Presser finding out about his shows being cancelled firsthand in Noisy's excellent 6 Rising documentary about the Toronto drill scene.
Kidnapping and torture is just too far. Sorry for the late notice. The venue only raised the issue now. Sorry again.
Now, this was a dope documentary that covered a lot of aspects of Presser's exciting come-up. And I think it's really important to just point out how focused he was at this time. He clearly wants to improve his life through the music and get as far away from the streets as possible.
But really, I'm out here. I'm the next guy to be doing it in the industry, you know? Well, what am I doing being a fucking gang member? What does that bring me? Like, you know what I mean? Running around Driftwood Court. Like, what am I doing there, you know? Like, I have better things and better plans for my future, like.
And throughout 2017, whilst on bail, Presser truly did stay focused, using his time in the UK wisely to collab with Peckham rap legend Giggs on the track Sexy, with that coming out only a month after Giggs had appeared twice on Drake's More Life album, so you know Giggs is tapped in with these Toronto mans heavy. And Presser went on to drop a whole second mixtape by the end of that year called Presser Brick. That project featuring arguably the biggest hit of his career so far, Canada Goose, along with fellow Toronto shooter Tory Lanez. Canada Goose sits today at a whopping 23 million views. But the biggest W of all would come for Presser at the end of 2017, when he was eventually cleared of all charges in that kidnapping case. This came after it was declared at a preliminary hearing that there wasn't enough evidence to identify Presser as the alleged gunman who struck the victim in the head, with it being said that the victim had tried to identify Presser using a YouTube video of him rapping, with all of that apparently just not being enough to wrap Presser up in the case. Now, those other two guys that were picked up initially with Presser were eventually convicted of the crime. Lincoln Richards Richards was brought back to Toronto from Montreal to face charges. Interestingly, he was also a rapper that went by the name Ransky Gleachy. He got convicted and sentenced to 6 years, while the alleged ringleader, Ty Shay Pistol Gordon, ended up getting 9 years. So by the time the charges were dropped and the true ringleaders of the crime were sentenced, Presser had made good on his promise to get out the streets, going legit as a rapper in the music industry. Presser would eventually leave Toronto, moving to Los Angeles, going full Hollywood, even winding up in a romance with fellow squeaky-voiced rapper Coi Leray. But the thing is though, even after leaving the city, Presser would continue to maintain his ties to the streets, but in his music, using his hit songs as opportunities to disrespect his ops, whether fallen or still standing. And even though Presser turned his life around whilst on bail, not long after he caught that kidnapping case, a well-known rival from Rexdale would be murdered, becoming a name that Presser would mention and disrespect in his songs frequently to this very day. I'm talking about Sizzlack, aka the realist in the Six. Pretty much the same day that Presser was arrested for that kidnapping charge, Sizzlack, aka LV from Rexdale, is murdered. He was shot along with 3 other people who survived during a shootout at a townhouse complex in the early hours of the morning. And the timing of Sizzlack's death was incredibly eerie. He was killed only days after releasing his biggest song, Realist in the Six, which came with a music video that had numerous shots where Sizzlack disrespected his ops, including a scene where him and a shopkeeper throw gang signs resembling a 3L upside down.
Bro, they be sending off people, I ain't gonna lie to you. And I hope ain't nobody try to get on that with the store worker because of what he doing. Because y'all gotta understand, the store worker probably don't even know what he doing for real. Me? Ooh, you, me? He don't even know how to do it. It probably took them 10 minutes to even show him how to throw it up the right way. You feel me? So I hope, please don't nobody get on that with him for doing this. You feel me? He don't know no better.
Signifying that they are 3L killers, which if you remember, 3L is another name for the gangs coming out of Jane and Finch. And not only that, but one of the very last posts that he made on social media was an ominous image, still circulating on Reddit today, saying that even shooters get shot. And according to the internet, he was really about it. And when his death made its way to the media, after being identified, it was revealed that Sizzlack was actually charged in a double murder years before his death. These were the killings of Elliot T-Bone Hughes and Garth Nicholas Palmer, which Sizzlack never went to trial for, eventually having one charge discharged by a judge in September 2010 and another withdrawn in October 2011, with Sizzlack in the end copping to a guilty plea of aggravated assault, only getting a 2-year sentence, even going on to rap about beating 2 bodies on his song What You Know About Me.
She man caught a body, I beat 2.
Now, a lot of the ops have gone on to suggest that Sizzlack only beat those charged because he snitched, with Presser suggesting in his song Attachments that there might be a reason that the ops don't post tributes to Sizzlack on their Instagrams. Thing is though, if you go and look at the court documents for that case, there's no suggestion that Sizzlack made a statement, and frankly, if you look at the details of this case, the crime scene was such a mess, it's no surprise that there wasn't really much evidence to go on when it came to Sizzlack's involvement. So look, I don't know about the snitching allegations, but what I do know is Sizzlack seemed like a pretty real dude, and if the internet's to be believed, he was definitely a feared member. This is probably why you hear the likes of Presser and Top 5 dissing him so regularly, and even going further in what's probably one of the most creative gangland diss methods I've ever seen, as Presser has been seen numerous times rocking a Louis Vuitton belt upside down, because another nickname for Sizzlack was also LV, and wearing the LV upside down is like a secret message signifying that LV got dropped, or that guys that are doing this are LVK, LV killers. And this is a trend that other up-top rappers would adopt, like Houdini also spotted wearing the upside down Louis. I mean, you've almost got to give these guys points for creativity. But at the end of the day, the reality of this situation is this is just yet another young man from a tough environment losing his life before he really had a chance to begin it. But if you think that was bad, in the years that followed, the streets of Toronto would truly become a bloodbath. As in February 2017, news emerged telling of internal cleansing going on within the Regent Park-based gangs, with the war being described as an internal feud between the Halal Gang and Sick Thugs members, both from Regent Park. Now, I can't really vouch for how much violence in the streets is truly related to the music or the musicians that we've discussed in this video, but in 2016, a lot of young men and aspiring rappers from these areas would lose their lives in the most tragic circumstances. A deadly back and forth begun on the 23rd of March 2016, when an up-and-coming Toronto rapper named C Sick, real name Sion Carrington, is murdered.
This was the scene last night of the city's latest homicide, where a 29-year-old man was shot dead.
As y'all can see, they be getting wild in Toronto. I'm not even finna bap to you, bro. Like, we gonna end it off right there. Cause you know this a little hour, you feel me? So we gonna do woo wop the bam 30, then another little 30. You feel me, for the part 2. But y'all see, it's a lot going on in Toronto. A lot to take in, a lot of processing going on. So you know, y'all gotta understand that just because you don't hear about what's going on out there, don't mean it ain't nothing going on out there. That's what I'm learning. At first, I didn't think nothing was going on in lots of places till I started learning. You feel me? I'm learning something new every single day. You feel me? But if you like educational, informational documentaries like this, don't forget to like, comment, subscribe, turn on post notifications so you never, ever miss out on any educational, informational documentaries like this. We don't condone anything that's going on in this educational documentary. Had to make that clear. Had to make that clear, bro. At the end of the videos, bro. YouTube cannot be out here thinking that, yeah, after what they did. We don't condone none of that. That's what we gotta tell YouTube. Y'all got any requests? Chat or some pages that we did though. Don't tell me no random page. Cause I ain't trying to get took down, bro. Some pages that we did, bro. Don't get out here tweaking, doing stuff that I haven't never. Australian game. I actually did a video about Australian game before. It didn't really get numbers though. Didn't really get views. Then crime. That must be a Finland place. Finland place. I'll type of man probably save them, but I might have to do this page on Twitch though. Oh, this dude is an Australian dude. What's this guy even based at? But yeah, I had to probably try his stuff out on Twitch because it's a new page and stuff. I'm gonna subscribe to him. I'm gonna do him on Twitch. And then if he be good on Twitch, then I'll start doing his videos on YouTube. I ain't gonna lie to you. I just gotta make sure the page do the right editing, especially with the smaller pages. Cause I can't afford to get another strike. Y'all got any pages that we did though? Like UK Drill Plug, Scarcity, Tales of Toronto. Y'all got any of those that I know be good on YouTube? And for everyone that's trying to have me do new pages and stuff, you feel me? Follow the Twitch with it. That's why I be doing lots of the stuff at, so I don't gotta worry about getting no suspension or nothing. Cause I would do it on here without, you feel me, knowing about it, but they be tripping. I'm probably finna do I didn't do no Netherlands stuff. I'm probably gonna do some Netherlands. Okay. But I know Disturbed World, folks. Yeah, we didn't do no Netherlands today. I don't think. We didn't do Netherlands. I did 100. I did that like I did that like a month or two ago now. I ain't gonna back to you. The biggest gang in Netherlands. Have you ever thought about that? Well, I thought about it, and it's the micro mafia. Did I say it right? Macro mafia. You feel me? So if you don't know about them, then you probably not from Netherlands. And if you is from Netherlands, I know you know about them because they be getting wild. They not known for good things. They known for getting wild in the streets. And if you don't believe me, then let me show you something real fast about what's going on in the Netherlands. We don't condone anything in
Think
this
of
video.
stepping out of your front door in a quiet Dutch neighbourhood, only to find the streets stained with blood from yet another daylight execution. This isn't a scene from a crime thriller. It's the terrifying reality of the Netherlands today, where the Mokro Mafia's turf wars have left a trail of over 100 bodies since the early 2010s. Their grip on the narcotics trade has turned cities like Amsterdam and Rotterdam into battlegrounds, where gunfire, bombings, and public assassinations are all too.
I ain't gonna lie to you. Now, when y'all get to like the bombings, that's like a little bit borderline. Like, you know what type of timing you on. You need to cool out with all that. We do not condone any of that in this educational documentary.
Common. How did the Netherlands, known for its peaceful reputation, become the epicenter of one of Europe's most violent criminal empires? Back in 1969, the Netherlands and Morocco entered into a bilateral agreement that, on the surface, seemed like a mutually beneficial agreement. The Netherlands, still rebuilding from the devastation of World War II, needed a fresh workforce to fuel its growing economy. Morocco, meanwhile, saw an opportunity for its citizens to earn better wages in a flourishing European nation. This agreement allowed Moroccan labourers to migrate to the Netherlands as guest workers, paving the way for what would later become one of the most complex and dangerous criminal networks in Europe. As these Moroccan workers settled into cities like
You see, and this is why people be saying that stuff when they say, oh yeah, when they be like, oh yeah, we need to close the borders and stuff, because then we hear stories like this when they be like, oh yeah, countries decide to let people come in from different countries, and then they end up creating one of the biggest gangs in the country. That's kind of crazy, ain't it? That's pretty wild.
Rotterdam and Amsterdam, they began to form close-knit communities. Initially, these immigrants were focused on providing for their families, working hard in construction and other labor-intensive industries. However, the story took a dark turn as the 1970s rolled in, and a new opportunity presented itself: cannabis. The Netherlands, always known for its progressive policies, took a bold step in the 1970s by loosening its laws on cannabis possession and consumption.
Bro, so y'all telling me, bro, that the za been legal in Netherlands since the 70s? Cause I ain't gonna lie to you, bro. I talk to this little, I ain't gonna say talk to her. I'm cool with her, you feel me? She be doing my hair and stuff. But she actually lived in Germany, you feel me? She lived in Germany and all that stuff. And she was telling me about the Netherlands and all that stuff. Like before I started doing this live stream stuff, she been telling me, oh yeah, the za Ben was legal in Amsterdam. And I'm like, you don't know what you're talking about, shorty. You lived in Germany. She be like, but I've been to Amsterdam before. This, that, and the third. She 30 years old, so she was in there back in the day too. You feel me? She 10 years older than me on gang.
This move was a game changer. Suddenly, there was a booming demand for cannabis, and the Moroccan immigrant communities were in a prime position to meet it. You see, Morocco has a long history with hashish, especially in the Rif region, which is the world's largest hashish producing area. The Moroccan workers in the Netherlands had connections back home that allowed them to tap into this rich supply and smuggle it into Europe. Initially, the cannabis trade was relatively small scale, but it didn't stay that way for long. The lucrative nature of the business attracted more and more players, and the Moroccan community quickly realized that they had a gold mine on their hands. This was the beginning of what would eventually become the Mokro Mafia. By the time the early 2000s rolled around, the Mokro Mafia had evolved far beyond cannabis. They had their eyes set on a far more profitable venture: crack. The crack trade in Europe was exploding, and the Netherlands, with its bustling.
So that's why the teachers always tell us, you start smoking, you're going to start doing other stuff. You see, I didn't think that was true, but I think it is trying to. I think the Zaza is a gateway. You feel me, to other things. It depends on how far your gate like you feel me. Just because it's a gateway don't mean you just gonna go through all the, like, you feel me. The gate, it opened the gate, and I probably, you feel me, tried a little bit, but I ain't go all the way up in there. You feel me, when the gate was open.
Ports and strategic location became a key hub for the distribution of this deadly narcotic. The Mokro Mafia seized this opportunity with both hands, using their established smuggling routes and connections to bring in massive quantities of crack. Their operation was slick and efficient. They used the same networks they had smuggled hashish for years, but scaled up to handle the far more profitable crack trade. The transition from cannabis to crack marked a significant shift in the Mokro Mafia's operations. What started as a small-time smuggling had now turned into full-blown criminal empire, controlling vast portions of the narcotics trade in the Netherlands. But this wasn't just about narcotics. With control over the crack trade came power, real dangerous power. The Mokro Mafia wasn't just another group of narcotics dealers, they were a force to be reckoned with, and their influence began to seep into every corner of Dutch society. They had the money, the connections, and the ruthlessness to eliminate anyone who stood in their way. By the time most people in the Netherlands realized the extent of the problem, the Mokro Mafia had already embedded itself deeply into the very fabric of the country's criminal underworld. By the early 2000s, what had begun as a small-time cannabis smuggling had morphed into something much more sinister. The Moroccan Dutch gangs that had once quietly operated in the shadows were now stepping into the spotlight, and it wasn't long before the Mokro Mafia, as they came to be known, started dominating the narcotics trade across the Netherlands.
I ain't gonna lie. Once someone started using like boats and crates and stuff, that's when I look at them at instantly at El Chapo level. Anything, like, even if they die at El Chapo level, I'm just gonna say that at El Chapo level when they using boats and all that stuff.
This period, particularly between 2002 and 2003, marks the birth of the Mokro Mafia as a formidable force in the criminal underworld. In these years, the shift from cannabis to crack was a game changer. Crack was far more lucrative, and the demand for it in Europe was skyrocketing. The Mokro Mafia, with their established smuggling routes and a growing network of contacts, quickly realized the potential and moved to capitalize on it. They began importing massive quantities of crack through the Netherlands' ports, particularly in Rotterdam, which had become a crucial gateway for narcotics entering Europe. The scale of their operations expanded rapidly, and with it, their influence. But the Mokro Mafia wasn't content with just controlling the narcotics trade within the Netherlands. They were ambitious, and they knew that to truly rise to power, they needed to forge alliances with other powerful criminal organizations. This is where their story becomes even more complex and dangerous. The Mokro Mafia started forming strategic partnerships with international crime syndicates, including the notorious Italian Mafia and Russian gangs. These alliances were not just about expanding their narcotics trade, they were about securing power. By teaming up with the Italian Mafia, the Mokro Mafia gained access to sophisticated money laundering networks that were essential for cleaning the vast sums of money pouring in from their narcotics operations. The Russians, on the other hand, brought in a different kind of expertise, heavy weaponry and a ruthless approach to chaos that complemented the Mokro Mafia's growing need to protect their turf and eliminate rivals. These partnerships allowed the Mokro Mafia to operate with a level of impunity that was previously unimaginable. They were no longer just a Dutch problem, they were becoming a European menace. The crack they trafficked didn't just stay in the Netherlands, it flowed across borders, reaching markets in Belgium, Germany, France, and beyond.
They're in the big league now. And I ain't gonna lie to you, I personally feel like once you get to that level, the clock is ticking. You're gonna eventually go to jail. When you gonna go to jail, I don't know, but I just feel like once you get to that level, you better try to enjoy it. But if you try to be too flashy while enjoying it, you're speeding up your time to go to jail. I ain't gonna lie to you.
The Netherlands was no longer just a transit point. It had become the main gateway for crack entering Europe.
Good morning, my boy Adam!
Was at the center of it. The network they built was vast and complex, with connections that spanned continents. Their influence extended far beyond the ports of Rotterdam and Amsterdam. They controlled narcotic routes that stretched from South America to Europe, and their reach was so extensive that they could orchestrate operations across multiple countries with ease. The Mokro Mafia had effectively become a global player in the narcotics trade, and their rise to power was marked by a level of chaos and brutality that shocked even seasoned law enforcement officials. This wasn't about narcotics anymore. The Mokro Mafia was involved in everything from gun running to human trafficking, and their operations were protected by an iron-fisted approach to anyone who dared to cross them. Rivals were not just defeated, they were eliminated, often in the most gruesome and public ways possible. The Mokro Mafia used chaos as a tool to maintain control, sending a clear message to anyone who might challenge them. The 2010s were a decade that painted the streets of the Netherlands with blood, a period marked by relentless chaos as the Mokro Mafia's internal power struggles escalated into full-blown turf wars. These weren't just petty disputes over narcotic corners. These were battles, fought with the kind of intensity that you expect from a war zone, with rival factions within the Mokro Mafia vying for dominance over lucrative narcotic territories in cities like Rotterdam and Amsterdam. This era of bloodshed truly began to gain momentum around 2012, a year that would set the tone for the carnage that followed. Gwyneth Martha, a pivotal figure within the Mokro Mafia, was
Bro, he looked like Mr. Mosby brother that eat a little bit too much.
brutally assassinated in broad daylight. His death wasn't just another hit, it was a message, a clear, violent declaration that no one was safe, not even the top players. Gwyneth Martha had been a major player, someone who held considerable power and influence within the organization. His death marked a significant turning point, signaling the start of an era where violent retribution would become the norm. The aftermath of his assassination saw an escalation in the chaos as rival factions within the Mokro Mafia began to fight tooth and nail for control over the narcotics trade. These turf wars weren't confined to dark alleys or hidden corners, they played out in the public eye, with bodies turning up in the most shocking places. The chaos was both a tool for maintaining control and a warning to others. The Mokro Mafia wasn't just fighting each other, they were sending a message to anyone who dared to challenge their authority. The stakes were high, and the methods they used were brutal. Guns, knives, and even explosives became part of the daily arsenal, the hitmen carrying out orders with ruthless efficiency. One of the most chilling aspects of these turf wars was the high-profile hits that grabbed national attention. Perhaps the most notorious of these was the assassination of lawyer Dirk Wiersum in 2018. Wiersum had been representing a key witness in the Marengo trial, a massive legal battle against the Mokro Mafia's leaders, including Ridwan Tahi.
I heard about that. I ain't gonna lie to you. I heard about this story. And Brody was a good lawyer. And the only way he was gonna be able to win against Brody is if he made sure he wasn't going against him. That's how you know he was an overly good lawyer. And he probably was super expensive too.
The so-called crack kingpin. Wiersum's death wasn't just an attack on one man. It was an attack on the Dutch legal system itself. The killing sent shockwaves throughout the country, highlighting the Mokro Mafia's willingness to target even those in the legal profession who dared to stand against them. The assassination of a lawyer in broad daylight was a chilling reminder of the Mokro Mafia's reach and their utter disregard for the rule of law. But the chaos didn't stop there. In 2019, another hit sent the nation reeling. Redouane Bakali, the brother of Nabil B, the state's key witness in the Marengo trial, was gunned down in cold blood. This death was a direct retaliation against Nabil's B cooperation with law enforcement, further showcasing the Mokro Mafia's brutal methods.
That's crazy, bro. You didn't even really say too much on that topic, bro. You could have just left that off for a whole nother video. I ain't gonna lie to you, bro, because I'm trying to hear what happened. Then boom, it go on to the other clip. Come on, brother. Why you just do that to me? You feel me? But if you want to watch more educational, informational documentaries like this, don't forget to like, comment, subscribe, turn on post notifications so you never miss out on any educational, informational documentaries like this. Yeah, that's the best way to do it. I gotta dump this ashtray. My ashtray was too full.
What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? What the hell?
Go. You know, I was gonna do some Australian stuff, but I gotta make sure it's a page. I know it's a page that I'm subscribed to. No, it's an Australian game. Someone that I do. And everybody that's up in here, follow the Twitch, because when I be live on Twitch, I don't got to worry about the guidelines because I can edit the video out. So, mess with me up on Twitch too. But I'm finna find a video of one of my people that be making a video. And then on Twitch, I'm going to react to the person that you did, as you tell. Let me see. Hey man, what the fuck you doing? Yeah. You want fucking order this? Yeah, y'all, bro. My dog was fucking drinking out the fucking toilet, bro. I heard it. Boy, I know you ain't drinking out the toilet. I'm hearing her. She going crazy. She going dumb. Drinking out the toilet. Bro. I know you not drinking out the toilet right now, bro. But I found the Australian game. I ain't gonna lie to you, bro. But I had to do one of my people. That's why I said you gotta subscribe to the Twitch. You feel me? If you subscribe to the Twitch, then you feel me. I'm gonna be able to do that, but I gotta make sure I don't get nothing done. I can't get my page checked down. But like I said, I got a video. Sydney's most terrifying. It's an Australian thing. You feel me? It's an Australian place. I don't know if you know about Sydney. Sydney's most terrifying gang war. I ain't gonna lie. Or other words, people in the future. Yes, sir. But yeah, nah, I'm gonna do Australian though. We doing the Australian thing right now. But for everyone who want me to do a specific video, go ahead, you feel me, go over to the Twitch. But if you want me to do your country, 9 times out of 10, I know someone that I watch that did your country. So I can do those because I know they ain't gonna do nothing bad. Not saying your page gonna do something bad, but I just gotta be on the safe side so I don't get no guideline strike. Australia is not known for gangbanging. I ain't gonna lie. When I think of Australia, I think about kangaroos and big spiders. That's the only thing I think about with Australia. But it's something deeper going on in the streets that lots of people don't know about. Specifically, anyone inside the world that's not inside Australia, I'm pretty sure y'all don't know anything about the gang life of Australia because I didn't even know they was gangbanging in Australia. Like you told me that they had their fingers twisted up in Australia, I'd be like, bro, so you want to lie to me now? You think I'm a joke? But it's the truth. It's the truth. You don't believe me, do you? All right, let me show you something real fast.
This is the story about one of, if not the most vicious feuds Australia has ever witnessed.
No, how you just fall down like that, bro? You lose points exponentially. You lost ore.
For years on end, 2 crime families went at it, going blow for blow. After one had allegedly stolen drugs from the other, vicious attacks took place in broad daylight, leaving many seriously injured or deceased. The feud got so heated that even the mothers of those involved were not safe anymore. In the meantime, the family...
I ain't gonna lie to you, bro. Leave people family alone. Like, I feel like, bro, you wouldn't want no one to do anything to your mama. So just leave people mamas alone and just only do things to the people that want to be involved in the street because it ain't the mama fault that her son is beefing with you. Just like it ain't your mama's fault that you beefing with her son. You feel me? So leave the mamas out of this.
Families were still smuggling large quantities of drugs throughout the streets of Sydney. And here's probably the most fascinating part about this story. While all this took place, the leaders of both families were sat together inside a maximum security prison. How did they manage to orchestrate all this? This is the story of the Hamzi family versus the Alameddin family. First, it's very important to know exactly what transpired before we get to where we are today. We will start off with the Hamzi family, also known as the Brother for Life gang. The leader of the Hamzi family was a man named Bassam Hamzi. He is the son of Lebanese immigrants Khalid.
Y'all can't tell me this don't look like Joe Biden. That kind of look like Joe Biden. Or am I wrong? Nah, he look like Joe Biden. I ain't wrong.
And Lola Hamzi, who moved their family to Australia during the Lebanese Civil War in the 1970s. They had done so in the hopes of giving their family a better future. But once in Australia, especially Bassam got himself in serious trouble. In 1998, Bassam, who was 19 years old at the time, fatally shot 18-year-old Chris Toumaziz after they had gotten into an argument in a Sydney nightclub. It led to Bassam getting sentenced to 21 years.
I ain't gonna lie, this is why I don't go to clubs. Like, I don't like to go to clubs just because I don't like to be around drunk people I don't know. Because when you're around drunk people you don't know, you honestly don't even want to be around your own people when they get a certain type of drunk. So if you don't know how this person is, I don't want to be drunk around. I ain't gonna lie to you.
Years in prison, and that was the end of this story.
Johnny Burger.
Well, at least that's what you would expect when someone gets 21 years in prison at such a young age. But Bassam's story absolutely did not stop there. In fact, it was just the beginning. Because from his jail cell in the Goulburn Supermax prison, Bassam went on to form the gang called Brothers for Life in 2007 after converting to radical Islam. Inside the Supermax prison, Bassam garnered followers who had converted as well. At one point, he had gotten so many followers in the prison that correctional officers agreed it was becoming too dangerous and decided to move Bassam to Lithgow prison. Once
You thought that was finna make it better? Like that was y'all master plan? Oh, the guy that's literally getting a whole bunch of power in this prison, let's move him to another prison. Now, I'm assuming that he's just gonna, spread his beliefs to this prison now. That's what I'm assuming. Let's see.
in Lithgow prison, all he needed to run his operation outside the prison walls was the phone someone had smuggled into jail for him. None of the correctional officers had a clue what he was up to from his prison cell. But in 2008, Bassam's phone was found. Investigation into the phone gave some rather unexpected insights. It showed that Bassam had made over 19,000 calls, an average 460 phone calls a day from May the 1st to June 11th, 2008. Even further investigation showed that during those calls...
Bro, 2008, getting a phone in jail will probably be so boring, bro. Like nowadays, if you get a phone in jail, bro, you real life could actually, like, your time in jail will be like 100 times more better now. Because it's like, bro, you able to be on YouTube, watch Netflix, Goon. You feel me? It's so much stuff you could do. But in 2008, boy, what y'all pulling out in, bro? Y'all still using, I think the BlackBerry was the most advanced phone at the time in 2008, bro. Like, I ain't gonna back to you. If the BlackBerry was even the most advanced, bro, y'all ain't have no advanced stuff back in the day, bro. He was only able to make calls and play the little snake game on his phone.
He sent instructions to his lieutenants outside of prison to smuggle massive amounts of drugs worth up to $250,000 per week, conduct kidnappings, and carry out drive-by shootings. One of those lieutenants on the outside was his cousin, Mohammed Hamzi, the appointed president of the...
That's crazy. They really ain't have nothing then, because I'll be like, at least if they didn't have the BlackBerry, they really couldn't do nothing.
The Bankstone chapter, and by some seen as the co-founder of the Brothers for Life gang. Even though Mohammed carried out the title president, he did not do anything without requesting Bassam's approval first. Bassam may found himself behind bars, but he was still the man in charge. However, over time, the Brothers for Life gang grew, and Bassam started losing his power. To join the gang, one would have to buy a t-shirt that cost $70, so practically anyone could join. The men who joined the gang weren't necessarily...
So the only thing you gotta do is just buy a short shirt to be a part of it. You see, no, I would not want to be a part of that game because it's like, bro, someone gonna tell. Someone is gonna tell. When the more people you let in the game, the more likely you gonna get told on. I ain't gonna lie to you, bro.
Familiar with Bassam, so they had little to no loyalty nor any incentive to listen to him and do as he said. Combine that with the fact that the gang started making more and more money to do whatever they wished, Bassam lost his grip. The emergence of a new chapter in Blacktown caused an even greater loss of power. This chapter was led by Blacktown president Basim Hijazi and his right-hand man Yeye Amoud. Whereas the Bankstone chapter were mainly men of Lebanese descent, the Blacktown chapter featured men of mainly Afghan descent. Despite belonging to the same gang, internal disputes between the two chapters were starting to occur, and in October 2012, it led to the first of many attacks against each other. Blacktown president Basim and his right-hand man Yeye Amoud were lured to a location where they were sprayed with bullets while sat in their car. Yeye lost his life then and there. Bankstone chapter president Mohammed Hamzi was directly involved in this shooting. Right after the incident, Basim decided to flee the country and left to Lebanon. He was never heard of again. This, however, did not mean that the feud between the Bankstone and the Blacktown chapter was now over. Attacks would continue to go on back and forth. Another notable attack took place a year later in Reevesby Heights on the 29th of October 2013, just past midnight. Bankstone president Mohammed Hamzi sat in a garage with Mahmoud Hamzi.
Why they say it? Mohammed Hamzi? Oh my God. Like, why y'all gotta pronounce it so hard? And this is what I was just talking about in the Canadian video. It's like, bro, in Europe, I guess out the country, outside America, everybody got the name Mohammed and Abdul. Like, every video that I watch is always a Muhammad and Abdul. I ain't gonna lie to you. I thought it was just a Toronto and UK thing. I guess we just can't get away from the Muhammads and stuff.
And a man called Omar. Without them noticing.
I know. It's a whole different continent, bro. Australia is a whole continent, bro. Let's start there. I know. But I'm talking about, I've watched like 4 different countries in a day. Man, y'all know what I be talking about.
A white Nissan Tider parked further down the street. 2 people got out of the car and calmly walked towards the garage. Once in range, they both started firing off multiple shots. A third person that stayed inside the car could be seen picking the 2 others up and fleeing the scene. According to the police, the intended target was Mohammed Hamzi, as revenge for the attack on Basim and Yeye. But the shooters managed to hit everyone except him. Mahmoud Hamzi lost his life on the scene.
How you hit everyone except him? Like, I ain't gonna lie to you. It seems like street people everywhere just don't get aim. Like, street dudes don't get aim at all.
And Omar was badly injured. The 3 suspects, one of which was a woman called Amanda Crow, was later arrested. They all had ties to the Brothers for Life Blacktown chapter. Mohammed luckily survived this brazen attack and was arrested not much later for his involvement in the shooting of Basim and Yeye Amoud. NSW Police Commissioner Mick Willing voiced his concerns about the vicious attacks going back and forth and the effect it had on the community. He urged everyone in the community to cooperate in their investigation by sharing any piece of information they had, allowing police to get the suspects off the streets and putting a halt.
Why would they snitch? So they could potentially be the one that's getting messed up. You see, snitching don't really help the person out. Like, it's no benefit of snitching. The only benefit you get of snitching is if you in jail and you gonna get out of jail. But if you a free person, you know what's going on, but you don't got nothing to do with it. Snitching is honestly just making your life way worse. Just like, even if you know what's going on, don't get involved. Don't try to do none of that stuff, bro. It's for your safety. I ain't gonna lie to you. I'm just letting you know the truth. You mind your business, you will live way longer, I promise you.
To the violence, though that would prove to be way harder than expected. On the 11th of December 2014, there was a shooting yet again. This time, the victim was Bassam's mother, Lola. A shooter opened fire on her front door while she stood behind it. She was struck once in the stomach, but luckily survived the attack. Oddly enough, Lola Hamzi was the second female family member to be shot through the front door of a house, because early on the 9th of March 2013, Bilal Hamzi's mother, Maha, which is in turn Bassam's aunt, was shot 8 times in the leg. She luckily survived as well.
8 times in the leg, bro. What type of timing is you on? What like I don't understand. I just don't be understanding sometimes, bro. Like that's all I say.
Well, the intended target was Bilal because he had tried to extort someone's mother for $5,000. Instead of him opening the door, his mother did, and she became the target. But more on Bilal later, whose last name is written differently, as you may have noticed. Different branches of the family.
If you come to your ops crib and the mama open the door, I'd just be like, "Oh, is your son home?" On gang, I'm gonna hit one of those. But licking down the mama, bro, come on, bro. Like it's not that deep. It's never that deep, bro. No matter what, it's not that deep, because then if you do that to someone else's mama, now it's deep to where now someone else's mama gonna have to get done the same way. You feel me? So now you just made it that deep, you feel me, when it didn't have to get that deep. We don't condone any of that in this educational documentary.
Use different variations of the surname. By the end of 2014, after several years of on and off chaos and destruction, it seemed as if the end had come for the Brothers for Life gang. After a successful police operation saw many members get arrested. Most of the key members either passed away or were put behind bars. I'd like to think this is the final nail in the coffin, NSW Police Commissioner Mick Willing said after all the arrests. More than 300 charges have been laid against 21 members, putting them all away for a very long time. Bassam, who was still jailed, saw his gang crumbling down. It went quiet for 2 years, but the end was nowhere near. In fact, it would only get worse, far worse. Because besides the Hamzi family, there was another notorious crime family active in Sydney, Australia, named the Alameddins. One of the leaders of the Alameddin family was also incarcerated, just like Bassam. Talal Alameddin was sentenced to 17 years in jail for supplying the firearm used in the fatal attack on police accountant Curtis Cheng that occurred in 2015.
Just for supplying it? That's crazy, bro. Canada would never. Like, I ain't gonna lie to you. Canada would like give you a couple months for that, bro. Canada is so lenient when it comes to the laws.
At the NSW Police's Parramatta headquarters. The attack was labelled a terrorist attack and caused a shock throughout Australia. Some members of the Alameddin family were involved in about everything illegal, just like the Hamzi family. This in turn made them rivals of each other in the streets of Sydney. There are many stories told about what the exact reason for the feud was. Some say the members of the Alameddin ripped off a drug shipment for the Hamzi family back in 2013. Some say it simply began over claiming turf in Sydney to sell their drugs on. Whatever the exact reason may be, it would become one, if not the most hectic feud Australia has ever seen. In April 2016, the first of many attacks linked to this feud occurred. Safwan Charbaji, a relative of Alameddin associates, was taken out. Just 20 days later, Wali Ahmad was taken out. Wali in turn was an associate of the Hamzi family. Remember NSW Police Commissioner Mick Willing saying, "I'd like to think this is the final nail in the coffin," after all the arrests back in 2014? It seemed as if the Hamzi family was back in the game again. And that resurgence could have been fully orchestrated by none other than Bassam. He reached the national news again in October 2016 when prison staff found yet another phone that could be linked to him. It was a 7-centimeter long phone hidden in a book in the library of the Goulburn Supermax prison, where he was transferred to back after his brief stay.
Ooh, you can't do nothing on that but make calls. And it looked like you could barely make calls on that phone. They ain't going back to you.
In Lithgow prison. By then, Bassam was labelled as an extreme high-risk inmate for a while already, due to his radical religious beliefs and followers. So, it was pretty embarrassing for the prison staff to learn that he had access to a phone. This is absolutely unacceptable, and we will be investigating this incident fully using our top security operations team from the Security and Intelligence Unit. NSW Corrective Services Commissioner Peter Severin said, "Well, so much for the investigative efforts, because less than 2 weeks later, the same extreme high-risk inmate was caught with yet another phone. It was during an unannounced raid in his cell that Bassam tried to flush the phone through the toilet.
I ain't gonna lie to you. That type of phone, it do look like it's kind of easy to get up in there. Like, it's so tiny, bro. I ain't gonna lie to you, bro. That's kind of wild. I mean, a phone is a phone though, cause I say I wouldn't want that. But when you in jail, you can't really complain. And this is like 2008, so you know that's actually good back in the day.
But prison staff had cut off the water to his cell already in anticipation of this. Bassam was caught off guard and got busted. Investigation into the phone once again showed that he was still the leader of the Brothers for Life gang. Alameddin leader Talal and Bassam were both incarcerated in the Goulburn Supermax prison. With tensions between the two families rising in the cities of Sydney, it was no surprise that tensions between those two also rose inside the prison. In October 2018, their paths crossed, which led to a brawl all caught on camera. It allegedly started off as an animated discussion about the balance of power inside the prison.
Whoa,
Then,
whoa. Why they get to scrapping? We can't show that.
CCTV footage showed Talal grabbing Bassam and connecting all of his punches. Bassam did not stand a chance. It took several prison guards to stop the fight. NSW police immediately feared for retaliation of both families outside the prison walls, but it remained relatively calm. However, on the 14th of October 2020, Shaylin Zreka, an associate of the Alameddins, got beaten up by members of the Hamzi family. After 2 years of relative silence, the feud got heated again. 3 days later, several bullets were fired at Ibrahim Hamzi's home. As retaliation for that attack, Rafat Alameddin's home was shot up a day later on the 18th of October. That's how fast it could go in this feud. One did this, the other immediately did that. It went on, tit for tat. Just a day after Rafat's home was shot up, the Alameddins were about to deliver a big blow to the Hamzi family. On the 19th of October 2020, early in the morning, at around 7:30, Majid left his house by foot to go on a walk. What he did not know was that 2 hours earlier, two men parked their vehicles in front of his home. They were still sat in the car and had a mission to fulfill. Right as Majid...
I ain't gonna bap to you, bro. With you know, in the streets and you got ops like that, you can't be going on a walk trying to enjoy nature. Like, bro, what you think this is? You think you just a regular civilian? No, that's the perks of being a regular civilian, bro. You could take walks and enjoy life. You can't do that when you live in this type of lifestyle, bro. Because people real life trying to get you, they want to catch you walking and enjoying life. That's what they want you to be doing. I'm not gonna lie to you, bro. We don't condone anything inside this educational documentary.
He'd left his home and started walking down the street. Two armed men got out of the vehicle and chased him. Once close enough, they started firing shots, some of them hitting Majid. They ran back to their car, despite Majid not being down yet, got in the car and fled the scene. CCTV footage showed Majid running while wounded, glancing over his shoulder, but after 100 meters, he fell to the ground. An ambulance crew tried their best to keep him alive, but Majid succumbed to his injuries. Just like that, Majid Hamzi, Bassam's younger brother, got his life taken. When asked about the incident, Bassam was upset, but gave a calm and simple answer. I accept it as the will of God. However, Bankstown Police Area Commander Darren Sly said that he was very, very worried about potential repercussions following this shooting. And he wasn't wrong. After the attack on Majid, the feud went totally wild. There almost wasn't a week that went by without a fight, shooting, cars being shot at, houses, and of course people. The two groups constantly became more violent and reckless, which also led to innocent civilians becoming the victims.
You see, now that's why, and it's like me, I'm not one of those dudes that be like, oh yeah, stop with all, I ain't gonna be tripping about y'all gang banging on y'all ops, but innocent people, bro, that's when I won't call y'all goofy, bro. Like that's when we gonna have to give y'all the goofy badge. You feel me? We don't condone any of that in this documentary.
It was only a matter of time before it would be fatal. That happened on the 30th of January 2021, when an innocent man called Mustafa was fatally struck. He had nothing to do with any crime and was mistaken for a member of the Hamzi family. This feud could truly pop off anywhere, anytime, even on an airport. On the 6th of February 2021, it was a day like any other at the Ballina Byron Gateway Airport, with people coming and going. Two members of the Alameddins were stood at a conveyor belt, waiting for their luggage to arrive. A Hamzi associate spotted them and walked up to them, and a brawl immediately ensued. Punches flew left and right, all while innocent bystanders quickly had to grab their belongings and get out of the way. A mother could be seen grabbing her daughter to quickly get out of the situation. A woman tried to intervene, but that did not help. Hamzi family member Hassan Amun came flying in, and not much later, a fifth man also joined the fight. All bystanders could do was to keep a safe distance and see it all unfold. It eventually took a lone security guard to put an end to the fight. Police once again immediately feared that repercussions would follow, and looking back, it was safe to say they were not wrong. This fight kicked the feud up a notch, as if it already wasn't violent enough. The next victim would be Bilal Hamzi. Bilal had known for months that there was a price on his head. Even the NSW police told him about it and suggested him to keep a low profile for a while. Rumors in the underworld said it was the Alamedines who wanted him gone and put a price of $750,000 on his head.
Yep, I would have packed my bags and I would have been gone. Someone tell me that someone that actually got that type of money put that type of money on my head. What? You see, I ain't worried. If I hear someone say they put that type of money on my head, currently, I'm like, bro, you lying. Don't nobody wanna unalive me. And anyone that do want to unalive me, I know for a fact they can't put that type of money on my head. But someone that got that type of money trying to put that money on my head, well, I'm gone.
Some even suggesting it was $1 million. Rumors one would take pretty serious, you'd think, right? Not for Bilal. Instead of fleeing the country or lying low in an entirely different part of Australia, Bilal moved into an apartment right in the middle of Sydney's central business district, an area full of densely concentrated skyscrapers, businesses, people, plenty of cameras, and a lot of police. All those things gave Bilal a sense of security and safety, and showed his enemies that he wasn't weak nor scared by fleeing the country. With so many people, cameras and police, there was no
people be trying to prove a point, and that will be getting them smoked. I ain't gonna lie to you. Stop trying to prove a point that you tough. At the end of the day, anyone could get caught lacking, bro. You know you could do the same thing as them. So just leave it at that, and then you can leave with your life. You feel me? But you trying to prove a point that you so gangster and you so tough, and you ain't worried about no one, bro, they could get you. And then you just move DT to a nice area, bro. That ain't stopping nobody.
Chance someone would attempt to hit on his life, right? Well, he was wrong. Very wrong. On the 17th of June 2021, Bilal walked down the street after leaving a restaurant. He casually passed the backside of an Audi that was standing still, not having a clue what was about to happen.
And you see, that's a problem right there, bro, because you live inside such a densely concentrated area, you feel me? So many people there, so many different cars at one time, so you never know who is who. And you feel me? You never know who see you because there's so many people around. You never know who. You feel me? So it's like in that type of situation, you thinking, oh yeah, I'm secure, I'm safe. But you really probably making yourself more known. You feel me? Because now more people is going to see you.
Right as Bilal passed the car, someone sitting in the passenger side called him. And as soon as he turned around, the person fired off 4 bullets. Bilal was seen flailing on the ground. The Audi then made a U-turn, came back and fired off several shots once again to finish the job. This time, Bilal wasn't moving anymore. It was another prime example that these guys truly did not care about anything anymore. Everything was justified.
You see, that's what Lil Durk wanted his peoples to do. But it didn't go like that. I ain't gonna lie to you. And we don't condone anything inside this educational documentary.
Because just like that, on a Thursday night, in one of Sydney's most crowded areas, Bilal was taken out. He wasn't as safe as he thought he would be. The Hamzi family were dealt yet another blow a few months later. This time, it was on the 20th of October 2021. Salim Hamza and his father Tawfiq left their house to get in their truck, unaware of 2 people waiting for them a few meters down the street. All of a sudden, an armed man got out of the vehicle and ran towards the truck of Salim and his father. The man ran so fast that while firing his first shots into the car, he slipped. He quickly got up and did what he came for. From close range, he fired off.
Bro, he was running, he slipped and fell so hard he broke the glass. And then he still continued to handle the job. That's crazy.
Several shots, striking Salim and Tawfiq. Salim allegedly played a role in the Hamzi gang as he was under investigation for the shooting of an Alamedine associate, Shadi Kanj, 2 months earlier. Father Tawfiq, on the other hand, was an innocent man that had nothing to do with the feud and tried to get his son back on the right track. Once again, a prime example of the ruthlessness of this feud. The Alamedine family allegedly was not done yet and kept ordering more and more attacks in an attempt to take out the entire Hamzi family for good. They attacked several Hamzi associates while the Hamzis managed to attack some of theirs, but the Alameddines were definitely getting the overhand in the feud. Some say that the following attack was the final one that gave them the victory, despite how harsh that may sound. This time, it was another brother of Bassam called Ghassan Amoun. Remember? The same man involved in the airport brawl about 11 months ago. On the 6th of January 2022, a grey Mini Cooper was driving through South Wentworthville. They eventually drove up to Ghassan, who was sat in his BMW. Two men got out of the Mini Cooper, fired off several shots into Ghassan, and fled the scene. Ghassan.
Oh, they be tweaking, bro. I ain't gonna lie to you. Like, y'all see what's going on. I'm seeing what's going on right now. So y'all hear what's going on, right? Y'all see it. Y'all living it firsthand. Why is y'all out here trying to enjoy life? Sitting up in the car, going on walks, knowing you got ops. You think it's either you think it's a game or you think your ops sweet. Which one is it? I think it's both. I ain't gonna lie to you.
Ghassan was treated by paramedics on the scene, but eventually succumbed to his injuries. The grey Mini Cooper was later set fire in a nearby street and eventually burned out for the most part. As of now, many lives have been lost to the Hamzi versus Alameddine feud. Over 10 at least. There have been so many attacks back and forth that I could not even begin to list them all. These were the most notable ones. Many members have fallen on both sides, and even more have been incarcerated and are looking to spend long sentences in prison. Bassam Hamzi, the originator of it all, is still serving time in Goulburn Supermax prison. He even got additional time due to all he orchestrated while behind bars. Bassam even involved his lawyer Martin Churchill in his drug ring, who also got sentenced to
It looked like he'd be a part of that stuff. It looked like he most definitely one of those corrupt lawyers.
Spend time in jail. After all that has happened, it could be said that the Alameddine family have most likely come out on top. But the question is, at what cost? If you have enjoyed this video, please be...
Yeah, I ain't gonna lie to you. Told y'all, bro, it be getting wild in Australia. I'm not gonna back to you, bro. Australia is one of those places that if you know, you know. That is one of those places, you feel me? But if you like this educational documentary, then turn on post notifications and don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe so you never miss out on any educational, informational documentaries like this. Man, I get it. Yeah, now my boy, you'll have to I had to see if I could find the page up on it. I just know I could find the Australian game with that one. But like I said, go to the Twitch if you want me to react to a specific video. I'm on YouTube right now, but that's what I be doing new videos. So I don't gotta worry about no problems. Ooh, I'm gonna subscribe to this guy. No, I'm not. Not a whole bunch of Australian content coming up on my feed. YouTube actually do a good job with showing stuff. But y'all got some for some pages that I did since we on YouTube with it. On my brothers. No, that's all I want to see. I mean, I guess I can see some females. I see some females. Lil Ronnie funny. I ain't gonna back to you. I'm gonna do a 20v1 so I can break the females. It'd be funny, right? The females. I don't know who won. That motherfucker won. Cause y'all didn't tell me nothing to watch. So I was like, man, fuck it. I'm finna do a 20v1. I don't know why they make these work so long, bro. Alright. If they make this so long, fuck it. I'm just gonna do half of the 20v1 then. Because all these motherfuckers long. I'm gonna do folks. Cause he be funny.
If I had to pick God.
Let's see.
Yeah.
Say fake an orgasm for 5 seconds.
No, you have to get out the bedroom, shorty. You getting you a Uber home ASAP after that.
From the back, boom, 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 boom.
What?
Alright, y'all. I ain't gonna lie.
Go outside?
Let's finish the
Yes,
bed.
let's go outside.
Let's finish the bed.
Hey, y'all finna scrap?
Finish the bed.
Scrap?
Finish the bed,
Scrap?
bro.
No, drop the balloon.
Finish
Drop
the
the
bed.
balloon. Like, come on, like, I'm so decision and you're mad. Like,
Twin, cannot kicking all this.
Twin, look at that. It's your boy, Micah Dello, boo, back with another video. Y'all see the title. Y'all know it's gonna go down, man. Go ahead and like that right now, man. I got one YN for y'all, one very, very special YN. Go ahead and pull up on me.
Y'all already know what's going on. You feel what I'm saying? Because if you don't feel what I'm saying, then you ain't say what I feel. You feel me? Listen, long live my grandmother. Why you already laughing?
Oh, wait, that's crazy. I'm a
Long live my grandmother. She fell down the steps and she broke both her knees. You know what I'm saying? 20 versus 1 today.
I used to love that bitch. You know how much I love that bitch? I had to let that hoe go. I ain't even want to let that hoe go, bro.
What's your problem, dude? What's your problem?
I got a lot of problems. I got a lot of.
Hey, look, I got 20 for you, man.
I'm trying to see what it is.
Everybody want to know. Everybody want to know what's Lil Rodney type, man. Go ahead and tell us.
A real ain't got no type like me, bro.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? I just keep, you know what I'm saying? If you so fine, you so fine.
That's what everybody say until that time.
No,
Yeah.
that's not what everybody says.
You one of them, bro.
Where your dad at, though? With no reverse shit,
Come
where's
on,
your dad,
bro.
though?
See, look at this dude, bro. Come on, man.
Where your dad
I
at?
don't man with no dad is crazy.
Hey, look, man. How many likes we need on this video, bro?
I'm gonna be realistic. I be saying a lot of say a million likes.
Yeah.
Fuck out of here, nigga. I already know I'm not touching a million likes. If this video get, let's just say if this video get 10K.
Like 10.
Let's be humble.
Yo, that's kind of disrespectful.
No. Let's be humble. Just so we can break it. Listen. Let me cook though.
All right, cook.
If this video get 10K likes, we gonna do a part 2.
All right, bet. That's slight.
Yeah, I just want
That's slight. That's slight. If it get 10K, like my boy said, we doing a part 2. Make sure you like, comment, subscribe. It's about to be crazy, bro. I got midgets finna come out for him.
Man,
BBW.
where the females at?
Yeah. I thought, you know what I'm saying? Like, it only makes sense.
Yeah, type shit.
Man, we need to see where the baddies at. Fuck out of here with all this. We need the baddies. We need the baddies, bro. Okay.
Go ahead and get that right now. Hurry up. Yo, it's about that time, twin. Let's go ahead and do it. This is round 1. As you can see, you got a balloon. I got every lady. They gonna walk up to that line right there, all right? So look, if you're not feeling them, this round kind of like an appearance round. You can talk to them real quick. Don't do too much talking. Just vibe. If you like them, keep them. Say to the right, however you want to do it. If you don't, pop the balloon, all right?
All right, say no more.
You ready?
Yeah.
I ain't gonna lie, yo. Like you looking a little nervous.
I ain't never
Where
been
the
nervous,
baddies
bro.
at?
Don't tell me you scared of that, man.
Nah, I ain't scared of that.
All right, bet. Let's bring them out. All right, let me get my first lady to the floor.
What's up?
Hi. What's your name?
My name Reggie. Everybody call me Rodney though.
Rodney. Okay. Well, yeah. I brought a gift for you today.
A gift?
Yes.
Ooh, she trying to
So
trick,
I'm actually a little bit, because you know I'm actually. I'm sorry.
I should pop your balloon.
No, don't do it yet.
What type of gift that is? Let me see that gift.
Okay.
What that is?
Okay.
Yeah.
What that is?
She got me a Red Hood action figure. Now that
action figure?
What you know about this?
I ain't gonna lie to you. I keep her just because she brought a gift. On game, you brought a gift.
I don't know much, but I know for a fact. Hold on.
So you fake
Wait
it
a
till you
minute.
making
No. Look. I felt like that costume was way harder. So it's like.
Oh, so you sing? Okay, so you sang the stream. Did you enjoy it?
Yes, of course. I thought it was amazing.
You gonna keep it long as she enjoy it, man.
All
I'm gonna
right,
keep this
okay.
too. I'm gonna say this for later.
All right, bet.
Okay. Well, I'm putting this.
We can get it from you real quick. Okay. All right. So you like tricks?
It's not even that. I just. Why you laughing?
My bad, fool.
Little ass braids. Chill out, yo.
All right, bro.
For
That's what we
real.
doing. Come on, vibe out.
Nah, like I'm saying though, look, it's not even about the tricks. I just like that she thought about it. Nigga.
Yeah. Okay. All right. That's a bet. Let me get
That's
my
what
next
I'm
lady
saying.
to the floor.
It's the thought that counts.
Okay then.
What's up?
Hi.
How you feeling? You alright?
Are you all right?
Yeah, you walking up here all thuggish.
She came in here like, hi. She seemed like the weird type. I can't really see her face because she got her curls. I could kind of see though.
I ain't thugging nothing. I'm from Brooklyn, New York, baby.
Type.
All right.
That outfit.
I ain't thugging nothing. I'm from Brooklyn, New York, baby.
Type.
Bro, she looked like that Sugar Hill D-Dot sister or something. I ain't gonna lie to you. Pass her. Pass.
All right.
Okay, she from Brooklyn. How you feel about her drip, right?
I mean, I feel like she cool. She just got like.
She got that.
I gotta put you on.
No, but these are some like scooters.
Yeah,
Don't do
you've
that.
been running through the rain with your Converses on.
Mm-hmm.
For real. No, but I actually think that you look, yeah.
Thank you. I'm the only person here that's got makeup on.
Tight.
All right.
I got a real question though. Like, is this
like
someone that you can see yourself holding hands with? You know what I'm saying, in public?
Down the park like this?
However.
No, how old is she? She act like a little kid, bro. She even dressed like a little kid, bro. Pass her.
She seemed like one of those types like you gotta get to know her and she like cool for real.
Yeah.
You cool.
Okay.
You cool in my books.
Yeah, you cool.
All right. Don't pop that balloon.
I'm not, you good.
Okay.
All right.
All right, bet then. Okay then. Look at that boy. 2-0. All right, let me get my next lady to the floor.
This bitch just hit, twin.
That bitch no here eat.
What's up with my dog? What's your name?
Hey, she dressed up like that just because folks dressed up as Robin in the Castanet stream. The Castanet stream got him motion. You get one Castanet stream, now you get a 20v1. Ah! Motion. But shorty, low key, she look like she got a little bit of cake. Hold up. She got the little thigh tattoo. I see the little thigh tattoo on game. We gonna mess with her.
Name Rodney.
My dog Ronnie. What's up with you?
I like your fit.
Thank you. It's fly, ain't it?
Tight shit, tight.
Yeah.
I mean, we can say the world together for real.
You feel me?
What's up with your mask though? Like
you not f***ing with the mask?
The mask little as shit.
It's so little on God. I can't see you a little bit, but
I don't know if I want her, but pass on game.
It's cool.
Nah, f with it though. I like your costume. What made you go robbing on them though?
You feel? That's just the vibe I was feeling tonight.
Mm-hmm.
You feel me? That's just what I'm on.
You know Batman?
You feel me? You already got the toy.
No, I'm asking you. Do you know Batman?
Personally.
You do?
Personally.
Oh shit. Oh shit. Let me. Hey Batman. She know you, twin.
Yeah, see, and I was with you at first. Nah, see.
And not you popping around.
Why you know the guys? Why you know the guys?
I feel it though.
Personally.
I ain't gonna lie, shorty. Off the bat, look, off the bat. If I'm on the book, I see a little baddie on the book, right? You know how they be having suggested friends and stuff. Swiping through, trying to see which baddies I can add to my roster. I see a baddie, but I see she friends with my homie. You friends with folks? Man, I don't even want you, shorty, no more.
I ain't gonna lie. Personally, it's crazy. I ain't gonna lie, Batman, bro. Let us know. That's crazy.
Personally?
Fool. All right, next. Okay, then.
I definitely wasn't really popping on you.
Hey, binoculars.
What's up?
What, cheese and hard as shit? Look at her.
Yeah, she look good. You look good.
Thank you.
Your
You look
face
good.
card there, I like that.
Mm-hmm.
We
How
keeping
do
her, huh? You say what?
You keeping me?
Yeah.
She looked like if Hallie was in trouble, like a bad Hallie, a bad version of Hallie.
Yeah, fuck the conversation.
What you like about her so much?
Face, just like she a bomb, like.
Yeah.
You like
fire, yeah.
Thank
10
you.
out of 10.
Thank you.
All right, that's a.
I'll keep her. I guess I'll keep her. She got the auntie leopard print dress on. Pretty crazy.
Bet. That's a bet. Look at him.
Damn, she got that. Ooh. She got the yams, no cap.
Okay, then. All right, next person.
Hey,
How you doing?
my name's Special.
Your name's Special?
25.
Auntie. She not even auntie. She 25, but she dressing like she in her own gang 40s for sure.
That's your name?
Yeah,
Your mom named you Special.
my mama and daddy, yeah.
I just know your parents' blood. That's some black people shit right there. I fuck with your vibe though, how you came up.
I'm from Louisiana.
Oh, you from down the NOLA?
South.
My fault, you know, hey, I'm up north. I fuck it up sometimes, you know what I'm saying? Nah, I just went to New Orleans. That's where I was.
Mm-hmm.
But nah, I like you looking. And I like that it's natural up top too. Like.
Pass.
That's all you?
Yeah,
Okay.
of course.
Okay, I'm fucking.
I got a question though. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's pretty thick women. You know what I'm saying? Black men. You know what I'm saying? Like, do you think you can handle all that, bro?
I'ma try.
Do you think he can handle all that?
See, I can't say nothing with the camera on, folks, but I most definitely steal nail on game. You see, y'all got to understand, bro. Just because I say pass, don't mean I wouldn't nail. 90% of the women inside this stuff, I'll probably steal nail. But I'm gonna say pass because you know we gotta do the video now.
I don't know. I feel like he can.
Okay.
He seemed
okay,
low
then.
key with it.
Yeah, like I'm a cool nigga. I be chilling.
Mhm.
Okay then. All right.
I be keeping her 100%.
She good?
Yeah, that's
Okay,
chocolate,
then.
boy. You playing?
All right. Let me get my next lady. Okay then. Woo,
How you doing?
Good, you?
Doing good.
These females, bops, I'm not gonna risk my page. These females out here, boy, where your clothes at, sweetheart? I'm done. Because I already know one of these females finna do some stuff even worse than that. I already knew it. She turned around. I'm pretty sure I was gonna see straight cheeks. Now I'm cool with that, but YouTube probably ain't gonna be cool with that. So we just instantly turned it off just like that, bro. On gang. I learned from my past mistakes. I don't know why I always try to think that they ain't gonna come out dressing like this, but they always end up doing. Every time, bro. On gang, this is crazy. That's crazy. Dang. It's 4 a.m. already, bro. I supposed to be getting. I gotta go to sleep. My mama don't want me to go out to eat for their birthday, but I'm gonna stay on live. Okay, what y'all wanna do? What y'all wanna do, man? What y'all wanna even know I'm supposed to be going to sleep because I got my little brother and mom on my birthday. Barely 2 days apart, so we just celebrating that shit. You know? Probably do need sleep though, because I do gotta edit videos and stuff before I go. I did do a decent live stream, bro. How long did I do? I did 5, and then I was on live for like 2-3 hours before. Okay. Yeah, that's a pretty decent one, bro. 5 hours on game. I would have stayed on longer, but my mama's gonna be mad at me if I come late because they celebrated my grandma and little brother birthday, so I gotta make sure I go to sleep so I could go to the birthday party and stuff because my mama gonna get mad at me and stuff like she did last time. I was late last year. I don't want to be late this year because I was late last year, so I was supposed to be asleep already, but I appreciate everyone that tuned into the live stream, man. I ain't gonna lie to you. Y'all the real goats. Real goats on game. You know I'm gonna hop back on live. I always hop back on live, you feel me? But good morning to everyone. You feel me? Because it's the morning time. Good morning to y'all, man. I'm gonna edit these videos, post. I got a lot of videos I gotta edit and stuff anyway. And yeah, man. See y'all, my boys. My boys, be safe out here too. Be safe out in these streets. Wherever you at, be safe. And I'm gonna see